Never could have thought this bullshit would happen. Scott gulped down the whiskey. I was always afraid he'd leave me for a woman one day. My biggest fucking fear. He wouldn't have left you for any woman. Scott smiled sadly, agonizingly. Except for this one. Ethan pressed his lips together, his chin resting on his chest as he felt the shape of Scott's words, felt their impact shatter within his frozen heart. Only this one woman, only this one, who had been buried and mourned for and was out of Jack's life. And now not. This. He pointed to nothing, squinting. This is why I never, ever wanted a relationship. I never wanted to fall in love. He threw the glass back, swallowing everything in one gulp. It's the being ripped out of love that will kill you. Scott slid the bottle of whiskey toward him and downed the rest of his tumbler as well. A couple of hours later, Daniels walked through the front door, loaded down with shopping bags. Scott was passed out cold on the couch, his cheek on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan stared at the 2 rings in the palm of his hand, silent tears cascading rivers of salt down his cheeks. Chapter 39. Moscow. The Kremlin. Madigan toasted Moroshkin, crystal tumblers of the finest Russian vodka clinking against one another beneath a gold-gilt chandelier in the president's suite. General. Madigan dipped his head, smiling at Moroshkin. Welcome home. Moroshkin beamed. His mustache gave a happy twitch as he settled back. We did it. Russia is mine. And now it's time for my plans to unfold. Madigan held Moroshkin's gaze as he slowly drained his vodka, never blinking. In return for my help in getting you here. Moroshkin's eyes narrowed. Will you finally tell me what it is you're planning? What you want with my subs and ships? For now, we wait. Once we receive the signal, then it will be time to act. Leaning back, Madigan threw both his arms out along former President Pukov's sofa. Enjoy your victory, General. He purred. You have earned this. Captain Leslie Spires recovered alive in Russia. President Spires and White House keeping quiet about Ethan Reichenbach. Stunning news emerged from the White House after President Spires' return from Russia, following the coup that ousted his friend and ally, President Sergei Pukov. Captain Leslie Spires, President Spires' deceased wife, was found alive in Russia in the midst of the coup. The White House hasn't released any details about how or where she was recovered, only saying that she is in fair condition, suffering from the effects of neglect and suspected torture, and is recovering at the White House. Captain Leslie Spires was reported killed in action 16 years ago during the Iraq War. There has been no statement so far on the status of the first gentleman, Ethan Reichenbach, but White House observers state that he did not accompany the President or Mrs. Spires back to the White House following their return from Russia. Chapter 40. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Prince Abdul insisted that his nephew go to his seaside villa in Jeddah to rest and recuperate when he was allowed to leave the hospital, and that Adam had to accompany him. Adam stood stiffly at Faisal's bedside, trying to pour respect into the width of his stance, the spread of his shoulders, and the way he consciously unclenched his hands. That the Crown Prince would even allow him to speak with Faisal, much less begrudgingly allow them to be together, was almost too much. Once, Prince Abdul's bodyguards had burst in on them, and they had thrown Adam through the plate-glass windows of Faisal's Persian Gulf bedroom. He'd landed in a naked skid on the scorched sand outside of Dammam. Sending them to Jeddah, the kingdom's loosest city, though that wasn't saying much, meant so much more than his gruff words conveyed. "You will assist him in his recovery and in his healing." Prince Abdul fixed Adam with a hard glare. "You will be at his side for anything he desires. He will want for nothing. You will care for him as if he is your blood, as if you are family." Adam bowed his head. "Yes, Your Royal Highness. The prince is more dear to me than my family." A gruff hum was his only response. On the far side of the room, Doc leaned against the wall, watching silently. He'd stayed clear of Adam as Adam camped in Faisal's room. He'd sat through rounds of bone growth stimulation treatments, knitting his ribs together with the Saudi royals' equipment. They left in a convoy of armored SUVs that sped them to the airport and boarded Prince Abdul's glittering executive jet. 2 hours later, they touched down in Jeddah, where a fresh SUV was waiting for them. Adam, Faisal, and Doc piled into the back of the vehicle, 2 stony and silent bodyguards up front. Silence reigned as Adam held Faisal close and Doc stared out the window. Eventually, they pulled into the private drive leading to Faisal's beachfront villa, perched on stilts over a boulder-strewn section of the beach and extending over the gently lapping Red Sea. Waves burbled beneath the stilts and under the wide deck wrapping around the house and stretching into the turquoise waters. For over a mile on either side of the villa, empty sand bled away, pristine. When they entered, Doc whistled as he walked in a circle around the villa's bright open layout, white walls and white furniture everywhere. He stared out the wall of 2-story glass windows overlooking the water and the deck. Adam walked slower, with Faisal, holding his lover close and helping him through the villa to the master suite that stretched over the water, walls of windows refracting the waves into the bedroom. "There are more rooms upstairs. Go pick one out for yourself." "Been here before, then?" Adam nodded and looked away. He hovered over Faisal as his lover slid back into bed. Their trip had been long and almost too much for his still early recovery. Faisal plucked at one of his laptops while Adam grabbed a bottle of water and a cool washcloth and fluffed the pillows behind his lover's back, while Faisal watched him with a smile. His smile disappeared, though, as he stared at his laptop. "Adam." Spinning it around, he showed Adam the breaking news headlines scrolling across the screen. "Russian military coup successful. General Miroshkin and hardline supporters in control of Russian government. President Pukov's whereabouts unknown." Adam leaned in, scrolling through the report. "President Spires was there when it happened." He breathed. "Jesus." He was targeted with Pukov. Adam reached for his phone, a throwaway he had asked one of the bodyguards to buy for him at the hospital. Should he call Reichenbach? The comms blackout was still in effect, but this was a coup, and with everything else— "Adam." Faisal's low voice broke his thoughts. He followed Faisal's finger to the next blaring headline. "President Spires' long-dead wife found alive in Russia? Held prisoner for years? Holy shit." Details on her rescue were vague. Who had been holding her, even vaguer. Nothing added up. But he definitely wasn't calling Reichenbach. Not now. Not with that. He slid his phone into his pocket and went back to hovering over Faisal's shoulder as Faisal read through the news and reset his Intel scrapes to download to his current laptop. His old computer had been destroyed in the attack, but his server had backed everything up and could redirect to any of his other systems. Faisal set his laptop aside and patted the massive bed. "Habibi, what would make me feel better is if you were sitting with me." Adam folded down into the bed, his arms wrapping around Faisal like they had never left him. Faisal sighed into his hold, tucking his forehead against Adam's neck, and watched the sea until his eyes slid closed. Adam's thoughts raced, from Russia to Reichenbach to the president's wife and back. It would be Madigan's style to upend everything, keep everyone off balance. Later, Adam extricated himself and laid his lover down gently. He went to Faisal's closet and pulled out shirts and jeans, some of the thousands of pieces of clothing that Faisal owned. Faisal and Doc were about the same size, both on the slender side, and Doc was still wearing the same suit he'd bought him in London. rumpled and worn-looking. He slipped out of the bedroom and stilled, catching sight of Doc sitting on the edge of the deck, his toes grazing the azure waters. He brought cold beer as a peace offering, holding it out to Doc when he sat beside him. Doc nodded his thanks and took a long pull. Doc said nothing. He just kept staring out over the waters, his eyes squinting behind a pair of sunglasses he'd picked up somewhere. Adam picked at the label on his bottle. It was one of the Caracal beers, from the time he and Faisal had spent a long weekend in Jordan, and he had introduced Faisal to beer at Jordan's Soul microbrewery. It had been his first drink. He cut his wandering thoughts short with a sigh. Just say it. Say something. It had been a few days since Adam's breakdown and confession in the hospital hallway under Doc's frozen stare. Doc exhaled, his cheeks puffing out, and took another gulp of his beer. The nephew of the crown prince of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Squinting one eye almost all the way closed, he turned to Adam, his head cocked to one side. I know. Jesus Christ. I knew you were fucking insane, but this? He shook his head. He wasn't the nephew of the crown prince when I met him. He was just Faisal. Oh, so that little fact snuck up on you. You missed it between the palaces and the armored cars and the royal bodyguards. It wasn't like that. Adam rolled his bottle in his hands. He was undercover, I guess. Not living like a royal. Working in the Saudi Intelligence Directorate instead of overseeing it. How long? 2 years. But I ended it almost a year ago. Doesn't seem like it's over. Adam stayed silent. Who knows? Adam shifted, and his toes flicked at the surface of the sea. Warm water rolled over the top of his foot, arching away in fat droplets. You, Prince Abdul? Doc tipped his head back. Jesus Christ, LT. You are an absolute shit show. Don't think I'm going to be an officer much longer. He kicked the water again, harder, an angry splash breaking the clear surface. You think? Doc's tone wasn't kind. This has international incident written all over it, not to mention the serious foreign influence violations with your security clearance. You're fucked, man. They could throw you in jail for this. You don't know the half of it, he whispered. I don't fucking want to. Doc drowned the rest of his beer, setting the glass bottle down with a hard clink. We joked, you know. The guys about you and him. There was this intensity between you two, like raw fucking lightning. We joked about it. But we're always joking. I never actually thought you two were... He shook his head. 'Cause that would be crazy. Insane. Totally whacked out. He sighed, turned and squinted at Adam for a long moment. So? What now, LT? Adam shook his head. Team checks in 3 days. I'll reach out to Reichenbach and see where we are. I suspect we'll be on the move again. Probably Russia. Doc was quiet, and he turned back to the sea and the lapping waves. Don't you want to spend all the time with your lover boy that you can, then? He squinted at Adam. Adam swallowed down the hard lump that choked his throat. He bumped shoulders with Doc, his lips twisting into a relieved grin. In a minute. Right here is good, too. Chapter 41. White House. Mr. President. Swallowing, Jack snapped his eyes up to General Bradford, his chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Heads around the Situation Room were pointed toward him, dozens of eyes staring at him. No one spoke. They were all waiting for him. His mind was 1,000,000 miles away. No, it was 3 floors up, stuck in the residence and stuck back in Sochi. on a bullet-riddled street. Jack gripped his pen in both hands and leaned forward. "Could you repeat the question?" On his left, Irwin sighed, glaring at the tabletop. To his right, where Ethan used to sit, Elizabeth's gaze pierced the side of his face. When they'd all filed into the Situation Room, everyone left the seat to Jack's right open out of habit. It was Ethan's seat, and everyone had gotten used to his presence and him and Jack bouncing ideas off each other. It stayed empty until one of the Secret Service agents yanked it away, tugging it out of sight. He couldn't think about Ethan's absence, couldn't think about their last moments together on Air Force One. Everything about Ethan was boxed up tight, an impenetrable fortress of memories in his mind. Ruthlessly, he squashed any veering yearnings wandering toward the aching hole inside him, a hole in the shape of Ethan's smile. If he thought about Ethan for even a moment, he would shatter. Instead, his mind circled frantically over Leslie. Despite Irwin's protestations, he had ordered the White House medical unit to move her into the residence, setting her up with a private care team. He and Irwin had argued since Turkey, bitterly so, over Leslie. "We need to be cautious," Irwin had urged over and over. "She can recover at Bethesda Naval Hospital. We can have her under complete surveillance, guarded for her safety and for yours. We don't know what we're dealing with. She's my wife." How could he leave her again? How could he ever betray her again? The safest place in the world is the White House. "Sir." In the end, Jack pulled rank, and the Navy doctor grudgingly agreed that Leslie wasn't in any immediate medical danger. She needed rest, recuperation, and a healthy diet. "She will get all of that at home," Jack growled. "I'll make sure of it." Irwin had glared and then walked away when the doctor leaned in and asked softly what bedroom Leslie's hospital bed should be set up in. "Would you like her to be set up in the master bedroom, Mr. President, or another bedroom?" God, Ethan. He'd almost lost it then, but he clamped down hard on his heart. He couldn't bring her into the spaces he had shared with Ethan, the life he'd lovingly built within Ethan's arms. There were 2 black holes in his heart. What would ever happen if their worlds touched? He would be obliterated. He knew that much for sure. He told the doctor to put Leslie in the Queen's bedroom, where Sergei had stayed. She was resting there now. He'd left her, had been dragged away from her by an impatient Irwin, and she was settling in, talking with the doctor. Irwin had taken him to the Situation Room and to the emergency meeting with his entire team. "Could you, repeat the question?" He squinted at General Bradford, his pen flexing between his hands. General Bradford smothered his sigh and gestured again to the screens at the head of the table. "Mr. President, we need to decide now how to deal with the Russian coup. General Moroshkin has taken most urban centers and the Northern Fleet in Murmansk. He controls Russia's nuclear weapons and nearly all of the military. Russia's Pacific Fleet is scattered. Most of the Pacific Fleet were on deployment to the Gulf, and the ones that weren't on deployment had vanished from Vladivostok. Pockets of resistance have cropped up. Police forces, some of the rural districts, some military units. The biggest is in the area around Sochi, and we believe that President Pukov might be involved in their success. Moroshkin has put out through the media that all resistance will be crushed and destroyed and enemies of the state executed. The country is locked in full-scale conflict." Jack swallowed. "Any news on Sergei?" "Nothing confirmed, Mr. President. Neither side is saying anything, which means he's dead and no one knows, he's dead and no one is saying, or he is keeping quiet and hunkered down somewhere." "Sergei, please take care of yourself." "How is Europe responding?" "Massive troop movements across NATO.
Our allies are positioning their forces along all borders connected to Russia, and their air and naval forces are all on high alert. Germany, France, Sweden, and the UK are flying joint air patrols over the continent and the North Sea. Sweden and the UK are patrolling the waters of the North and Baltic Seas.
What had Leslie's last troop movements been? She'd mobilized for an operation, a light strike force, and then... What had it been like, being in the building as it blew, covered with debris, blood-strewn, and listening to the screams of her fellow soldiers, the roar of gunfire? Had she thought of him in those last moments, and then, waking up years later in Madigan's clutches, a ghost to the world, had she wondered why? Why her husband would abandon her, leave her behind, and move on in the world? Why he hadn't done something, anything, to help her?
Mr. President.
He coughed, blinking hard. Damn it, he had to focus. He turned to his right to steady himself with Ethan's presence. God, he needed... Elizabeth stared back at him, her expression hard, but her eyes soft and worried. What are our options? Jack turned away from Elizabeth. He pressed his palms flat to the table, watching the surface condense around his fingers. His soul was a kite in a hurricane, and he was hanging on by one tiny thread. We've already put our forces in Europe on high alert, sir. From the UK to Turkey, our forces are ready to go. NATO is asking for our assistance in overflight operations. Turkey has quietly indicated they would allow us to use their country and airspace as a corridor to launch into Russia. You want to go to war? We either deal with this directly, now, or we're looking at years of instability within Russia and a move back to the hardline repression and warmongering from the Putin years. And, Mr. President, Olivia Maury, Director Risa's replacement in the CIA, said, we have the Madigan element to consider. General Madigan is part of this coup. He's part of this new Russia, and that represents a grave threat to the United States. His fingers curled, his nails scratching the surface of the table. Former General. Silence for a moment.
Sir, we have models for this type of incident. In the event of...
General Bradford's voice faded away, lost in the haze of Jack's mind. He tried to focus, tried to listen to the words coming from Bradford's mouth, tried to focus on the map and the options of troop movements, insertions into Russia, different types of attacks. There was an ache inside him, an emptiness. Memories flashed through his mind like photos exploding into the air and falling to the floor. Leslie's emaciated body, nearly weightless as he'd carried her to the Osprey. Her smile, wondrous when she'd recognized him, lying on the pavement in Sochi. Her beaming smile from 20 years ago, laughing in the sunlight in her wedding dress, the shy grin she'd graced him with when he'd worked up the nerve to say hello to her decades ago in college. His palms had been sweating, and his heart racing, but that smile had been like the first ray of sunlight after a thunderstorm. He squeezed his eyes shut. Ethan's smile, soft and warm, stared back at him, Ethan peeking out from where he had buried his face in his pillow, embarrassed at Jack's compliment. His laugh so big and bold, his head tipped back when he truly laughed out loud, the smile in his eyes. Just his gaze said it all. Waking up and seeing Ethan already awake, watching Jack sleep with a gentle smile that made his whole world turn. 2 smiles, 2 lives. 1 heart ripped in 2. 1 soul broken.
Mr. President.
Again, all eyes were on him, waiting. Damn it, he couldn't do this. The whole world was waiting for him, and he was lost between memories and the black holes in his heart. Elizabeth, Lawrence, can I see you outside? He mumbled, sliding out of his chair and heading for the door. In the hallway, he braced himself against the wall, leaning with his arms over his head as he tried to breathe. Elizabeth and Irwin bracketed him on either side. What do you recommend? He asked softly. What do we do?
They shared a long look through him before Elizabeth spoke.
I think airstrikes are the way to go for now, Mr. President. We can launch from the 5th and 6th fleets, back up the resistance, and hopefully give them room to grow. We can't penetrate deep into Russia, but we can work in from the borders. Also work with our NATO allies, get birds in the air.
Irwin nodded. I have some ideas for getting intel from on the ground. We need to know more about what's going on.
Jack nodded. All right. Sounds good. He closed his eyes again and then snapped them open when Ethan's wide smile blazed in the darkness behind his eyelids. Jack? Elizabeth leaned in, trying to catch his gaze. Are you okay?
No. I'm very, very far from okay.
He canceled his appointments for the rest of the week and hid in the Oval Office after the disastrous briefing in the Situation Room. Irwin and Elizabeth promised to stay on top of the operations in Russia and bring him regular updates. He tried to text Sergei, but the message bounced back undeliverable. Cell service was barely functional in Russia, disabled by Miroshkin. They needed to get cell towers to Sergei's insurgency, get their service up again. He was supposed to be working, supposed to be figuring out how to save the world, save his friends, protect America. But instead, he sat slumped at his desk, his head buried in his palms. Knocking at the office door finally made him stir. Come in. Pete and Gus poked their heads in, hard looks on their faces. God, he did not want to do this. What's up? Mr. President, we have to talk about the current situation. Pete's expression shifted, his jaw clenching as he strode toward Jack's desk. He inhaled deeply. Which situation, Pete? Your wife, Mr. President. Gus squinted at Jack. The press is going crazy. You guys have released exactly jack shit about what happened with her rescue, and rumors are flying. And people have noticed that someone is missing at the White House. Where's Reichenbach? Pete looked down at his feet. Where's Reichenbach? Echoed in Jack's chest, bouncing off his ribs and sinking to his curdled stomach. The White House doesn't comment on the personal lives. No. Gus interrupted Jack. We don't do that shit anymore, remember? We changed our tone, and we can't go back now. What do you want me to say? What the hell do you want me to say about this when I don't even know what the fuck is going on? You want my advice? Gus's voice rose with Jack's until they were both shouting. Dump Reichenbach for good. Stick with your wife. Play up the rescuer angle and how devoted you are to her. The public loves hero stories, and you'll pull a hell of a lot better with your hero wife back from being held captive and probably tortured for years on your arm instead of her being tossed aside for a piece of dick. Jack's jaw dropped. He stopped breathing. You are going to be forgotten as that gay president if you don't ditch Reichenbach right now. How dare you? Gus ignored him. Your legacy. I have done important things in this office. Jack's teeth clenched and his voice shook, rage underlying his words. I've dedicated my heart and soul to this presidency, to the world. No one cares. No one cares about the details. The public wants someone they can like. Nixon opened China. Does anyone give a fuck about his legacy? Anyone say he's their favorite president? What he did for the people, for the world, doesn't matter. How he's remembered is. Silence. The choices you make right now will define you, Mr. President. Be remembered forever for being a white knight or fade away as the public chews you up and spits you out. Another forgotten, meaningless president. He was shaking, trembling, and he couldn't stop. White-hot rage raced through him, searing his bones. I matter. Jack
hissed. I matter. And who I'm with doesn't change that. Grow up. Who you choose to fuck does matter. You made a big goddamn deal out of being bisexual, Mr. President. Time to prove it. Stick with your wife. Dump this gay thing. End it now. He thought about murder for a moment. About launching across the desk, grabbing Gus by the neck and squeezing his hands around his throat, squeezing so tight, until Gus was down on his knees, gasping for breath, begging for forgiveness. Exhaling hard, Jack turned away. Pictures of him and Ethan were scattered on the table behind his desk, smiling in the rose garden, a selfie on the couch, the Christmas ball. His heart stuttered, wailing, and his lungs refused to work. Gus, Pete growled through gritted teeth. Get the fuck out of the White House. Don't come back. Gus threw his hands up in the air and stormed out of the Oval Office. He slammed the door behind him, rattling George Washington's portrait over the fireplace. Jack's mind was just a blank hum, a buzz of static. Gus's words popped in and out. Dump Reichenbach. Stick with your wife. Prove it. Prove it. He closed his eyes, and there was Ethan, lying beside him in bed and reaching for him, tucking a stray lock of hair off his forehead. His eyes snapped open. Pete stared. Pete, I won't make this political. I can't play politics with this. God, not this. I know you won't, sir. Pete rolled his jaw as his hands went into his pockets. You're too good a man to do that. But what do I say to the press? It's a deluge out there. Pete leaned in. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to be wrong, not with this. What do I do? How do I help you? I have no idea, he whispered. Ethan was gone, but actually saying the words, confirming to the world that they were over, he couldn't do that. Not yet. I have no idea what to do. He bailed from the West Wing and headed back to the residence. Never had the stairs up to the residence seemed so ominous, or taken so long to climb. Each step added a sorrow's worth of weight to his soul. Secret Service agents were inside the residence, standing post along the main hallway and outside Leslie's room. He recognized their faces, remembered laughing with them on Air Force One and around the White House, remembered getting to know them over Christmas and taking pictures with them in front of the tree, remembered feeling like he had, if not friends, friendly faces around him. No one met his gaze. Their steely eyes stared ahead, jaws locked, muscles clenched. Soft voices floated down the hall. He headed toward Leslie's room, even though his stomach lurched, rancid shame burning a hole through his guts. Flickering light from the TV on the wall flashed over Leslie's stunned face. Her cracked lips were parted in surprise, and her wide eyes stared at the screen. 16 years of history to catch up on. And she'd turned on the news. Images of him and Ethan together, his happiest moments flashed across the screen, then arm in arm at Sergei's state dinner, dancing at the correspondence ball in early spring and at the Christmas ball before that, and then the world-shaking kiss they had shared in the back of an ambulance on the north lawn after they had emerged bloody from retaking the White House, overlaying a news anchor spouting unnamed sources within the White House who claimed Ethan was gone, that Jack had kicked him out, or that Ethan had fled, that Leslie had taken his place. Vomit rose in his throat. He swallowed hard, trying to push it away. Agent Caldwell glanced sideways at him, but said nothing. Hey, he called out to Leslie, leaning against her doorframe. Shoulders hunched, hands in his pockets. He could barely stand straight with the weight of shame bending his spine. She whipped around, stared at him, and grabbed the remote, turning the TV off one-handed after fumbling with the controls.
Silence. He looked down at the gray carpet. Leslie took a deep breath. "Ethan?" She finally breathed. Her eyebrows arched sky high, nearly climbing off her forehead. Jack reached for the open door and pushed it gently closed, blocking out the agents on duty. He faced the white wood for a moment, his back to Leslie. "Are you—" Leslie hesitated. "Gay?" He heard the questions she didn't ask, wrapped up within the one she did. "Were you lying to me this whole time? Were you faking? Was our marriage real? Did you even want me? Did you ever really love me? What kind of man are you?" As if everything that had come before loving Ethan was suddenly cast in doubt, suddenly fraudulent. How could he truly have loved them both? One must be a lie. "I'm bi," he said, turning to her. He shuffled closer, but not too close. "I didn't know, though, until—" He swallowed down Ethan's name. He hadn't known the love he was capable of before Ethan, the way his heart could expand, could fill so perfectly, so fully with another. Leslie frowned down at her lap, and the fingers of her good hand picked over her blanket. Her blackened, disfigured hand and arm had been bandaged and put in a sling, even though it was clear nothing would save them and the damage had long been done. Maybe they could amputate and clone a replacement sometime later, but that was just another thing for Jack to excoriate himself over. "I used to fantasize, you know," she said softly, "that one day I'd escape. One day I'd fly home to you, find you practicing law in Austin. You'd have your own firm." She smiled up at him. "I figured, of course, that you would have moved on, married again. Had kids." She sucked her top lip into her mouth, her chipped teeth chewing on her skin. "I never, ever thought you'd end up sleeping with a man." Her eyes filled with questions, and beneath those all of the accusations, all of the wonderings, even some of the derision that had been flung his way in the aftermath of his falling in love with Ethan. Gus's voice blared in his mind, his words pounding into his skull over and over again. He looked away, stared at the baseboards on the far side of the room, blinked fast, then tried desperately not to feel like less than half a man, made small by the world, who derided him and Ethan in their love. No, that wasn't who he was. He'd fought for his and Ethan's love, had bled for it. He'd stood up to the world, refusing to compromise either his love or his presidency. "Look at everything I've done," a part of him screamed. "I became the president. I forged peace where there was none. Don't discard me, my achievements, my identity, my masculinity so quickly. Don't discard my love. I am worth something." But the world was in shambles, just like his life, and the more he examined his own actions, his own choices, the more he wanted to shrivel up and disappear. Sergei was missing, possibly dead. The peace he had built had been destroyed, his identity and the narrative of his life upended. Ethan, gone. Their love. Hard knocking at the door made him jump, and he whirled as the door shot open. Welby strode in, his face a mask of stone. "Mr. President, we require this door to be kept open at all times." Welby lifted his chin and stared Jack down. Gone was the slight, very slight curl to his lip, the way his eyes had smiled when Jack had asked him to buy his first box of condoms and lube for him and Ethan, the way his voice had warmed when Jack asked if he would help them slip off to Walter Reed and pay respects to the wounded. These men weren't Jack's men, though. They were Ethan's. They were his friends, his family, before they were anything to Jack, and now he and Ethan were... Jack gave Welby a tight smile. "I was just leaving," he said quickly, heading to the door. Welby stepped aside, watching him like a hawk. "Jack?" Leslie leaned forward on her bed, her lips moving, searching for something to say. "I'll see you tomorrow?" she finally said, her voice rising, almost like a question. Nodding, he fled, striding down the hall as the hot stares of the Secret Service agents burned through his suit into his skin. His eyes closed and then snapped open again, and his breaths quickened, fast, shallow pants that left him dizzy. Fingers clenched and unclenched, his tongue thickened, his mouth suddenly dry. Diving sideways, he pushed open the door to his bedroom, raced inside, and slammed the door shut. He pressed back against the dark wood, and his heart thundered in his chest, so hard it ached. His head tipped back as he tried to breathe, tried to hold on to the air in his lungs. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt, lying on the foot of their bed, caught his eye. Ethan's suit jacket draped over the back of his desk chair. Ethan's running shoes, towed off and kicked under the bed. Ethan's Christmas gift to him, the Secret Service teddy bear he had made, sitting on Jack's dresser. Their gigantic pump bottle of lube. A monstrosity, one he had laughed at and then loved, sitting on Ethan's bedside table next to a pack of wet wipes, a basket of clean towels rolled up on the bedside table's lower shelf. The detritus of their love and their life together. A sob choked his throat, and his mouth gaped wide as he tried to breathe. Instead, he screamed, a raw, guttural bellow, and slid down the door, collapsing to his ass, boneless and breathless. Pitching forward, Jack let loose the sobs that racked his body and soul. His bones were made of shame, his veins filled with sorrows and regret. His heart had turned to a void, an empty ache, a sucking black hole of misery and anguish. What kind of a person, what kind of a man was he? Everything he had done in his whole life had come undone. His peace with Russia destroyed, and his friend Sergei gone, his presidency in tatters amid a country ripping apart, a madman loose in the world, toppling governments, his dead wife alive. The man he loved to the depths of his soul gone. Everything he touched turned to disaster, to ruin. Everything and everyone. Shame burned hot within him. A hatred of himself so searingly intense that he buckled over against the sting, curling down and pressing his forehead to the carpet. He was worthless as a man, utterly, absolutely worthless. Chapter 42. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. "Adam, I've got something." Faisal's fingers danced over his laptop keyboard. The flat screen hanging on the wall in the living room winked on. A flick of his fingers and a file snapped from his laptop to the screen. Adam leaned forward on the couch, frowning. A freeze frame from a border crossing, a man in sunglasses and a low ball cap turning his face away from the cameras, trying to hide. "Noah Williams," Faisal said. "He used a fake passport, but my program scraped his facial recognition off the Israeli-Jordanian border patrol checkpoint." "When?" "A day and a half ago." Doc wandered back in from Faisal's space-age kitchen, tossing and catching an apple in one hand. He threw a water bottle and a bottle of pills to Adam. "For Loverboy." Faisal sent Doc a flat glare over the edge of his laptop, but he plucked the water from Adam's hands and nodded to Doc. "Shah Hatin." Doc froze. Wide-eyed, he glanced at Adam. "Now you say Al-Bok." Adam gestured from Doc to Faisal. Doc fumbled through the delivery, flustered, and then glared at the screen. "So what's he coming south for?" Adam folded his arms and crossed the room, peering at the image of his long-ago friend.
Paris to Jordan is a long way overland. Whatever it is, he worked hard to get there.
Faisal tucked the water bottle into the couch. Madigan's base was in Somalia for some time. They took that Yemeni freighter, and after the sinking of the Russian destroyer, they disappeared again. It's possible his base is still in the region.
Can you find him in Jordan? His car, that license plate? Can you track it through their surveillance systems, find his voice print on the telecom network, use CCTV cams for facial recognition?
Faisal grinned, already typing fast on his laptop. I am way ahead of you, lover boy. He winked at Doc. Oh, hell no. Doc shook his head, grimacing. He's so not the lover boy. Have you seen him? He shuddered, looking at him up and down. He's so broody and cavemanish, so dour and dejected. His fingers waggled, waving Adam away. He's no lover boy. You do not know Habibi as I do. Faisal kept typing, folders and files and online bridges opening up in cascading windows on the flat screen. He is an amazing lover boy. A final series of keystrokes, an execution string, and his scrape ran through the Jordanian networks. Hearing him sigh as I stroke up his...
Whoa, hey! Adam whirled. Could you nod? I'm totally up for hearing more.
Doc wagged his eyebrows at Adam, not even trying to smother his salacious smirk.
Go to hell,
Adam grunted. A ping from the computer and a flashing window on the screen drew their attention. A fresh image capture of Noah appeared, out of the ball cap and in a gudra, and dressed for the desert in khakis and a sunshirt. He was sitting at a cafe, drinking coffee and watching the street, waiting. I've got him. Ma'an, Jordan. A few more keystrokes. An hour ago.
We need to grab him. We need to grab him and bring him back here. Put some more pieces of this puzzle together. What's he doing and why? What does he know about the coup? His flat was brimming with intel on Russia. What's next?
A snatch and grab op? Doc leaned over the back of the white leather couch. The three of us?
2 of us.
Adam nodded to Faisal.
He's staying here.
LT. Doc huffed. I'm a doc, not a super-secret operative. Sure, I tag along with you to buy camels and get the shit beat out of us, but I'm not one of the big spooks.
Then you can drive the getaway car.
He snorted at Doc's elaborate eye roll and sat next to Faisal, already back to his keyboard.
Can you get us in there?
There is a Jordanian military airport outside of Ma'an, rarely used anymore, skeleton staff. I've just received clearance for a Saudi royal jet on official business. Faisal smiled. Adam hesitated.
I don't want to leave you. Your uncle's bodyguard should come up here, stay in the main house until we're back.
Habibi, I will be all right. It won't happen again.
You can't know that.
I will be fine. You will be back soon, yes?
I never want to leave you.
He cupped Faisal's face in both hands and leaned in, pressing a long kiss to his lips.
Anna Bahibuk.
Faisal hummed and tried to chase Adam when he pulled back. His hands curved down Adam's neck. I will be waiting, Colby. But, Habibi, you need to be safe, too. He kissed Adam gently. And you should take the Lear. It's faster. You know, I'm starting to understand the appeal. Reclining on the leather lounger in Faisal's Learjet, Doc looked ridiculous. He'd found the closet filled with luxury silk pajamas, down feather slippers, a cooling satin sleep mask, and one of the most expensive and ridiculous ergonomic pillows on the planet. He'd stripped immediately, leaving his boots and clothes in a pile, and donned the pajamas, slippers, and sleep mask, and then stretched out on the couch, poised like some femme fatale in a 50s film. In the jet's overhead compartment, he'd found a cashmere Burberry throw, and that now lay stretched across his lap, his hands stroking the ultra-soft material. Adam stared at him, one eyebrow raised. Far more sensible, he was sitting at the window, tablet in hand, waiting for any updates from Faisal to ping through. So far, Noah seemed to be holding steady, drinking coffee. Adam was also trying not to go out of his mind, fighting the urge to turn around and go right back to Faisal's side. Leaving him, walking away, felt too much like the biggest mistake he'd ever made when he'd tried to walk away for good. "This kind of luxury is sweet." Doc grinned. He had the mask over his eyes, even though he wasn't trying to sleep, and only a satiny slip of white stared back at Adam. Adam shook his head. "So I guess I can see why you go for this kind of thing." He snorted. "This stuff just gets in the way. It wasn't like this at all when we met." Lifting a corner of the sleep mask, Doc stared. "Early on, we had this rat hole of an apartment in Kuwait. I worked intel so I could get away a lot. We had a mattress on the floor, dark, heavy wood everywhere, shutters nailed closed, you know." He glanced at Doc. Doc clearly had no idea. He stared back blankly. "We drank coffee at dusty internet cafes and wandered the slums. No bodyguards, no royalty, no Marine Corps." He trailed off. "He'd recite poetry by candlelight. We didn't have any electricity. He drew sketches of us on the walls with charcoal from our fires." "The fuck did you do for him? Teach him how to badly use a compass?" Doc sat up on one elbow and pushed the white satin sleep mask up to his forehead, ruffling his hair. Adam glared. "We practiced Arabic together. All the dialects we could." "I'll bet you practiced Arabic together." Doc's eyebrows waggled. "Habibi, don't say that. And I don't know why I bothered saying anything." Doc lay back, rearranging his sleep mask and unfolding the Burberry blanket over himself. He sighed, blissful. A moment later, Doc piped up again. "You're happy around him. It's easy to see he makes you happy, and..." He shifted on the couch. "You're basically a miserable, dickish asshole most of the time, so anything that makes you happy is a damn good thing." The flight took just over 2 hours, and the pilot called back to Adam in Arabic when they were on approach. The Jordanian military airfield was barely anything at all, 2 dusty runways and a squat tower surrounded by a rusted chain-link fence. Someone had scared up an ancient gold Mercedes sedan and parked it next to their runway. Bored Jordanian military guards watched them through binoculars. Doc groaned and changed out of his silk and satin and back into his borrowed jeans and long-sleeve shirt. They were going in plainclothes, trying to blend in as much as they could until they reached Noah. There was nothing they could do about Noah being able to recognize Adam on sight, but that was part of the plan. Turn it around and use it to their advantage. Faisal texted Adam's phone, saying that Noah was still at the cafe across the street from the central mosque in Mon. Adam drove, despite joking with Doc about driving the getaway car, and Doc slid into the passenger seat, navigating them from the airfield and across the desert to the village. They wound through the sandy streets, past stalls selling oranges and dates and almonds, and past cafes where men and women drank coffee and smoked shisha. Ahead, towering minarets pierced the hazy orange sky. Ma'an's central mosque. "Take this alley and then make a right. The cafe will be ahead on the left." Doc alternated between watching the road and the tablet in his lap. "Loverboy says he's still there." At Faisal's nickname, Adam glared before he turned onto the street. He slid in behind a Land Rover, parked just down the block from the cafe, but with a clear line of sight to the people sitting outside. There, off to the side and alone, was Noah Williams. What now? Adam watched Noah. His old friend was fidgeting, drinking his coffee too fast, as if he didn't know what to do with his hands. He checked his watch every 2 minutes, looked up and down the street. He's waiting, and he's nervous. For someone or something. We'll find out. Adam settled into the driver's seat, his gaze glued to Noah. Doc huffed, blowing air through his smacking lips. Great. I hate stakeouts. He thunked his head against the passenger window, but kept his eyes on the cafe. An hour later, Noah finally stood. He dropped a handful of coins to the table and downed the rest of his coffee before striding across the dusty street and into the white-walled courtyard of Ma'an's mosque. Shit. Now what? I'm following him. Adam unbuckled a seatbelt and slid out of the car. He tucked his small pistol into the back of his waistband, covering it with a sport coat of his that Faisal had kept for 2 years. What should I do? Doc crawled over the center console and plopped into the driver's seat, his whiny emphasis on the I grated over Adam's ears. Stay here. Keep a lookout. I'll call if I need you. When you need me. Adam took off, heading for the mosque. Above the piercing adhan, the call to prayer cracked the sky. Speakers in the minarets blasted the muezzin's cry out over the city, cajoling all to come and worship. That mournful wail, the curling stutter-stop and ground-out vowels had been etched into his eardrums, carved into his bones. He knew the ritual, knew the rhythms of Islam. Memories tried to pull him back, hearing the adhan in 100 different places, 100 different ways, but never so sweet as from Faisal's lips. Inside, the prayers would be starting. First, the lingering takbir, and then the shahada sounded. Only minutes until the Ikema began. He buttoned his sport coat, trying to feign the hurried impatience of a businessman who had lost track of time and was late for evening prayer. His eyes scanned the crowd of men flooding into the mosque, passing through the courtyard and slipping out of their shoes. There, just inside, Noah Williams was standing before the imam, hands folded over his heart, reciting the first words of the Salah prayers. He toed off his shoes and followed the mass of men into the mosque. Threadbare carpets stretched from wall to wall. Honeycomb lattices rose overhead, dark wood casting a dim pall over the interior. Bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, covered in sand and dust. Low voices murmured the lines of the prayers as everyone lined up, shoulder to shoulder. Adam squeezed past 2 Jordanians and ended up just down the line from Noah. The Iqama began. A low, droning hum of recitation and repetition, followed by the louder call of Allahu Akbar. Adam joined in. It had been over a year since he'd prayed, longer since he had been in a mosque, but the rhythm of the service came back to him as his eyes slipped sideways, watching Noah. Arabic flowed over the crowd, the men's voices like tumbling rocks down a mountainside. They bowed, kneeled, pressed their foreheads to the floor, and then sat back, softly reciting words of prayer under their breath. Adam kept his gaze fixed on Noah. His contact isn't here, and he's nervous. At the end, when the worshippers kneeled and turned their heads over their shoulders, looking to one side and then the other, his eyes caught Noah's. He watched the color drain from Noah's face, watched his eyes widen, and then Noah shot up, running through the lines of kneeling men and vaulting over bowing worshippers as he tore out of the mosque. Adam followed, shoving his way through and leaping over men in prostration as shouts rose, angry Arabic coming from every direction. Noah pushed his way through the courtyard, taking off down the street barefoot. Gritting his teeth, Adam followed, the sand and the road grit slicing the soles of his feet. He heard an engine roar nearby and then tires squeal. A glance over his shoulder, and he saw a gold Mercedes following them down the block. The road dead-ended at a souk. Noah dove into the dark maze. Fruits and vegetables lay limp in the afternoon heat, sheltered above by corrugated steel laid haphazardly over the endless arrays of stalls. Sunlight poked through drilled holes, narrow shafts of light barely penetrating the gloom. Shouts and snarls ahead led him toward Noah. He pushed on, chasing the man past angry old women clutching vegetables and men shouting, machetes raised over their heads and carcasses of butchered goat hanging from hooks. Wet dust and fruit squished beneath his feet. Brakes squealed at the entrance to the souk. He heard the roar of the Mercedes engine as Doc circled around the outside. Noah ended up trapped between a butcher and a coconut vendor, and between the 2 shouting men wielding machetes. A panicked glance behind him to Adam gaining, and he shoved the coconut vendor and leaped over his stall, knocking stacks of coconuts into the beam holding up that section of the rusty corrugated steel roof. The roof clattered down, falling into the butcher's stall. Screams rose, women clinging to their hijabs as they fled. The crash helped Adam, and he skirted the commotion and lunged, tackling Noah around the shoulders as Noah tried to spin and make a break for it past a stand selling bruised tomatoes. They toppled sideways and landed in a heap of squished fruit and dust. Adam rolled on top of Noah, shoving him down face first.
"The hell is wrong with you?" he shouted. "What the hell are you doing?"
Sirens blared. Angry Arabic shouted, voices directing the police to them.
Shit.
Hauling Noah to his feet, Adam shoved him forward, one hand wrapped around his neck, the other bending back an arm, holding it behind him.
"Get moving."
They jogged together, Adam pushing him left and right through the souk, winding into the darkness and heading for the far side. Noah seemed just as interested in avoiding the police as Adam was, and he used that. Still, he held tight to Noah's neck, his fingers digging into the soft flesh. When they burst from the souk into the sunshine on a dusty side street, Adam hauled Noah into a rancid alley and threw him against the mud brick wall before slugging him across the face.
"What the fuck is going on, Noah?"
Noah spat blood to the dust. His eyes stayed low, fixed on the ground.
"What the fuck are you doing working for Madigan? That's not you. You're the guy who tattled on the senior prank in high school because you thought it was disrespectful."
Noah's gaze darted around the alley, frantic. Adam crowded closer, shoving him against the crumbling wall.
"I looked up to you, damn it!"
Stilling, Noah's eyes flicked to Adam. He squinted, holding his stare, before he burst into a whirlwind. His leg kicked sideways, catching Adam's ankle. His arm spun, breaking Adam's hold. He kneed Adam in the stomach and dropped him in the dust. Adam rolled to his feet. He grabbed Noah from behind and dragged him down, punching him hard in both kidneys. Grunting, Noah tried to roll Adam off, but Adam clung on, holding him from behind in a headlock with his legs wrapped around Noah's waist. Noah slammed his head back once, twice, 3 times. Dazed, Adam didn't see the elbow flying toward his face. He fell back, and Noah scrambled to his feet. Instead of running, he turned back, hands held in loose fists. Adam rose and reached for the gun tucked into his waistband.
"What the fuck? Talk to me, tell me why. What the fuck is worth 16 years as a ghost?"
Snarling, Noah charged. He ran right for Adam, his fists flying. Adam aimed low, firing twice into Noah's knees. Blood flew, staining the dust and mud brick as Noah stumbled but kept coming. Lunging, he grabbed his arms around Adam and tackled him. Their hands scrabbled for Adam's gun. Adam's finger snapped as Noah ripped the gun sideways. Adam howled, his finger broken and tangled in the trigger guard. Noah straddled him, his heavy weight pinning Adam to the dust. Adam shoved at him, his face, his neck, his palms sliding on sweat and grit. Noah pressed on his arm, his hand holding the gun, and started to turn it toward Adam. Thrashing, Adam tried to buck Noah, tried to get free. Noah punched him once, slamming his fist into Adam's temple, and leaned, pressing his forearm into Adam's throat and cutting off his breath. Gasping, Adam tried to shove him off, tried to pinwheel his legs. It was like trying to move a mountain. His broken finger pulled. He grit his teeth, his arm, his hand shaking as he tried to fight Noah, fight the gun turning toward his face. Still, the barrel kept moving, almost aiming straight for his head. Noah watched him, taking in everything. Adam's gasps for breath, his bloody hands, split knuckles, his wide eyes, his raw panic. Noah stared, unblinking as if waiting. He leaned down, pressed his own temple against the barrel, his cheek resting right on top of Adam's, and forced his finger on top of Adam's broken one. The trigger squeezed. Adam heard a roar, a crack, and then his hearing shattered, like a giant gong breaking in two. He felt the reverberation, felt a rush of hot liquid flood the side of his face, felt a burning flash burst over his skin, tasted gunpowder in the air, wet copper, pressed his lips together, and rubbed thick blood between them. Noah collapsed on top of him, a heavy, dead weight. Doc appeared over Noah's shoulder, eyes wide and lips moving fast. He was saying something, but Adam could only hear the roar of clanging bells, so loud his head wanted to split in two. Frantic, Doc rolled Noah's limp body off Adam. He grabbed Adam's face, rubbing through the splattered blood, his hands pressing into Adam's temple and his fingers searching through his blood-soaked hair. Adam tried to shake his head, tried to wave him away, but the bells roared louder. He squeezed his eyes shut. Doc tugged at him, shaking his shoulders until he opened his eyes. Doc was still shouting something, his eyes wide enough to show a ring of white all the way around. He pointed to Noah, and then to the car, idling at the opening of the alley, driver's door thrown open. Adam's gaze wandered over Noah's face-down body. Bits of bone and brain had blown out from the side of his head, splattered in the dust. His hand clung limply to the gun. He'd shot himself. Why had he shot himself? Doc shook him again, his thumb jerking to the car. He tried to pull Adam to his feet.
"We have to take him."
Adam thought he said it normally, but Doc ducked down, his eyes wild, and waved his hands in the air as if Adam had shouted.
"We can't leave him."
He tried again, softer. Rolling his eyes, Doc grabbed one of Noah's arms and then snapped at Adam, his soundless lips moving. "Help me," Adam managed to lip-read. "We gotta move." He stumbled to Noah's side, grabbing his other arm, and ran with Doc to the Mercedes. They shoved Noah in the back seat. Doc ran to the driver's side, and Adam collapsed into the passenger seat. Doc took off in a cloud of dust, tires kicking back and stuttering. He fishtailed down a side street and then slowed as he hit the main drag. A few more turns, and then it was the straight desert road to the airport. Adam's hearing came back in a high whine, the bell's roar turning into a smear of static and nails on a chalkboard. Groaning, he mopped at the side of his face with his coat sleeve, wiping away Noah's blood and a trickle coming from his ear. Through the electric whine, he managed to piece together Doc's diatribe. "The fuck happened? I thought you wanted to interrogate him, not kill him."
"He shot himself."
His jacket sleeve was drenched, and in the car's mirror, his cheek was a mess of blood, his hair matted with it.
"He leaned into the gun. He killed himself."
"What the fuck?"
"I don't fucking know."
"And where the fuck are your shoes?" They blew through the airport's dilapidated chain-link fence and drove right to Faisal's waiting Learjet. The pilot had wisely lined up on the departure runway, ready and awaiting their return. Doc drove straight to the jet's stairs, screaming to a rubber-screeching stop. Adam shucked his jacket and threw it over Noah's head. He and Doc manhandled Noah's body out of the car and up the jet's stairs. One of Noah's arms dropped. Doc lunged, flipping it up onto his chest, hopefully before the bored Jordanian military police caught it. Faisal's pilot paled when they dropped Noah's body on the Berber carpet in the center of the Learjet, blood smeared on the lambskin leather seats.
"Let's go, now."
Adam kneeled by Noah and shooed the pilot back to the cockpit. A moment later, the engines turned over and the plane began to taxi. Panting, Doc glared over Noah's body at Adam. He gestured to the mess, to their failed mission. "So, he recites poetry to you by candlelight, and you fuck up his jet and bring him dead bodies." Adam lay back, exhausted on the jet's ruined carpet as the plane took off, the weight of the lift pushing him against the deck. Why hadn't Noah said anything? He hadn't even tried to explain himself. Why had he run? Who was he waiting for? Why kill himself? Chapter 43. White House. Jack knew, without a single doubt, that he had to spend the rest of his life in penance. He could never fix what had become of his life, what had become of the world around him, of the people around him. He couldn't undo what had been done to Leslie, the long years she'd spent in solitude and captivity, years of her life gone, lost to a madman, years of her life spent in agony, wondering about the life she'd lost, about Jack, about his life, about how he'd left her, and how he'd moved on. She was back now, and he had to do something, anything for her, to try, even though it was oh so futile, to attempt to make up for those long years she'd wasted away while he'd been living his life. while he had found love and joy again. No, he couldn't think of Ethan. He couldn't. Delirious panic hung on the edge of his mind, threading through his memories of Ethan, clung to the thought of his smile, the sound of his voice. There wasn't a single part of his heart that didn't ache, that didn't yearn for Ethan and for their life. He could never repair that hole, the rend in his soul shaped like Ethan's smile. Now Ethan was gone, and Jack was a broken, worthless wreck of a man. And the only thing he could do, for the rest of his life, was try to put the pieces of Leslie's life back together. Give her something to counterbalance the darkness. He'd tried, damn it, to do the right thing. He'd tried to put his life back together after losing her, tried to focus his efforts on honoring her memory. One cause led to another. And then he was running for office, and suddenly he was running for president. His life had been made out of honoring a wife who wasn't even dead, who was silently suffering. And everything he had done, everything he was, seemed to crumble and fall in the face of that truth, in the face of Leslie's battered, emaciated body. Except for Ethan. His love for Ethan. Panic fluttered under his skin, and the ache slammed into him, straight into his heart. He had to stop. He gripped the kitchen counter as the world tilted and his stomach rolled over. He tried to breathe in and out. Ethan's smile hung in the darkness behind his eyelids. Jack forced it away. He went back to his work, blinking away the bright spots in his vision and the dark edges around his gaze. Methodically, he picked up the kitchen knife again, slicing the steak before him into long strips and then dropping them into the glass dish to marinate. He tried to force his mind to blankness as he set up the stove, pulling out a frying pan. Ethan would make the salad while I prepared the steak. He sliced strawberries and tossed them with spinach and a blueberry vinaigrette. Rice simmered next to the pan, just hot enough, as he dropped a bead of water to the metal. He laid out 2 plates. Damn it, Ethan always made the rice better. His was never mushy. The marinated steak slices sizzled as they hit the pan, a few quick seconds flash frying, and then he pulled everything off the burner. Rice on the plates, steak on the rice, salad piled around. I remember the first time we had this. Ethan made me wait at the table, no peeking, and he brought over the plates with a flourish and such a shy smile. Jack closed his eyes and grasped the counter again. He had to get a grip. He had to. He ignored the frigid stares of the Secret Service agents as he made the long walk from the kitchen to the Queen's bedroom on the opposite end of the residence. Silence hung impenetrable, and his footfalls on the plush carpet broke the air like cracking glass. He couldn't meet their gazes, and he shouldered past the agents standing guard outside Leslie's door with his eyes downcast, shame curling his spine. Leslie looked up as he crept in, a warm smile breaking over her gaunt face. She had a newspaper spread out over her lap, and to her side a TV tray left over from lunch. Jack plastered a smile on his face and walked to her bed, sitting on the end. He set the plates on the tray and put it between them. "What's this?" Leslie smiled down at the food, then at Jack. "I made you dinner." He coughed, trying to get his voice to stop sounding so strangled. "The doctor says you need to build your strength up. Get your health back. Voila." Leslie laughed, soft and musical. She speared a piece of steak and sniffed it, arching her eyebrows before she took her first bite. A moment later, her eyes closed and a blissful expression took over her face. "Good? Do you remember the first meal you made for me?" She shoveled rice and steak onto her fork, taking bite after bite, eating fast like she might not have time to finish. Jack froze. "The chicken?" Leslie laughed again, wiping her mouth. "I came home from training and you had burned it so badly, but you wanted to surprise me." The whole apartment smelled like smoke. He whispered. "You had a can of baked beans, barely warm, and some grocery store potato salad and this black hunk of chicken." She shook her head, alternating talking and eating as she smiled at Jack. The memory hit him like drowning in the ocean, a wave descending over him and pulling him under. They were so young, just out of college, newlyweds, and she'd been in the field training for 10 days. He desperately wanted to do something for her, but he was so painfully inexperienced in the kitchen. Dining halls in college and fast food had turned him into a terrible cook. He'd tried, and failed, to make her a welcome-home dinner. "I loved you so much that I ate it," Leslie breathed. "And I loved it, even though it was terrible." She laughed again. "But it was something you did for me." God, the memories were pouring in everywhere, all around him. Leslie, laughing just like this at the burned chicken, eating at the table in her army uniform pants and her tucked-in undershirt, showing off her strong muscles, her corded arms, her hair in a tight professional bun, her eyes twinkling as she ate burned chicken and cold beans and held Jack's hand through it all. His stomach rolled again, clenching as he slid the second plate to Leslie as she scraped her first clean. He pressed his lips together, blinked fast. "You got good at cooking." She winked at him. "Where did you learn this?" Ethan made it for me, and it became my favorite the moment I tried it, the moment he fed me the first piece of steak, feeding me while I played footsie with him under the table, and we'd had half a bottle of wine on empty stomachs. He wanted to vomit. "Ethan," he said softly. "He made it for me. I learned a lot from him." Leslie stilled. Her gaze flicked from her second half-empty plate to Jack. She slowly finished chewing, her fork picking through the remnants of salad and rice and turning over strips of steak. She set the fork down, swallowed, pushed the plate aside. "Are we going to talk about this?" She chewed on her lower lip, pushed a strand of limp hair behind her ear. "Are we going to talk about him?" "No." Jack shook his head. "No." "Jack." She leaned forward, almost leaning into his space. He forced himself not to jerk away. "We're going to have to. We need to figure out what to do. What's going to happen now? I'm going to take care of you." He couldn't meet her gaze. "You'll never want for anything. I'll make sure you have everything. The best doctors, the best therapists, the best of anything you want." "What about a husband?" She reached for his hand. "What about having my husband back?" Her touch burned, a sizzle on his bones that stabbed the center of his heart. He jerked away. Silence. Her hand hovered over where she'd barely touched the back of his. "Oh," she breathed. "Damn it, Leslie." Curling forward, Jack braced himself on his knees. "I'm hanging on by a thread. I'm your wife, Jack. We loved each other so deeply. We can find that love again, if you give us a chance." He squeezed his eyes closed. "Can we try to get to know each other? Maybe? See what happens?" Her chin wavered, but she held her head high. "I never stopped loving you, never. Could you maybe just try? Can we at least see if our marriage is still there?" He bolted to his feet. The walls were closing in. The floor was rising up. His stomach was rolling again, too fast, too hard, and he was going to vomit. Cold sweat prickled along his skin, clinging to the back of his neck. "I need time," he grunted. "I need Ethan." Quick steps took him to the open door and out into the hallway. The agent stared at him again, hot gazes burning his skin. He ran down the hallway and back to his bedroom, shoved open the door. He barely made it to the toilet before he collapsed to his knees and heaved, green bile and empty nothingness spilling from him. He sat back, leaning against the bathroom wall. What was he going to do? Anti-Moroshkin insurgency gains strength in southern Russia. U.S. launches airstrikes in support. An insurgency mounted against General Moroshkin's coup is gaining strength, based out of southwestern Russia in the Caucasus, from Sochi all the way to Kazakhstan and beginning to stretch into the Volga Valley. Former federal and local police have flocked to the insurgent movement, reportedly led by the deposed President Pukov. The United States led a series of NATO airstrikes against Moroshkin's forces in the region, hoping to give the insurgents some cover and protection against the general's forces. Chapter 44. Silver Springs, Maryland. Scott and Daniels went back to the White House the next morning, leaving Ethan alone in Scott's empty house. "There's food in the kitchen, and we got you some clothes." Scott kicked the bags Daniels had brought in. "Thought you might need something until he figured out what to do next." "Where do you go from here, Ethan? Where do you go when your life shatters and everything you planned for evaporates? You're 41, and you changed everything for this man, your job, your home, your whole world. What's left for you now?" He ended up flat on his back on Scott's couch, slowly working his way through Scott's bottle of whiskey. He'd drift off, lapsing into unconsciousness, masquerading as sleep. Dreams evaded him, his mind instead replaying memory after memory. They were so real, so vivid, that he'd wake up reaching for Jack or laughing at his ridiculous jokes, and then his eyes would open, and he'd see Scott's ceiling. He'd taste the whiskey and bile in the back of his throat, and it would all come crashing back. He'd grab the whiskey again and take another swig straight from the bottle. He'd given up on the tumbler a long time ago. One day of whiskey and wallowing, and then he'd figure out what to do. But for now, he lay back and let the darkness claim him again. Jack's flushed face and kiss-red lips hovered over him, his hips grinding over Ethan's cock as he worked himself down. His face was half in shadow, but his eyes were burning, staring down at Ethan like his soul was the sun. Ethan's hands slid up his sides, over his shoulders, and his fingers carded through his hair. He tried to pull him closer, tried to kiss him. "Ethan," his dream Jack breathed. The voice was all wrong. Ethan frowned, staring at Jack as he kept grinding. "Ethan? Ethan!" A hard shove on his shoulder jerked him awake. He flailed, his arms pinwheeling as he struggled to sit up. He managed to grab a leather couch cushion in one hand and get one foot down on the carpet, but nothing else. Bleary, he blinked and let his head fall back, his eyes closing. It was probably Scott, about to ream him for drinking his whiskey. "It's a law, I think, that you're allowed to fall completely apart when it feels like your world has ended, when you've lost the one you love." Eyes wide open, Ethan scrambled up, hauling himself to his ass on the couch and glaring across the study. Lawrence Irwin stood beside the coffee table, staring at him with his eyebrows arched and the half-empty bottle of whiskey in his hands. "You planning on drinking until the pain stops?" His head screamed, the blinding roar of a whiskey hangover. "Something like that. Doesn't work. I tried it too." Irwin set the bottle down on Scott's desk. "My wife passed away 13 years ago. Cancer. I thought the same thing for a little while." Jesus Christ, if he never, ever heard the word wife again, it would be too soon. Ethan rubbed his eyelids, pressing on his eyeballs. Irwin kept going. "I get what the president is going through. If Kathy walked through the door right now, you had better believe I'd be right at her side." Ethan glared up at Irwin. "This pep talk's supposed to be helping. Jack's not seeing clearly right now." Ethan snorted and buried his face in his hands. "He still made his choice, and as you said, you understand him." "But what if something else is going on?" Irwin sat on the edge of the coffee table. "We don't really know where Mrs. Spires has been for all these years. We have no way to corroborate her story, no way to figure out if what she's saying is true. But the president insists that he wants her close to him." Irwin seemed to ignore Ethan's clenched fists, his trembling arms. "And we're looking down the barrel of a massive security risk. We're doing what we can, but it's still a waking nightmare. And he can't see it. Not right now." "Why are you telling me this?" Ethan shook his head, still staring at the carpet. "Because I know you pretty well, Ethan. We've worked closely together now for months. And before that, we were both in the White House for years, even before Jack was president. I've seen you in action. I know how you think, how you operate. And I believe I can help you right now." The only thing that would help him was Jack. Jack asking him to come home. Jack kissing him again. Jack telling him he was sorry, that it was him. He chose him. Ethan shook his head again. "How?" "We need to get someone on the ground and retrace Mrs. Spires' steps, confirm her story, dig into Madigan and his operation and see if she really was held captive, or if something else is going on." "Something else? You think she chose to stay with Madigan?" "I think she's one of several ghosts we've discovered around Madigan. These ghosts have been operational, smuggling people and weapons into Russia. We think they, specifically Noah Williams, smuggled the terrorists responsible for setting off bombs in Russia for shooting up the basketball game. Those terrorists came from the prison breaks Madigan engineered. Does any of that sound like the behavior of a hostage to you?" "What about since she's been back in the White House? I assume you have eyes on." "Hidden cameras were installed before they set up her med suite, and there are agents posted at her door around the clock. She spends her days in silence until the president arrives. She doesn't seem to be trying to do anything. Her blood work is clear, aside from the sedative we found in her system in Sochi. Physically, she's been neglected, recently beaten, and there's some evidence of torture." Irwin shrugged. "Right now, she sleeps a lot." "Maybe she's just recovering." Ethan sighed. "Maybe she's different from the others. Maybe she really did fight back, and she really is a hero." He leaned back, throwing himself against the cushions. "She's Jack's wife. She's got to be a good person. He doesn't put up with bad people." "Maybe. And I do hope that's the case. I really do. But we've been wrong before. Gott's chalk blindsided all of us." Ethan looked away. "I don't like constantly planning for worst-case scenarios, but I do it because we always have to be prepared. We have to be sure. We have to be totally certain. Jack's life may depend on it." "What are you asking me to do?" "We've already investigated Madigan, already chasing him, but he shook us off after Fitz's murder, and now this, and Russia. We've got to pick up the pieces on the search, get going again.
The world is focusing on Russia and how they're tearing themselves apart. Madigan's in there right now, but he's left a trail somewhere, too. If Mrs. Spires was held captive, there's got to be a holding facility somewhere, a base, a bunker, maybe something mobile, somewhere where she was held. We have to find that, find his base. Cooper's team flushed Somalia. Madigan burned his way to the sea, and he was only there for a few months.
His voice choked off.
The tanker.
Irwin nodded.
A mobile base, completely off the grid. Before that, maybe it was something else.
His gaze pierced Ethan.
We have to find that tanker. Any luck on your end?
Irwin's end was the complicated series of intel agencies, satellites, and sources he had access to. Irwin shook his head.
Everything's going toward Russia right now. We're on the brink with airstrikes against the military facilities we can reach, and the Russians are looking like they're getting ready to strike back. Everyone is holding their breath.
Ethan frowned.
And you think now is the time to go figuring out if her story is legit? We track down her story, we track down Madigan's trail. We get his trail. We might find intel on what's coming next, what his plans are. And?
Irwin tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes.
You need something to do. Something that will give you meaning. What has ever been more meaningful to you than making sure Jack is 100% safe?
Fuck. Ethan glared at Irwin. Even if it wasn't him at Jack's side, God damn it, he did have to make sure Jack was all right. The need burned through him, singeing his heart. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If Jack wasn't safe, he had to do something. It was a primal need, something built into his soul. Protect the ones he loved.
Even if they didn't love him back. I guess you do know me pretty fucking well.
Here. Irwin pulled out a manila envelope from his suit jacket and passed it to Ethan. Ethan unrolled it. A U.S. passport with Ethan's picture and a fake name, a thick stack of $100 bills, and a sat phone fell into his palm.
Burner passport to get you out of the country, disposable phone, and cash to get you going. I've also got a jet fueled up at Andrews ready to take you wherever. So sure I'd say yes. For Jack? Absolutely.
Fucking Irwin. Ethan glared down at the phone.
Slowly, his brain started to churn.
Working back to before Russia, to before everything had collapsed. Cooper and his team had been compromised. They'd scattered, going ghost. Thoughts of Cooper led him to thoughts of the prince, wounded but alive, and to their one almost improbable ally. His thumb hovered over the keypad.
All right. I'll do it.
Irwin nodded and stood.
I'm leaving a car behind to take you to Andrews. Get moving fast and...
He frowned.
Be careful who you trust, Ethan. We don't have the full picture. We're playing chess without a full view of the board. Things are not what they seem.
Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Faisal's cell phone rang as he heard Adam's SUV roll up to the front of the house, tires crunching on the drive. Doors slammed and low voices murmured from outside.
Assalamu alaikum,
he said into the phone, watching the front door.
Prince Faisal.
Who is this?
Ethan Reichenbach. We met last year, and we've been working together through Lieutenant Cooper. I'm sorry to hear you were injured recently, especially because of our investigation.
Faisal froze. The front door banged open, and Adam walked backward through it, carrying something. Doc followed, cursing loudly.
Mr. Reichenbach, shukran,
and I am recovering very well, inshallah. How can I help you?
Your Highness, I need to ask for your help.
My help? Faisal's gaze followed Adam and Doc through his foyer and into the villa's utility room. The door slammed behind them, muffling Doc's cursing.
With everything going on in the world, we can't let up in the search for Madigan. Most everyone's focus is on Russia right now. But we think if we can backtrace Madigan's trail, we can get new insight into his future plans.
Something heavy dropped in the utility room. Doc shouted. Adam snapped, and Doc shut up quickly. Faisal frowned. Of course, Mr. Reichenbach, I agree. How can I be of help?
Lieutenant Cooper and his team are sequestered for their protection following an incident. We're dealing with a couple internal threats over here.
Doc darted out, carrying a black plastic trash bag. He headed for the kitchen, and the ice maker churned on. The sound of ice cubes sliding against plastic went on and on. Reichenbach continued.
It may seem strange, but right now you're one of the most solid and trustworthy sources I can call on. I'd like to come to you, join forces, search for Madigan's trail together.
Faisal's eyebrows shot up. Reichenbach here? With Adam? Reichenbach clearly didn't even know Adam was with him. His gaze flicked between the kitchen and the closed utility room. Aside from the ice falling, everything had grown suspiciously quiet. What could he say? Deny Reichenbach access when they were all working on the same side? It had been too good to last, his and Adam's newfound freedom. Kissing Adam in front of Doc had been exhilarating, thrilling, but that would have to be tucked away. They still had to hide from the world for so many reasons. Would Adam revert all the way back to the crippling fear that had broken them apart? What could he do, though? Ignore the world? Save his love? Risk his love? Save the world? I'd be delighted to see you again, Mr. Reichenbach. Please fly to Jeddah. I will have one of my men pick you up at the airport.
Thanks, and
Reichenbach paused.
I'd like this to stay off the grid. No need to involve your government. This isn't an official state visit. I'm not...
His voice choked for a moment.
I'm not a member of the First Family anymore.
Faisal frowned. Not to worry, Mr. Reichenbach. We will be circumspect.
I'll text you when I'm on approach.
I'll have someone waiting for you. Alayhi salamak, Mr. Reichenbach. May Allah protect you on your travels.
Thank you, Your Highness.
The phone clicked off. In the kitchen, the ice machine stopped. He frowned and slowly stood, heading for the workroom. Whoa! Doc veered by him, standing in front of the door, holding the handle closed. In one hand, he dragged the plastic bag full of ice across the marble floor. You don't want to go in there, lover boy. Faisal arched one eyebrow. I may enter any room of my house that I wish. Yeah, sure, you can, Doc said, emphasizing his words. But you really don't want to. Doc, any time, Adam shouted. Faisal gently pushed Doc aside. He exhaled and sighed and guffawed all in one, an undignified kind of huffing squawk. Faisal turned the handle and pushed his head into the workroom. Hurry up with the ice, so... Adam froze, wide eyes staring at Faisal. Across the room, Adam had a bloody body laid out on a tarp in front of his air conditioner, near the chilling unit. The corpse's skin had gone pale except for the side of his face, turning a mottled plum and green. What is this? He stepped in, staring at the body, arms thrown wide, jaw dropping. What did you do? He shot himself. And you brought him back here? Doc, the ice, now! Adam looked away, grabbing the bag of ice when Doc hefted it around Faisal. He traded with Doc, throwing another plastic bag his way, and Doc disappeared back to the kitchen. The ice machine started up again. We couldn't leave him on the street in Ma'an.
Someone, the Jordanians, Madigan, hell, anyone could have found them, and we'd be in serious trouble. And there's something weird about this whole thing, Faisal. I had him. I was trying to talk to him, and he shot himself.
What did he say?
Nothing.
Adam packed the ice around Noah's body, under his arms, and over his heart, and around his head.
Not a damn thing.
And your solution was to bring a corpse into my home? Adam sighed, hanging his head.
What else could I do, Faisal?
What else could he do, indeed? Shaking his head, Faisal crossed his arms. Why keep the body, Habibi? He jerked his chin to the ice and to Doc, filling another bag in the kitchen. Why pack him with ice and preserve him?
It's just a feeling I have.
You think he'll pop back to life like a zombie? Adam sent him a dry glare and hollered for Doc again. And where are your shoes? Doc came back, hauling another bag of ice. Adam packed more around the body until it was completely covered. He wrapped the tarp tight and duct-taped it closed. He didn't look at Faisal.
I was tracking him in a mosque.
Faisal's eyebrows arched high as his lips pursed. For this, you'd go to a mosque. Wallah. Adam cringed, finally looked up.
Your Islam I like. He breathed. What you believe. But I can't listen to people saying they hate us.
Faisal finally spotted the blood splattering Adam's clothes and smeared across his skin. Is that yours? His throat clenched.
Some of it. Not most, though.
He rubbed at his ear.
Hey, who called? Did the rest of the team check in?
Faisal sighed. Adam was trying to change the topic, veer away from something they'd needed to speak about for years. Not in front of Doc, though. Your men checked in online while you were gone. Everyone is safe and... Faisal paused. Mr. Reichenbach is on his way. Adam paled, his skin going bone white. He said he wanted to join forces. Hunt, Madigan, together. Faisal arched one eyebrow. Said you were sequestered for your safety. He has no idea where you are. Mute, Adam shook his head. He's on his way, Faisal repeated, and I told him someone would pick him up at the airport when he arrives. Doc whistled from the doorway. Wow, you are so fucked.
Thank you.
Adam sent him a withering glare.
Thank you for that.
I'm just stating the obvious, LT. Sighing, Adam tipped his head back. Faisal's heart squeezed and his gaze raked over Adam. Please do not lose faith again. Believe in us. This is meant to be, Habibi.
I'll go pick him up.
Adam grunted.
I'll do it.
And what will you say about Loverboy? Doc jerked his thumb toward Faisal. Adam glared. He said nothing. Ethan tried to nurse away his hangover on the long flight to Jeddah. He pounded ginger ales and Alka-Seltzers, but when the plane landed and the sunlight pierced his skull, his headache came throbbing back. Not even his sunglasses were enough to block the punishing Arabian sun. He trudged down the jet's stairs, duffel slung over one shoulder as he scanned the tarmac. The prince would be able to get a car onto the runway. He shouldn't have to head through the terminal. A revving engine caught his eye, and then the smooth, cherry-red plating of a Lamborghini roaring across the airport. It swerved, tires squealing, and made a beeline for the jet. The Lamborghini skidded to a stop. Really, he should have been even mildly excited about the car, should have had some kind of interest. A vague sort of curiosity pierced his malaise, a tiny curl of intrigue at the back of his heavy mind. At the least, this was not the soft-spoken, gentle prince Ethan remembered from a year ago, though he'd only known him briefly. Scissor doors on the driver and passenger sides rose as one, arching forward from the angular car like wings. Lieutenant Adam Cooper rose from the driver's side. He stared at Ethan. barely holding back a grimace, and clenched the keys in both of his hands. Ethan's jaw dropped.
Lieutenant? Director?
What the hell was Adam doing in the Prince's Lamborghini? He'd gone ghost protocol, gone to ground, disappearing from the grid. He was supposed to be tucked away somewhere in North America, safe and secure. What the fuck was he doing halfway around the world? Unease coiled along his spine. He froze outside the car.
You're playing chess, but you can't see the whole board. Be careful who you trust.
Rage tunneled his vision, turning everything raw and aching. He lunged, his blood burning, and grabbed Adam's jacket in both hands, pinning him to the sleek Lamborghini's frame.
What the fuck are you doing here, huh? You working for Madigan? You and the Prince? This is some kind of sick fucking setup.
Adam struggled against Ethan's hold, against Ethan's forearm pressing down on his neck.
The fuck did you just say to me? Why are you here, Lieutenant?
Adam finally got leverage, and he shoved Ethan back.
Because when Madigan attacked my men, he also attacked Faisal. And I owed it to him to be there when he woke up. I owe him everything. I'm the asshole who dragged him into the whole fucking mess, so yes, I came here when we went ghost.
Adam puffed up, fuming.
Madigan killed one of my guys, and he almost killed Faisal. Don't ever fucking accuse me of working with him.
He slammed his sunglasses back on his face.
Get the fuck in.
Silence strained the sunlight between them as Ethan debated. After a long, long moment, Ethan slid into the Lamborghini. The doors closed, and Adam took off at breakneck speed, rubber burning behind them as he tore out of the airport.
Faisal called on the way. Says he has something for you.
Ethan said nothing. Adam didn't wait for Ethan when they arrived, pulling into a gated seaside villa on the coast of the Red Sea. He ducked out of the car before the doors were all the way up, jogging around the front and heading to the house. Ethan followed. Faisal stood in the front entrance, waiting. Gone were the long Saudi robes, a keffiyeh. He wore designer jeans and a t-shirt, and Adam was striding toward him. Faisal's gaze wasn't on Ethan. It was on Adam, fixed to the lieutenant's face. Beyond the two, another of Adam's team hovered in the background, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He tried to place the face and then remembered Doc, the corpsman. He'd stitched Ethan back together, and he'd been none too gentle with the needle or with his acerbic tongue. His gaze snapped back as Adam stood in front of Faisal, trembling. His whole body shook, and his shoulders were stretched taut, the lines of his dark suit pulled tight. Faisal stared into Adam's eyes, not moving. Adam leaned forward, his forehead pressed against Faisal's, and his eyes slipped closed. Oh. The pieces slid together, a puzzle falling into place in his mind. Faisal turned to Ethan. He said nothing, not until Adam stepped sideways, still looking down, but close enough for Faisal to reach out to and wrap his hand around Adam's waist. Mr. Reichenbach, Alhamdulillah, we're delighted you're here. A soft snort from Doc. Adam's gaze pierced his. Fear. So much fear. And an underlying current of desperate, frantic hope. Adam still clenched the Lamborghini keys in his hands, almost flexing the metal up and down. Jesus. He'd been like that once. He'd looked at the world like that while standing beside the man he loved, and he'd dared to dream. How wrong he'd been. Could it be different for Adam and Faisal, a Marine and a Saudi prince? If there was ever a pair more unlikely than him and Jack, this would be it.
I guess this explains some things,
he said softly. How long has this been going on? Did something happen while they were searching for Madigan and using Faisal's palace as a base, or back in Ethiopia when they seemed to know each other a bit more than colleagues? Doc snorted again. That's a long story.
Off and on for 3 years. We kept it secret. Until last week.
Adam looked at Faisal, his lips pressed hard in a thin line.
"No more hiding,"
he whispered. Faisal smiled, soft and sweet, and kissed the back of Adam's hand. In the back, Doc's gaze burned into Ethan, watching him with the predatory intensity of a falcon. He looked down as his heart bled down the inside of his ribs. Their love, seeing their hope, scraped down his spine.
"I had that once. I had a man who would choose our love over the world. Then I was happy. I was so happy."
But no more. Clearing his throat, Ethan hitched his duffel on his shoulder.
"Lieutenant, you said Faisal had something for us?" "Yes. This way."
Faisal led them back to his open living room overlooking a wide deck in the Red Sea. The room was ultra-modern and whitewashed, and Faisal settled in the middle of a white, wraparound leather couch. He grabbed his laptop as Adam hovered behind him, gripping the cushions on either side of his shoulders, and Doc threw himself into the white chaise. On a flat screen mounted opposite the couch, Faisal called up a series of maps of the Arabian Peninsula, markers placed in the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Aden. "I've been reaching out to my sources on the ground. Village elders, Bedouin, a few smugglers. I heard the same thing over and over. People have started avoiding this area," he said, zooming in on a section of Saudi Arabia north of Jeddah, still in the Red Sea between Umlaj and Awaj. "They say it's haunted by jinn, that anyone who goes there doesn't return." Ethan peered at the map.
"Are those reefs right off the coast?"
A series of sandbars and shallow turquoise waters poked at the empty coastline, a wasteland of rocks and cliffs on Saudi's western frontier. Shark-infested cays and a barrier reef at the vertical drop. Fishermen occasionally dare the waters or go specifically to try to catch a large shark to sell. Most people avoid it.
"What else is out there?"
"Nothing. Just desert and Highway 5. Goes all the way to Huckle and the Jordanian border." Adam turned to Ethan.
"Shark-infested waters that fishermen avoid and rumors of jinn to scare people away even further. Sounds like a great place to hide. Could a tanker park outside those reefs?"
"Madigan's Yemeni tanker could." Faisal leaned back on the couch, looking upside down at Adam. "Could this be where Noah was headed? Back to base?" Adam's eyebrows rose.
"Possibly. Noah Williams?"
Ethan frowned.
"He's one of Madigan's ghosts."
He kept his mouth shut about Leslie, about how she'd been in hiding with Madigan for years.
"We lost him after Paris, but Faisal picked him up in Jordan. We went and got him."
Adam looked away.
"Have you questioned him yet? What has he said?"
Finally, a break in the search. Finally, someone he would get his hands into, question until he got answers. Adam, Faisal, and Doc all looked at each other. "He's here," Doc finally said. "He's chillin'."
"Doc,"
Adam glared.
"We went to get him and bring him back for questioning, but he blew his brains out when we closed in. Didn't say anything either."
"Fuck." Ethan dropped his duffel to the white marble floor. Back to square one. "I have a forensic pathologist coming tomorrow to autopsy the body. Maybe there's something we can find." Faisal shrugged. "It's a long shot, but—"
"Then the only other lead we have is this."
Ethan nodded to the screen.
"How long a drive is that?" 5 hours.
Adam glowered at the floor.
"I can't go with you, Director. I'm staying with Faisal. I need to keep him safe, especially after Man."
"And I'm staying with him." Doc jerked his chin toward Adam. Ethan sighed.
"You got a vehicle I can borrow?"
Faisal nodded.
"I'll drive out first thing in the morning, check it out. See if something is even there."
He scrubbed his hand over his face, pressing on his aching eyeballs.
Is there somewhere I can crash till then?
Adam was in nothing but his briefs, leaning against the cool marble of the kitchen counters and slowly batting a beer back and forth between his palms, when he heard Ethan stir in the middle of the night. Moonlight flooded the villa, bathing the living room in a silver glow. He waited, counting the steps as Ethan crept down the stairs.
Hey.
Ethan scrubbed his hand through his messy hair and headed his way. He wore sweatpants, new enough to still have creases, and no shirt. His muscular chest and stomach were covered with short hair, dark save for one or two silver strands that caught the moonlight. Adam's gaze lingered, comparing Ethan's larger body to Faisal's sleekness, Faisal's smooth chest and golden skin, his lean muscles and angular features. Ethan's jaw was square where Faisal's was pointed, his lips pouted like a cupid's bow. Faisal's deep, dark eyes held gold in their depths, glittering whenever he gazed at Adam. Faisal had captured his heart from day one. Ethan was attractive for an older guy, but he was nothing compared to his love. Got another? Ethan slumped against the counter. Adam grabbed him a fresh bottle from the fridge and slid it down.
So,
Ethan took a long drag from his beer and stared at Adam.
You and the president...
He trailed off as Ethan looked away.
It seemed like you were really in love.
Adam mumbled.
I was.
Ethan frowned. He exhaled, his shoulders sagging.
I still am. I will always love him, no matter what. I know the feeling.
The beer turned sour in his stomach. Memories of sleepless nights and endless days where he forced himself to stay away from Faisal, from his voice on the phone, his words over text, and even the memory of him.
In some crazy way, I even kind of understand. Her memory was always there, always a part of him. I knew he loved her like crazy. I knew she was his first love. They didn't break up. She was ripped away from him. How could I ever compete with her resurrection?
Ethan leaned forward, resting his forehead on the marble counter with a sigh. A loud, metallic plink sounded, something heavy hitting the surface. When Ethan pulled back, Adam's eyes went wide. He hadn't seen the chain around Ethan's neck or the 2 rings nestled against his chest, dark, with tiny diamonds glittering around both rings. The shine had dulled, but they were unmistakable.
Holy shit, you...
He swallowed. He didn't know what to say. Ethan reached up, rubbing the rings between his fingers.
Funny how fast things change, huh? Never even got a chance to ask.
He cleared his throat.
Get your team back together. We might need them. Get everyone over here. Operate out of Faisal's place as long as you can. We can't trust anything or anyone back home right now.
Adam's jaw clenched.
Yes, sir.
Ethan lifted his empty beer bottle, a kind of salute, and set it down. He headed back for the stairs, but stopped. He didn't turn around.
If you love Faisal, really love him, don't let anything stop you two. Don't let anything get in the way. You never know how much time you have together.
Adam finished his beer and went back to his and Faisal's bedroom. Faisal was stretched out on their bed, blinking as he stared at the moon-drenched sea beyond the windows.
Hey, I didn't mean to wake you.
Faisal pressed his lips together. I was afraid you had left again, and everything that happened was just a dream.
Fuck everything and everyone. I will stay with you until the end of everything.
Adam slid into bed, wrapping Faisal up in his arms and pulling his warm body tight. Faisal grabbed him in return, stroking his hands everywhere. And then they were kissing, fast, hard kisses against lips and skin. Faisal pushed Adam flat on his back and trailed wet kisses down his body until he buried his face in Adam's crotch. Desire slammed through Adam, going off like a gunshot. He arched back, breathless, as Faisal slid his briefs down and swallowed his cock, sucking him deep. He spread his legs wide, clutching his knees to his chest as Faisal grabbed a bottle of lube from the bedside drawer. 2 fingers pressed against his asshole, and Adam squeezed his eyes shut. Faisal licked him open, going from his cock to his asshole and back over and over until he was a slick mess, until he was shamelessly begging for Faisal to fuck him. His hands gripped the sheets, the pillows, the headboard. Faisal grabbed his ankles and spread his legs, tilting Adam up just so, until his cock lined up with Adam's hole. He slicked his cock and pressed into Adam. It had been a long time since Ethiopia. Adam's back arched as Faisal slid within him, all the way in one move. All the air punched out of his lungs, and his spine turned to molten gold. He gasped, his open mouth moving soundlessly as his hands fluttered over the mattress, fingers scratching at the sheets. He cried out when Faisal's balls nestled against his ass, and the softest kiss pressed against his ankle. Faisal knew Adam's body better than Adam knew himself. He knew what Adam needed, always. Adam sighed as Faisal's palms stroked down the back of his legs, soothed over his quivering muscles. Faisal's warm breath ghosted over Adam's shin. He rolled his hips deep into Adam, not pulling back. Adam whimpered. Faisal pitched forward, dragging Adam's legs over his shoulders until he had Adam bent in half. Adam's hands flew, one hand landing on the surgical seal glued shut on Faisal's side, the other grasping Faisal's face, cradling his cheek. He stared up at his lover, panting, impaled, and desperate for more. Please fuck me. No. Faisal leaned in, pressing a kiss to Adam's lips. No. I will make love to you, Habib Albi. Adam moaned. How long had it been since Faisal called him the love of his heart? Too long. Faisal slowly thrust gentle rolls in and out of Adam's body. My eyes drown in tears, yet thirst for but one chance. Faisal, please. I can't. Tears pricked at Adam's eyes as Faisal began reciting the words of an Islamic poet writing love songs to his male lover. I'll give away my whole life for my beloved. Faisal kissed his tears, his hips pressing deep as Adam groaned. Ya Hayati. My love, my life. Adam pulled Faisal down for another long kiss. In the moonlight, Faisal made love to him for hours, worshipping his body until his heart and soul overflowed, and his breathless moans mingled with Faisal's poetry, whispered onto every inch of his skin. Chapter 45. White House. One day rolled into 2, and then into 3. Jack moved in a daze, a haze of shame that clung to him like a shroud of tangled wet silk. The burn of guilt, of self-contempt, haunted his footsteps, a shadow he couldn't shake. He barely functioned as a human being, much less as a president. Elizabeth stayed with him, sitting at his side through briefings and emergency calls to the Situation Room. He quietly deferred almost everything to her. Decisions on where to strike inside Russia and how to deal with the rogue General Moroshkin coming from her through him. He caught Brant and Pete whispering in the hallway, eyes wide and heads leaning in together, but they shut up as soon as they saw him. Stares followed him around the West Wing, chasing him from meeting to meeting. It was so much worse, so much more so than when he had outed himself and Ethan. He'd grieved Ethan's loss then, but he hadn't been crushed with so much caustic contempt, so much self-hatred. It ate away at him, an ache that grew larger every hour. He could barely sleep, tortured with dreams of him and Ethan. The bed he shared with Ethan was a no-go zone. It sat like a tomb in their bedroom, untouched, and he folded himself onto the couch, clutching a pillow to his chest like it was Ethan he held. He tried, he really did, to imagine it was Leslie. But he couldn't. He couldn't replace Ethan with Leslie, couldn't conjure up the love he'd once cherished for her, couldn't close his eyes and imagine running his fingers through her hair like he could with Ethan. Couldn't imagine their bodies, oh, so close, sharing breath as they rocked together. He couldn't imagine a future with her. Not anymore. His shame, his utter shame, bloomed like a corpse going rotten, the stench of self-disgust clinging to him, sinking into his bones. His wife was alive, rescued from years of neglect, of manipulation and torture at the hands of a madman, and all he could do was yearn for his missing lover. He forced himself to try. He made breakfast and dinner every day, carrying eggs and pancakes and waffles down the hall, and then steak, chicken, and pizza. Leslie smiled at him, laughed when they talked, and asked so many questions, trying to catch up on a world that had moved on without her. They watched a movie together, one of the hundreds she had missed, and she rested her head on his shoulder and reached for his hand with her good one. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he held her and felt nothing. He kissed her cheek and tucked her in when it was time to sleep, even though her eyes asked him to stay. There were some things he couldn't do. His body felt alien to him, like Ethan had the keys and had taken them from him. He was a stranger in his own skin, a puzzle with pieces out of place, a house of cards about to collapse. Sleep evaded him again, and he watched the rise and fall of the moon through the window. Memories played through his mind, a film reel gone crazy, out of order and racing at high speed. Snapshots in time, isolated moments of love and laughter. He closed his eyes, trying to block them out, and pressed his face to the couch cushion. When he opened them again, his gaze strayed to the mantel and to Leslie's folded flag, cased in a triangular frame. He barely remembered her funeral, except for the gun salute punching him in the gut and the warm brass shells tucked in the folds of her flag, burning his palm even through the thick fabric. He had felt the same at Ethan's funeral, and had searched for the shells, tucked inside from the gun salute when a stern-faced soldier had presented the flag to him while taps mournfully echoed over Arlington. Rising, he dropped his pillow and went to the mantel, pulling down her flag and case. He'd given back Ethan's when Ethan appeared alive again. What should he do with Leslie's? Crinkling paper broke the silence of his bedroom as his fingers strayed over the back of the frame. He pulled out a worn envelope, yellowing with age. The creases were frayed from being opened and closed too many times. It was the last letter she'd written him, her goodbye letter, only to be sent if she'd died. He remembered reading it in the Texas sunshine outside their apartment mailbox, still numb from the official notice of her death days before, and then her letter in the mail like a voice from the grave. He had read it over and over, his last link to her. Ancient tear stains warped the paper, had smeared the ink long ago. He'd slept with it even, holding the envelope in his hand all through the night. When he framed her flag, he had tucked her letter in the back of the frame and left it there. He untucked the flap and pulled out the worn, crinkled sheets. I decided to come to you this morning. Leslie smiled at Jack, leaning in the kitchen doorway and wrapped in a bathrobe. I'm supposed to get up and get moving. Take walks, she shrugged. Thought I'd come here for breakfast today. Jack froze, hovering over the stove, spatula in hand. Scrambled eggs sizzled and toast popped from the toaster. Hey, Have a seat, I'm almost done." He loaded up a plate for her and brought it to the table with a glass of orange juice. Her gaze froze on the sweatshirt he wore. Her lips thinned. Jack lowered himself into the chair next to her. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt hung loosely from his shoulders, looser than it had before. He'd lost weight, and he had to push the sleeves up his forearms over and over. Silence built like dominoes as Leslie ate her eggs and nibbled at her toast. Jack chewed his lips, watching the tabletop. When she was finished, she leaned back, watching him. He reached for an envelope, tucked beneath an untouched cup of cold coffee. "Les," he breathed, "do you remember writing this for me?" She stared at the old worn paper, her eyes wide. "You said—" He closed his eyes, swallowing hard. "You said you wanted me to be happy. Even after you died. That you wanted me to go on living. Find someone to fall in love with again." She looked down. "I didn't. Not for years. I didn't feel anything for anybody. Until him." Leslie finally met his gaze. "Until Ethan." He nodded, trying desperately to hold it together, trying to not fall entirely to pieces. He squeezed his eyes shut, breathed hard, tried to stop his trembling chin. "Until Ethan," he whispered. His eyes opened, blurry. She bit her lip. "I love him, Les. I do. And I can't turn that off. I can't just stop loving him." He was losing the battle against his control, his eyes blurring as he dragged in a ragged breath. "I didn't know you were alive. I didn't know. And God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I didn't know, but I can't change what's happened." The edge of his control vanished, and the tears cascaded from his eyes. "I can't change that I fell in love with him, or how happy he makes me." Her eyes glistened, a wet shine building. "I do want you to be happy, Jack. Once it was with me." "Oh, God." His heart burst, and his breath ripped from his lungs. He buried his face in his palms. Tears leaked through his fingers, falling to the floor, and in the devastated silence he swore he could hear them falling like rain. "I'm sorry. I tried. Leslie, I did, but—" It was easier to speak to the darkness of his hands. "When I think of the future, I imagine it with him. I think of growing old with him, and I miss him so damn much." Leslie sniffed and turned away, covering her mouth with her good hand. She nodded, fast jerks of her head over and over. "I always thought you had moved on," she said after a long moment. "But I never thought it would be with a man." Jack pulled his hands down away from his eyes until he had them pressed together in front of his face like he was praying, his lips resting on the edges of his fingers. "Does it matter that it is a man?" Her face twisted, raw agony finally cracking through. "Did you ever really love me at all, Jack?" He reached for her, resting a hand on her knee. "I did, Les. I did so much. I still do. In a way. Then," sobbing, she lunged for him, holding his hand. "Then, Jack, we can—" He shook his head and her words died, swallowed up as she snapped her mouth closed. "It wouldn't be fair to you if I forced this.
You would never have all of me, and I'm afraid I'd grow to resent you."
He bit on his upper lip, dragging it between his teeth. It wouldn't be fair to Ethan, either.
"We love each other."
She looked down, her shoulders shaking.
"I will always be here for you, Leslie, always. I will take care of you. Give you the best of everything. Everything I can give you, you will have."
He tried to smile, but it felt like a grimace.
"But as a friend," he whispered, "as a friend only."
She finally nodded, staring at the floor.
"Okay."
Tears dripped down her cheeks, but she fought through.
"Okay. I'm so sorry."
His eyes squeezed closed, but the tears kept coming. He let them fall, wiping them with the sleeves of Ethan's sweatshirt as Leslie turned away, staring into the middle distance, her own tears making salt trails down her cheeks. He could feel his presidency shattering, feel his reputation and his legacy drop like a sandcastle beaten down by the sea. He'd lose it all with this. But he'd be with Ethan. And that outweighed everything else. It was a Saturday, and even though the White House was mostly empty, Jack headed to the West Wing after walking Leslie back to her bedroom and leaving her tucked in her bed. Her eyes were wet and red, but she tried to be strong. He heard her sobs, though, as he walked away. He kept walking, going down the stairs and past the Oval Office, and then went down one more floor, stopping at the secured doors outside Horsepower, the Secret Service's White House headquarters. He took a deep breath and knocked. They knew he was there, waiting outside. His movements were tracked around the White House, a little red blip on their monitors moving over their giant map, tracking him everywhere all the time. If he thought too much about it, he ended up wanting to climb out of his skin and run from the White House and never, ever come back. Slowly, the door opened. Scott poked his weary head out. Deep lines furrowed into his forehead and his cheeks, and dark bags hung beneath his eyes. Cold fury flowed off him. "Mr. President, if you have a request, you should make it through official channels." Scott... His skin buzzed, crawling, and he just wanted to jump and scream and shout until his voice went hoarse. "Scott, can I speak with you in private?" Scott stared at him, and if possible, his expression grew fiercer, angrier, the lines around his eyes tightening, his lips thinning. "Mr. President, one moment." He said something to the agents behind him and then ducked out. He folded his arms, spread his legs, and stood like a linebacker in the hallway, squaring off against Jack like he was about to deliver some kind of raw high school locker room justice. Well, he had hurt Ethan, Scott's best friend. He deserved Scott's wrath, and so much more. "Where's Ethan?" Scott looked away. "Please, Scott, where is he? I've been trying to call him, but he's not answering." Scott glared at the wall. "Why do you want to call him? Just to tell him it's over, give yourself closure? Trust me, he knows. He doesn't need you to twist the knife any deeper." "God, no." Jack ran his fingers through his hair, gripping the back of his skull. "That's not it at all. Scott, why are you wearing his sweatshirt?" "Because it's the closest thing I can get to him right now. I'm falling apart, and I need him. You can't just use him like that. Call him whenever you feel like you need him." "Damn it, Scott!" Jack shouted, his hands fisted in his hair. He spun, gasping, and glared. "Damn it! I'm not trying to use him. I'm trying to bring him home. I just told Leslie that I couldn't be with her because I'm in love with Ethan. And because he's the one for me. I want to grow old with him, spend forever with him. I want everything with Ethan. Scott stared, his jaw hanging open. He squeezed his eyes closed. God damn it, Mr. President. Please, Jack pleaded. Where is he? I don't know. Scott slumped against the White House basement wall. He was staying at my place. I came home and he was gone. Gone? Panic clawed at Jack's heart. Gone. Left his cell and his wallet. Scott's eyes narrowed. Irwin wanted to know where he was that day. I think he went to see him. Irwin. Exhaling, Jack pushed back his frantic nerves. Lawrence. Okay, so he's probably on a mission, then, black bag, compartmentalized. He squinted at Scott. Right? I guessed the same. Okay, Jack paced in front of Scott. I'll talk to Irwin, see what's going on. I don't want to interrupt if it's something dangerous. His heart leaped into his throat, nearly strangling him, and he felt the color drain from his face. God, be safe, Ethan, be safe. Come home to me, please. Here. Scott dug in his suit pants and pulled out Ethan's cell phone. I've been holding on to this, in case he calls or something, I don't know. Jack took the phone, turning on the screen. A background picture of him and Ethan, smiling for the camera on a sunny day in the rose garden, came up, and a moment later, his thumbprint registered, unlocking the phone. The same picture smiled back at him, behind Ethan's icons. 17 missed calls, all from him, and 5 unread text messages. Again, his blinked. At least he's not deliberately ignoring me. He tried to smile. Scott didn't smile back. He stared at Jack. Are you certain? He growled. Ethan loves you more than you know. And this is tearing him apart. If you're not absolutely certain, dead sure about this, it will break him. He's like a brother to me. I don't want to see him like this again. I'm 100% certain. It's him. Forever. When he gets back, Scott growled, don't fuck this up, Mr. President. Chapter 46. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We don't cook, at all, so this will be fine. Doc shrugged, crossed his arms, and grinned at the gobsmacked Saudi pathologist. Adam and Doc had draped tarps over Faisal's kitchen, across the countertops and over the floors, and laid out Noah's body along the tarp-covered marble surface. Ice lay packed around his pale, ghostly skin, and on top of his clothes, soaking wet with the ice melt. His head was near the large sink. I think that's how it's done on TV, Doc had said. Faisal watched from the doorway, staying well clear of the corpse. What is it you want me to do? The doctor glanced at Faisal, incredulity straining his features. He wore a tailored suit and a gudra, the checkered pattern hanging off his face and down his back. The cause of death is clear. He gestured to Noah's skull. On one side of his head, a small entrance wound, and on the other side, a blown-out depression, skull and brain gone, like an ice cream scoop had dug in and taken a portion of his head away. Is there anything medically off about his body? Adam spoke when Faisal arched his eyebrows toward him. Any evidence of drugs or torture? Anything odd in his system at all? Or, hell, do his vocal cords even work where they cut through? Anything weird about him in any way? The doctor's cheeks ballooned, and he stared down at Noah's corpse with wide eyes. Across the island, Doc snapped on a pair of latex gloves. I'm ready to assist. Adam and Faisal rolled their eyes. Ethan finished another water bottle and chucked the empty plastic into the back seat of the Land Rover. Saudi Highway 5 rolled on beneath his tires, an endless stretch of two-lane blacktop heading north through the sun-scorched rocks of western Saudi. He left before dawn, taking one of Faisal's 3 Land Rovers, a set of binos, a case of water, and a collapsed inflatable boat in the back seat. It had a 2-stroke engine, and he'd be able to get through the cays and reefs with ease, if there was anything out there. Adam had given him a compact M4 with a mounted flashlight, a bulletproof vest, and a tactical pack lifted from Faisal's security team. Faisal had banished the security team to their separate house down the private road by the gate, but they still had a cache of weapons at Faisal's main villa. He wore the vest and the attached tac pack, and the rifle lay in the front seat beside a bag of figs, the map, the binos, and 3 bottles of water. Finally, his GPS pinged after he passed Umludge, and the turnoff to Kuf in the Saudi foothills, and 45 miles before the village of Al-Waj. He slowed and turned off the highway, his tires crunching over baked dust and chipped red rock. Uneven ground rocked his Land Rover until it gave way to smooth golden sand stretching endlessly along the coast. He parked near the shoreline above the waves and pulled out the inflatable. A quick break of the seal, and the boat started filling up while he filled the engine with gas. His rifle went over his head and shoulder, tucked on the side of his body, and he tossed water bottles into the bottom of the boat as he scoped out the reefs through the binos. Just on the edge of the horizon, he could make out the rough outline of a tanker, shivering in heat waves. It was easy to miss, buried amongst the cays and reefs in the distance. Whoever had parked it there had used the curvature of the earth to their advantage. It would take time, winding his way through the reefs and cays. He plotted out a route, sketching it on his map, folded to just the reefs. A few hours to get there, winding in and out of the tangled sand barriers and low waters. Faster if he stayed south and went over open waters. But he wouldn't have cover then, and anyone on board would spot him coming from miles away. Engine in one hand and boat in the other, he headed for the water, shoving off in the shallows and paddling out until he could attach the engine and get it going. Perfectly clear waters lapped at the edges of the boat. Rainbow-colored fish darted to and fro, and at the nearest quay a line of orange and purple coral winked at him under the surface.
Jack would love this. We could have gotten married on a beach.
He shoved his heartache down and pointed the boat toward the tanker. Ethan stopped at the last quay, a long, narrow stretch of empty white sand, and peered at the tanker through the binos. No movement, nothing on deck. A limp line hung over the side, seemingly abandoned. A rope ladder dangled toward the waterline, drifting in the light breeze. No signs of life anywhere. He crawled back to the boat, pushed off the sandbar, and started up the engine again, heading for the rope ladder. Up close, the tanker was huge, towering overhead. At the bow, the tanker's name had been scratched off, and dents marred her steel sides. Bullet holes pierced the hull, some huge, others smaller. A deep gouge dented half her beam. The battle with the Russians had left its mark when Madigan had sunk the Vinogradov. He tied the boat to the bottom rung of the rope ladder, pulled his rifle across his chest, and started climbing. As he reached the top, he gripped his rifle, holding it one-handed. The barrel went over the tanker's edge first, and then his eyes, scanning the deck right and left, clearing his line of sight. Again, nothing. Ambling up, he came over the side and landed on the deck in a crouch, moving forward slowly, his head on a swivel. The mottled deck of the tanker was a mess. Toppled barrels, cut lines, pieces of scrap metal and shorn steel piled in heaps. Tangled electrical cords lay across the deck, zigzagging into piles before snaking off toward the bow. At midships, one cargo manifold was open to the sky, one of the wide iron doors thrusting upward, and whatever had once been in the cargo hold was long gone. An open door banged at the tanker's house, the boxy protrusion rising from the aft of the vessel. Whirling, he aimed for the house, but loose hinges on the swinging door creaked, rocking on the waves, and it banged again, flapping with the current only. No one was there. He headed down the deck toward the ship's aft. The house used to be white, but blown sand had chipped the paint and rust had taken over the lower half. A torrent of blood stained the deck iron red, and it splashed against the house's exterior walls. The swinging door whined when he pushed it open. He scanned the hallways, eyes darting right and then left. Old dried blood on the walls on the floor. The tanker's former crew, perhaps. He crept up one hallway and down the other, his rifle up, finger half squeezed on the trigger. An empty mess hall. Chairs tipped over. A destroyed bunkhouse where a crew had once slept, bloody mattresses scattered on the floor. On the bridge, someone had taken a gun to the consoles, destroying the equipment. Shattered glass covered the tile floor, crunching beneath his boots. Spiderwebbed lines cracked through the bridge's windows, bullets still lodged in the thick glass. Nothing worked. Everything was dead. Charts lay in a heap in a waste bin, burned to ash, the edges of a map of the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea sticking out. He headed back down to the main deck, frowning. This had definitely been Madigan's ship. It had been his base. The damage, the bullet holes, the bloody detritus left behind. He had been here. Where was he now? His gaze landed on the open cargo manifold. Ethan silently moved down the ship, keeping to the shadows and darting from structure to structure. Pylons and giant pipes snaked across the deck, and he crouched low, running down the side of a chipped pipe, heading toward the bow and right past the cargo manifold. Every hair on the back of his neck stood straight. A light breeze skittered over the ship, tickling his skin and whispering through the ghostly vessel. He wanted to believe it was just the wind and the sun and the eerie otherness of the broken tanker, but something kept prickling at his senses, a sense of wrongness, a sense that he wasn't alone, that he was being watched. He could almost feel the slick, hot slide of someone's eyeballs against his skin. He scanned fore and aft, crouched low at the manifold. Still, nothing moved. Beneath him, the dark mouth leading to the belly of the vessel yawned wide in almost impenetrable darkness. From where he crouched to the waterline, the ship was almost 30 feet tall, and most of that height was swallowed within the black hole below his feet. A rickety metal stair ladder descended into the pit. He could barely make out the first landing, a catwalk ringing the hold 15 feet down. Electrical cords dangled into the darkness across from him. Ethan flicked on the flashlight, mounted on top of his M4, and swept the interior of the hold. His beam couldn't penetrate the bottom. He pulled out a glow stick from his tack pack, snapped it, and tossed it down. A clang echoed upward, the plastic hitting the metal bottom. A soft yellow glow surrounded the stick. He waited, rifle up and ready, aiming into the black. Nothing. Slowly, he slipped into the hold, down the first steps of the stair ladder. The stench of the cargo hold hit him like a gut punch. Sulfur, rotten eggs, and the rancid tang of tar, decades of crude oil sloshing in the hold and searing the stench into the iron and steel. He gagged, and his eyes watered. Still, he moved on, creeping down the ladder to the landing. He kept going all the way down. Past the first landing, his flashlight beam caught on something at the bottom of the hold, what looked like tables set up and monitors arrayed along the sides. Chairs facing the monitors, the skeletal outlines of flood lamps. Heart pounding, he quickened his pace, descending into the belly of the vessel, the bottom of the hold. Scanning left and right, he kept his rifle up, finger curled over the trigger as he crept forward. Electrical cords dangled in his face, and he used the barrel of the rifle to push them aside. His flashlight beam landed on a control panel and one softly illuminated power button. The cords all connected there, and to a huge rack of computer servers and a single display, and then veered out again, connecting the rest of the hold's tech. Shadows loomed around him, long lines of the shapes in the hold throwing odd angles into the darkness. He leaned forward, pressing the power button on the control panel, and stepped back fast. Whirring hums echoed through the hold, the servers roaring to life. Floodlights winked on, some crackling to brilliant illumination, others blinking before droning to life. Monitors buzzed, pixels and video streams slowly turned on, paused mid-motion. Next to the monitors, rolling whiteboards and glass boards covered the wide deck of the hold, pictures tacked haphazardly in what looked like flowcharts, battle plans, and targets. Chairs sat in a circle facing the monitors, their backs to each other, each with a dedicated bank of monitors and boards and pictures arrayed before them. Restraints were fixed to the chairs, at the wrists and ankles, and a crude piece of wood had been fixed to the backs. A strap on the boards had held someone's head immobile. On a tray next to each chair, a terrifying set of glasses with spikes facing toward the eyes lay, dried blood coating the pinpoint ends. Ethan's stomach clenched. He'd seen those before, long ago. A way to force someone's eyes to remain open. A prisoner or someone under enhanced interrogation. He crept closer to one of the whiteboards before a chair, pictures of the sunk Russian destroyer and the ship's captain tacked together. Maps of Europe in highlighted routes heading into Russia. Pictures of Sergei and the closest members of his government. Sasha, walking next to Sergei, caught in a sidelong glance toward Sergei. Ethan could see the devotion in Sasha's eyes as Sergei smiled at someone out of the frame. His heart stopped when his gaze fell on another board. Pictures of Jack, pictures of him, pictures of the two of them in the White House, sitting on the steps of the residence, watching the Marines practice for Sergei's state dinner. The two of them laughing in the rose garden, side by side, sharing a secret kiss in the shadows of the West Wing, holding hands as they walked up the stairs to the residence. Photos only someone deep within the White House could have taken. There were more infiltrators, more of Madigan's men still right beside Jack. Behind him, a deep voice rumbled. He whirled, rifle raised, his blood rushing through him, freezing as he half-squeezed the trigger. He stilled, though, when his eyes landed on a monitor and the video that had started to play. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Doc poked his head up from where he was washing Noah's stomach and running the gut, flushing his intestines into a pan balanced over the sink. What? He stared at the Saudi pathologist, eyebrows arched high over his medical mask. On the tarp on the counter, Noah's naked body was cut open from neck to groin, a Y incision in his collarbone spreading his skin wide. His rib cage had been sawed in half, the top part removed, and his internal organs taken out one by one. Doc whistled Disney songs softly and washed each organ in the kitchen sink. Adam leaned back against the fridge, close enough to see everything and smell everything, but far enough back to be out of the way. His fingers drummed over his crossed arms, one foot bouncing against the marble floor. Faisal hovered far away at the door, pale. His teeth are so strange. The pathologist was knuckles deep in Noah's mouth, headlamp shining into his throat. What was his diet? Did he consume liquids his whole life? He was a red-blooded American. Steak, burgers, and fries. Then his teeth would show more signs of wear, especially along the molars. For a man in his late 30s, I would expect to see much more wear in use. These are the teeth of an adult with the wear pattern of a toddler. He's supposed to have a tattoo as well. Adam barely kept his voice from shaking, barely held back the fury coursing through him. He's supposed to have a big tattoo, right there. He pointed to Noah's bicep, unadorned and skin smooth. He showed it off when he came back home. I remember it. Perfectly. The pathologist frowned. Doc stared at Adam. Even he didn't have anything smart to say. He didn't say anything. I thought... Adam shook his head. Now I'm wondering if he even knew who I was at all. He glared at the doctor. Are there any war injuries, bullet wounds, shrapnel, any scars at all? I know he was fucked up over there. Adam braced himself against the counter and stared down at Noah's cut-open body. The pathologist shook his head. The autopsy had begun with a full-body examination. Other than the bullet hole in his head and 2 shots to his knees, there was nothing wrong with his body. No scars of any kind. No tattoos. LT? Doc cocked his head to one side. Is this the guy you knew? Is this even Noah Williams? Saudi Arabian coast. State your name. Leslie Christina Spires. Leslie spoke slowly, deliberately. Ethan recognized the touch of sedatives in her voice. He crept closer to the screen, watching as a man on the video, his back to the camera, talked to Leslie, seated and restrained in one of the chairs.
State your age.
45 years old.
Who is your husband?
Jack Spires. God, he didn't want to watch this. He didn't want to watch Jack's wife be tortured on screen. No matter how he felt about her reappearance, he didn't want to see this. Moving quickly, he headed for the laptop balanced near the monitors, trying to end the video. He'd take the laptop with him, bring it back to Irwin. They could analyze the footage, figure out what had happened. He didn't need to see this. More video files were queued up, dozens of them. He held his breath and, despite himself, clicked on the next link. She was fighting back in the next video, shrieking and twisting in the chair, thrashing against the restraints. What came out of her mouth wasn't human. Howls that scraped down his bones. Men rushed through the frames, stabbing her with needles as she wailed. Eventually, she slumped in the chair, breathing hard, and the same man walked into the frame.
State your name.
She stared back at him, a thin line of drool falling from her bottom lip.
She needs more cognitive structuring. Set up the implantation protocols again. We'll start with...
He clicked another file, further down the line. Something older popped up, an interview with Jack from years and years ago, back when he was a new senator from Texas. Honoring fallen heroes blazed across the screen, and then there was Jack, painfully younger, sitting on a couch in his office on Capitol Hill, smiling for the camera. "Tell us more about your wife, Senator. What was she like?" Jack smiled on screen. She had the biggest heart, especially for her goofball husband. Let me tell you this story. We'd been married maybe a year. She was gone for over a week on field trading, and I, wanting to welcome her home the right way, tried to cook her a great chicken dinner. Jack laughed, shaking his head. I burned it all. I mean, charcoal for chicken breasts. I forgot about the sides entirely. I was panicking so much. She came in, the apartment was full of smoke, and I had this black hunk of chicken on the table. Jack and the interviewer laughed together. So what did she do? She ate it. Bless her heart, that woman ate my horrible attempt at cooking. I microwaved a can of beans and slapped some store-bought potato salad on the table, and she just laughed and ate it all. His smile turned wistful on screen, and then his lips pressed together and he looked off to the side, away from the camera. Ethan paused the video. A chill tap danced down his spine, frigid fear that coiled around his guts. He scrolled down through the files. There were hundreds of files, videos, photos, saved posts from social media. Clicking furiously, he opened file after file, the videos starting automatically, playing on top of each other on different screens. Photos of Leslie in training, at her wedding, candid shots of her and Jack flashing across the hold. Social media posts captured from the internet came next, paragraph after paragraph, tweet after post after picture after video, each a moment of her life, a part of her story, a part of her identity. He scrolled back to the top to the first video and pulled it up again. Playback resumed where he had left off.
Who is your husband?
Jack Spires.
Who is your target?
Leslie's voice turned cold, hard as steel. President Jack Spires, First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach, General Bradford Lawrence Irwin, Director Reese, Vice President Elizabeth Wall. The names continued, a list of Jack's key staff, the national security strength of the nation.
State your attack plan.
She spoke with no inflection, no emotion, a hardened operative reciting her battle plan. I will ingratiate myself into the White House as Jack's wife, return to President Spires' side, remind him of our history together, reconnect through shared experiences and recitation of deep emotional memories. I will build trust through emotional bonding and gain access to key staff and personnel. When a critical mass of personnel has been reached, I will execute on American soil in a location selected for mass terror infliction." "Excellent," the man purred. His back stayed to the camera, his voice just a dark, low purr. "You've come so far." What the hell was this? Had Leslie been brainwashed? She seemed like a robot, like an automaton, and nothing at all like the emotional, heart-wrenching woman they'd carted off the streets of Sochi and treated on Air Force One. Was it all an act? But which one? The killer trying to navigate out of her torture, or the loving, devoted wife living in the White House at Jack's side? Sweat beaded on his forehead. His breath came fast, his heart beat even faster. Shaking fingers scrolled through the files all the way to the beginning. There had to be something in there, something that would show what she had been put through. Cognitive structuring, the man had said. Implantation protocols. A single video file sat at the bottom of the file, time-stamped from months ago. His fingers trembled, hovering over the mouse pad before he clicked. He held his breath. The camera hung over a tank, filled with what looked like gel. Stamped on the bottom of the frame were the words, Sample 13, and a time-elapsed series of hours and days. The video sped up, and slowly, shapes took form in the gel. What looked like a tadpole, and then a chimera. An alien, almost, with a gigantic skull and translucent bones and a long skeleton. Legs formed, and then arms, and the flutter in the chest turned into a heart. Frames jumped forward, and the shape turned into a human baby, unconscious in the ooze, then a child, then a teenager. At 50 days from timestamp 0, the video stopped. Ethan couldn't breathe. His mind was screaming, an endless wail shrieking at him. "Get out of there. Get out of there now. Get Jack. He's not safe." He was frozen, though, his feet fixed to the deck, his fingers numb, trembling over the laptop's keyboard. Dread poured through him, filling his lungs, flooding his veins, dragging him down until his vision darkened and all he could see was the image on screen. A perfect genetic duplicate of Leslie Spires, aged 45, lay in the gel. Next to his ear, a rubber band snap shattered the air. The laptop screen exploded. Warm wetness oozed down the side of his face as his ear burned. He dove to the side, huddling behind Leslie's interrogation chair. Nope, not interrogation. Programming. That thing wasn't Leslie Spires. Wasn't Jack's wife. "I didn't expect it to be you." A voice, the same deep, rumbling voice from the video, called out of the darkness above Ethan. "I thought it would be Lieutenant Cooper. He's done a nice job of putting the pieces together." Ethan could hear the slick smile in the man's voice. "Lining up the colors on that Rubik's Cube." "Who are you?" Ethan bellowed. His hands clenched on his rifle, trying to hold it steady. He blinked fast, tried to breathe through shuddering lungs. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised it is you, though. After all, you're running Lieutenant Cooper's little operation, and—" The deep voice laughed aloud. "You're certainly not living in the White House anymore." Ethan's blood chilled. "You're brave in the dark, aren't you?" he hollered. "Come out and face me." Another rubber band snap, a fizz through the air, and a bullet slammed into the armrest next to Ethan's head. He spun away, scrambling beneath the table in front of a cluttered whiteboard. "Have you figured it out yet?" Footsteps clanged above, the voice walking along the catwalk. "Or are you as dumb as the media makes you out to be?" "You cloned her!" Ethan listened for the footsteps, closing his eyes after he shouted. The footsteps stopped. "You cloned her,
and you're dropping her in Jack's lap like a fucking Christmas present.
He raised his rifle, aiming in the black for where he'd last heard the footfalls.
Did you clone the others too? Noah Williams?
He squeezed his trigger. Bullets pinged against the steel catwalk, the iron frame of the cargo hold. A grunt, and then a curse from the voice above, and Ethan scrambled behind the server rack just before bullets chewed through the table he had been covering under.
You're not as dumb as they make you look. But you have no idea what's really going on. Why don't you tell me? You and Jack fighting the good fight against Black Fox, determined to take General Madigan down.
The man laughed.
You haven't got a clue.
There was a whizzing sound, something he knew but couldn't place, and then heavy boots slammed into the bottom of the cargo hold. Ethan cursed. The man had just roped down from the catwalk. He was down there with him, in the shadows in the belly of the freighter. Footsteps echoed.
Black Fox was one of the hundreds of different incarnations of us, Ethan. Just one. We've been here for years, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. What the hell is it you people want?
Ethan pressed back against the chairs.
A world of our own,
he snapped.
A place where we can be what we were always meant for. This isn't how we're supposed to be.
He sighed and joints cracked.
But it's all right. Our new world is almost here. A new dawn is coming. A new sky awaits us all.
He paused.
You know, Ethan. You know what I mean. You're fucking crazy. How many times have you wanted to just get away from the world? Press pause on everyone's stupidity. Bring an end to all of the bullshit.
The man groaned.
Do you know how disgusting it is to watch the world spin on? Endless piles of crap. Worthless people doing worthless things. The political garbage. Mindless politicians. Empty promises. It's so monotonous. So trivial. So utterly boring. Do you remember when it was simpler? When there was black and white and the choices were clear? Remember how good that felt? You want to bring the world back to war? Conflict and war are the truths to human life. Combat is the ultimate test of a human's worth. There's too many idiots, Ethan. It's time for a purge. And the right kind of people need to rise up and claim what's up for grabs. Power. Back in the hands of the powerful. You could join us. You're a natural, Ethan. You were born for killing. I'll never join you. Ethan spat. You and your sick delusions can go fuck yourselves.
The man sighed.
I feel sorry for you. I really do. You have no idea how deep this goes, how far we've gotten, how many people are with us, how your whole world is about to change.
He laughed.
We're everywhere, Ethan. Everywhere.
Those pictures taken of him and Jack in their home, his blood burned.
Then why are you rotting on this piece of shit tanker? Can't find a real base to call home? I'm just closing up shop.
More footsteps, and then the man's shadow fell across the bottom of the hold, almost reaching Ethan. He peeked around the chair, trying to catch a glimpse. But the man stood in the lights, and all he could see was a slim silhouette.
Come on out, Ethan.
The man purred.
I want to see you again.
His rifle chambered, and a round dropped to the floor, plinking as it bounced and rolled away.
I won't even shoot you.
Ethan closed his eyes. They needed intel. He needed to bring this man in alive, no matter how much he wanted to turn around and empty his magazine into his chest, spray him full of bullets until he was nothing but ground meat and a smear against the cargo hold. They needed him alive. They needed to know what he knew. He spun out from the server, standing and holding his rifle high. He came face to face with Captain Ryan Cook. Cook's face had weathered some since his last official Army photo. Deep lines etched into his pock-marked face, and his wiry hair was cut short, almost shaved. He wore black combat boots and a black T-shirt tucked in tight, and a rifle hung off his shoulder. His hands were crossed over his belt. Cook smiled. "My, you grew up big." His smile turned into a leer. "Don't you remember me?" "Shut the fuck up," Ethan growled. "I never met you." Cook tisked, wagging one finger toward Ethan. "Now, that's just impolite. To Crete 18 years ago, just after that big offensive. Remember blowing me in the showers? That first shower we'd had in 3 weeks? Us Special Forces guys got the shaft?" Slowly, Cook grinned. Memories played fast, sounds and shapes and colors zipping through Ethan's mind. To Crete, Iraq. He'd been young, painfully young, early 20s, new in the unit. They'd been attached to Special Operations Command, and there'd been a young captain who had caught his eye. He'd looked one time too many. The captain had cornered him in the showers after they had survived a battle Ethan had known he'd die in at least 6 different times. Instead of getting a black eye, he'd blown the captain under the hot spray, the rest of their unit just outside the stall. The captain, in turn, had pressed his hand over his mouth until he couldn't breathe, and fingered his ass as he had jerked himself hard, spraying the wall in moments. "Fuck you!" His finger half-squeezed the trigger, but the barrel of his rifle trembled. He blinked hard, grit his teeth. "Fuck you, asshole." Cook laughed. He sauntered to the side, pointing to another laptop. "May I?" "Fucking freeze!" Ethan squeezed, and 3 bullets spat from his rifle, slamming into the boards over Cook's shoulder. Cook ducked, rolling smoothly into the darkness, and disappeared. Ethan dropped behind the circle of chairs, cursing himself. Cook was an expert in reading people, in interrogation, in breaking a man down to nothing. A minute in front of him, and Ethan's soul had wavered. "Oh, you know how it is," Cook purred. "In war, men will turn to each other for relief. It just makes it so much easier when there are guys like you around. So easy," he sing-songed. Ethan exhaled, shaking. "You worked your way up, though. Bigger and better after the Army." "Tell me," Cook said, a grin in his words, "how's that presidential ass?" A pause in the darkness. "Think some of my guys should try a piece of it?" Ethan bit his lip until he tasted blood. Damn it, he had to get back under control. Rage nearly blinded him, nearly made him jump up and empty his rifle into the darkness. He held his M4 close, listening, trying to find Cook. "Take control back. Make this conversation yours." He licked his lips. "You cloned them all, didn't you? Noah? Leslie? All of them." "I was one of the first to receive a fancy cloned body part all those years ago. Fucking amazing." Cook had made it to one of the laptops and called up new images on the scattered boards, pictures of Leslie's clone, her eyes forced open, watching Leslie's life and identity play by. Every scrap of her that Madigan and Cook had found online. "Have you ever heard of Arelsk 7? A pause. "No? Old Soviet bioresearch station, a true
house of horrors, a thing of beauty. It got shut down when the Soviet Union fell, but a plucky band of generals restarted it, up by Lake Baikal. You remember the Wild West days of Iraq, back when the killing and the looting was good? Well, I had a shiny new organ and all my medical records, and the Russians wanted to buy. A few drinks in Bahrain, and I made a decent $20 million, and they, my cocksucking friend, perfected the magic of human cloning. Where'd you get the raw material? You couldn't make a clone without her DNA. That was easy, Cook deadpanned. You do know she was my protege. I trained her in the sandbox. She was so brilliant. His voice turned almost wistful. Taught her everything I knew about interrogations, and when she died, when she was blown to bits, Jeff and I helped pack up her little bone fragments and shattered teeth and pieces of skin into a tiny little box to send back to the States. Not enough for a casket and a funeral, but enough to store in the vault at Dover. They log that, keep track of all our DNA.
Keystrokes pounded on the laptop.
Hell, I could have cloned you if I'd stolen your DNA samples. Why didn't you?
Ethan crept around the side of the chairs. Cast in the shadows from the floodlights, he could just make out Cook's form, silhouetted behind the boards, typing away.
Why didn't you clone me? Seems like that would have been easier. Replace me? Instant access to the White House? Because, Cook snorted. Look at all this crap.
Around the hold, videos of Leslie played, social media posts and videos and images and tweets scrolling by at breakneck speed, interviews Jack had given, telling stories about her, home videos, snippets from campaign speeches, interviews with her parents even. A perfect preservation of a hero, forever immortalized in cyberspace.
Clones come out blank. You can't clone memories. Can't clone life experience, but through the careful application of stimuli, you can implant anything you want, including a life they never lived. God, America loved her sob story, didn't they?
Cook whistled.
And isn't it just so sweet how America has really rallied behind Jack and Leslie, hoping for them both? Sorry, Ethan, you're on the outs.
He chuckled softly, his deep voice raw, his laugh just on the wrong side of unhinged.
I really hope Jack is enjoying all the special skills I taught that clone. She couldn't go back to him a virgin now, could she? Not with all the married sex they'd had. I had to break her in. Make sure she could properly seduce her husband.
His heart screamed. His vision turned crimson with furious rage. He tried to breathe, but his lungs seized, and for a moment he imagined rising up, roaring, and ending Cook in a hail of firepower. He dragged in a ragged breath, tasting sulfur and wet copper at the back of his throat. He bit down on his lip again, and blood oozed into his mouth. The pain grounded him, brought him back from his crazed high.
You're predictable, Ethan. You have a blind spot anyone can see from space. You did this with all of them. All the clones.
He edged his way toward the boards, toward the stair ladder, but fuck. Cook had placed himself squarely between Ethan and the stair ladder leading up and out.
Fuck no, Cook laughed. It takes forever. Leslie almost wasn't ready in time. For the others, we just programmed targets and missions into their blank little minds. Williams blew his brains out when he was captured, right?
Ethan stayed silent.
Excellent. Just like his programming. He had his eccentricities. We cut him loose after he fulfilled his purpose. He was heading back here in a blind panic, and we were hoping to lure Lieutenant Cooper.
More keystrokes on the laptop. Screens shut down, and a file transfer began, files disappearing faster than Ethan could catch.
But you'll do. Why Cooper? What did you want with him? Oh, I could flip him. I could get him to turn. Be one of us. You're out of your mind. He'd never turn. I know exactly what it is he wants. And I know how to use that against a man. To break them.
Ethan eyed the stairladder, Cook, and the spaces in between. It was past time to go. He needed to get the hell out of there. Ideally, put a bullet in Cook's brain on his way. Fuck bringing him in.
You're too dumb to know what it is I want.
Ethan snorted.
You're not so smart. I know exactly what you want, Ethan.
Cook chambered his rifle, the heavy bullet sliding back into place.
And I'm going to give it to you.
An instant later, Cook raised his rifle and fired, spraying Ethan's cover with bullet after bullet. Ethan ran, sprinting across the hold, trying to outrun Cook's shots. He knocked down 2 floodlights and shot out a third, wildly firing behind him, trying to hit Cook. Boards fractured and a server hissed, the drives whirring as bullets slammed into their casing.
Time to die,
Cook crowed. Gunfire blazed. Bullets pinged and ricocheted, sparks snapping in the blackness. One zinged too close, opening a line of fire across the small of his back, just beneath his bulletproof vest. Ethan spun, firing as he ran deeper into the darkness, into the cargo hold, and then dropped low, going still. Cook's fire stopped. Silence filled the hold, save for Ethan's breathless pants. Fuck. He was trapped in the corner, backed into the darkness. The stairladder was 20 feet away, and beyond that, Cook waited. What now? He reached out, his fingers resting on the rough iron of the hold. It was just enough, just porous enough to get a grip. If he found a girder, he could shimmy up the beam in the darkness, maybe. It was worth a shot. Cook's footfalls echoed across the hull and up the stairladder, all the way to the top landing. Ethan watched his silhouette against the azure sky, getting smaller as he climbed and climbed.
Goodbye, Ethan,
Cook shouted into the blackness. He reached down, hefting something onto his shoulder. Fuck, it was an RPG. The tanker was old enough to be a single-hulled freighter, and the RPG would rip right through her. Ethan scrambled, jogging for the stairladder as fast as he could. Cook aimed low.
When you see Jack in hell, and you will, soon, tell him I said hello.
He fired. A burst of flame roared through the hold, illuminating the darkness for the moment that it sailed through, straight for the waterline. Ethan froze, 3 steps up on the stairladder, and watched in horror as the rocket slammed into the ship's hull. Iron and steel cracked, wrenched apart in the blast. Water rushed in, a furious bellow of the ocean pouring into the hold, sweeping away everything in its path. Computers shorted out and boards fractured in 2, tossed apart on the cresting wave. The water crashed, folding back on itself, and then rose again, raging. Ethan ran, taking the stairladder 2 steps at a time and hauling himself up, but the water was too fast. It slammed into him, throwing him from the steps. Waves crashed over his head, and he had just enough time to gasp a sulphurous breath of soaked air before the water sucked him down and pulled him under. Chapter 47. Saudi Arabian Coast. Gasping, he struggled to stay above the surface. Waves sucked him deep as the water formed a tight whirlpool. He thrashed, desperately trying to claw his way out. He fought for every inch against the swirling water, Waves beat him, tried to drown him until his fingers closed around cold steel. He tried to rest for a moment, but the water rose too quickly, swallowing him down, and he nearly lost his hold. Hauling himself up the ladder nearly broke him in half. He heaved, puking water he had swallowed as he forced himself to climb, outraced the rising tide, swallowing the hold and pulling the tanker down. When he made it to the opening, the tanker had already tilted on her side, and the ladder met the ship's deck at an oblique angle. He had to crawl upside down, hanging over the swirling maelstrom, and drag his exhausted body over the lip of the cargo manifold. Weak arms shook as he collapsed face first to the tilted deck. He heaved again, coughing out seawater as he forced himself up, clinging to pipes and railings as he dragged his feet beneath him. Blood rained down the side of his face, a cut on his forehead pulsing warm and wet. Panting, he scanned the deck. No sign of Cook. He'd lost his rifle in the water, and the sat phone Irwin had given him was ruined. He cursed, bending over at the waist, and tried to drag air into his lungs. He had to get Jack to safety. Jack was in danger. God, what if something had already happened? Irwin. How would he contact Irwin? He had to get back to the car. Faisal had a satellite phone. He could call from there. Jogging faster than his battered body wanted, Ethan headed for the side of the ship and the ladder he'd climbed up. The deck kept tilting, and he ran at an angle, stumbling. At the railing, frayed ends of a sliced rope greeted him. Below, his inflatable boat drifted, deflated, just a mess of bullet-riddled red rubber floating with the remnants of the rope ladder. "Fuck!" He kicked the deck, grasping the railing in both hands as he growled. The tanker was tilting even farther, and soon she'd be on her side against the reef. He squinted down at the waterline. They'd gone maybe 10 feet? Lower than before, that was certain. Only one way off the tanker now. Ethan clambered over the railing. Beneath him, the water turned from turquoise to almost black, the drop of the Red Sea shelf giving way to a mile deep of open waters. Blood dripped between his eyelashes, down over his lips. Into the sea with the sharks, and bleeding. It was almost 15 miles back to shore, a mix of reefs and sandbars. He closed his eyes before he let go. "I'll get back. I'll get Jack to safety, I swear it." Ethan hit the water like a torpedo, sliding feet first into the depths. At least he remembered to hold his nose. The salt water stung his eyes, burned in his cut, but he fought his way to the surface. Gasping, he swam hard from the tanker toward the nearest sandbar. It took hours, swimming from sandbar to sandbar and then dragging himself across the barren, scorched quays. The sun set, but the temperature didn't drop. Around him, the reef came to life in the moonlight, fish splashing and sea turtles paddling curiously near him. He swam away. Sea turtles meant sharks, and it was already night, well into their hunting hours. Halfway to the shore, he collapsed face down in the middle of another seemingly endless sandbar. His perched, chapped lips cracked, and sand stuck to his oozing head wound. "Get up. Get moving. Jack needs you." One arm dragged him forward, and then a knee. Jack needs you. Move. Move." He pushed to his feet, stumbled forward. When he entered the water again, he tripped, falling beneath the surface. Spluttering, he barely managed to pull his head above the waterline. A dark shape swimming in the shallows on his right made him freeze. A black triangle rising above the water cast a long shadow in the glow of the full moon. Terror fueled him as he swam hard, shouting, forcing his muscles to work, forcing his body to go faster. A fin stalked him, staying on his right. He broke bits of coral off with his bare hands, hurling it at the fin, bellowing as he smacked at the water. One of his throws landed, and the fin dipped underwater, vanishing. He moved quickly, scrambling across the sandbars and back into the water, swimming for the next quay while the shark was gone. His eyes stayed open, scanning the water. Only 3 more quays and stretches of ocean, a couple miles, and he'd be there. Ethan dropped to his knees, counting out a 30-second break, as he pictured Jack's face In the end, he crawled out of the water and dragged himself to his parked Land Rover, gasping for breath. He barely managed to summon the strength to break the window. Ethan clung to the door as he wrenched it open and collapsed inside, reaching for the glove compartment with trembling hands. Finally, he had the satellite phone. Shaking fingers dialed Irwin's number. The moon had dropped low in the sky, and Ethan stared at the dull glow through the windshield as he lay across the front seat. "Lawrence Irwin?" Irwin's gruff voice answered after the third ring. He sounded tired, like he'd just woken up. "Where's Jack? Is he all right? Is he okay?" "Ethan? Jack's at the White House. He's asleep by now." "God, not next to her. Please, not next to her." "Get there. Get him out. Get him to safety." "What did you find?" "You're right. It's a trap. Madigan cloned her." He spoke between deep breaths, and he reached for a water bottle, unscrewing the cap with his teeth and upending it in his mouth. "She's not the real Leslie. Leslie is..." His throat closed, and he remembered the look on Jack's face, the devastated, anguished, hopeful look when he gazed at what he thought was his wife. "The real Leslie Spires is dead. All the ghosts are dead. These are clones. She's got all of Leslie's memories scrapped from the internet inside her brain. Some kind of programming." He tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness crashed through him, and he fell back against the seats with a curse. "Jesus fucking Christ." Irwin was scrambling on his end. Ethan heard doors opening and slamming, the sounds of clothes being thrown on as Irwin grunted. "Are you all right? You sound awful." "Found the tanker. Ran into Cook. He sank the ship with me inside it." "Did you kill him?" Ethan closed his eyes. "He got away." Cook's voice slammed into him, running through his memories. "You have no idea how deep this goes. How many of us there are. Irwin, be careful. Cook said some things. Everything, this whole thing, it's bigger than we know. Be careful." "You too, Ethan. I'm going to the White House. Get to safety. Take care of yourself. I'll call you soon." "Tell him..." Ethan's throat clenched. He sighed. "Just keep Jack safe for me." "I will." Chapter 48. White House. "Mr. President." Wood splintered, Jack's bedroom door breaking open. Flashlights bobbed, their beams cutting through the black of the bedroom. Welby marched in, flanked by Caldwell, their weapons raised and ready to fire. Jack stared at the agents, eyes wide, frozen in place on the bed. His fingers clenched the bedspread beneath him, digging into the blue fabric. He'd lain down on the bed for the first time that night. On Ethan's side, clutching Ethan's pillow to his chest. He was still dressed, still in his suit pants and Ethan's sweatshirt. "What's going on?" "You need to come with us, Mr. President, right now." Welby beckoned him to the door, his weapon drawn and up. Screaming sounded down the hall, Leslie's voice rising and shouting. "What the hell?" Jack was on his feet in a moment, heading for the door. Welby stopped him, a hand hard on his chest. "Mr. President, this is for your protection. Irwin is waiting for you downstairs." Leslie's screams rose again. "Jack! Jack! Help me!" "What's happening?" Jack pushed past Welby. "My protection? What are you talking about?" Down the hall, Leslie was being dragged out of her bedroom. 2 agents had her by the arms. Others flanked them with their weapons drawn. "Jack!" Leslie saw him, and she jerked, trying to break free. "Jack, help me, please!" Welby grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Mr. President, she's a threat." He stared at Welby, Leslie's screams bouncing off the walls of the White House. What? How? He couldn't think, couldn't process what he was seeing. Irwin needs to see you. Now. Let's go, Mr. President. Jack found his anger on the way down to the parking garage. He pulled away from Welby's gentle handling, fury crowding his mind. Agents were waiting in his SUV, the door already open for him. Inside, Irwin was talking on the phone and barking out orders.
Get her into containment as soon as she arrives. I want an interrogator in there within the hour. Yes, into the tank. Get Flynn. He's the best we have stateside.
Irwin glanced at Jack, his eyes dark.
The president just arrived. We're leaving now.
The SUV door slammed.
What the fuck is going on, Lawrence?
Irwin rested his cell on his knee, twisting it just so until the edges were parallel to his leg. He pressed lips together, exhaling through his nose.
Jack.
He blinked, long and slow.
Jack, I'm sorry, and I didn't want to be right, but I was.
A moment as the SUV peeled out of the White House underground garage. Irwin took a deep breath.
She's not your wife, Jack. She's a plant. Your wife died 16 years ago, and she was a hero. Whatever this is, whoever she is, this is not your wife. She's been sent by Madigan.
He stared at Irwin, static filling his mind, blocking out everything else, his vision tunneled, darkening until all he saw was Irwin's face watching him with too much sympathy. What?
She's not your wife, Irwin repeated. She's been sent here by Madigan, and we need to find out why.
Her blood tests came back. She's Leslie. Hysteria clung to Jack, colored his words. She's Leslie. She knows everything Leslie knows. We've talked about the past, about our marriage, for Christ's sake.
She's a clone.
Jack laughed, helpless and hysterical. A clone? He glanced out the window, watching as Washington whipped by. Wherever they were going fast. A clone? Are you kidding me?
We and the other signatories to the treaty banning human cloning use cloning procedures only for medical purposes. Cloned organs, replacement body parts. We can grow tissues and save lives, cure diseases that killed so many not that long ago. It's a modern miracle. But not everyone signed the treaty, Jack. Human cloning has been sought after as a weapon for years. DARPA did threat analysis on exactly this scenario 6 years ago, ordered by... guess who? Jack's mind screamed, the world tilting off its axis. So, what? Did they put her together like a puzzle? Clone all her organs and taped her together? She's not a paper doll, Lawrence. Jack laughed again, hysterical, losing his grip on reality. Are you telling me her memories are cloned, too? The memories were implanted. Cognitive implantation. A form of brainwashing, but in this case, the original mind is a blank. He sighed. For her, they used anything they could scrape from public sources. Think about it. How much of her life, her memory, is out there online? Interviews you've done, retrospectives. The deceased wife of the president was a hot topic during your campaign. Jack's eyes slid closed. Doubt crept in, lingering in the shadows. I told that story about the burned chicken at least 100 times over the years. He chewed on his top lip. A clone. He shook his head. How do you know? How did you find out? I sent Ethan to track down anything he could about her story. Make sure what she said was true.
He and I both share a desire to see you safe and protected, Mr. President." "Ethan?" Jack leaned forward. "Ethan found this out?" "Ethan almost died bringing this back to us." His heart clenched. "Is he got out of there, called it in. The first words out of his mouth were asking if you were all right." Jack stared down at the floorboards, his hands clenching until his fingernails pierced his skin. Ethan. His heart was too bruised, too broken to do anything more than ache. If all this was true, then what did that mean? That Madigan had dropped the one person into his life who could destroy everything he'd built professionally and personally, shatter his relationship with Ethan right when he needed him the most, when he needed to fight back, try and right the world. But the only way he could do that was with Ethan by his side. Had this been the plan all along? Separate him and Ethan, divide them, break them? He'd played right into Madigan's plan, walked right into crippling shame and endless guilt, split from Ethan and cast himself adrift, was on the verge of giving Leslie everything he could, but he couldn't just stop loving Ethan. And he'd chosen Ethan in their love over what he'd thought was his wife. That choice had been the first right thing he had done in days, then and now. Even if this was his Leslie, he still couldn't give up Ethan. That was something true, all the way down to his bones. She wasn't his Leslie, though. She was a plant, and he'd played right into Madigan's schemes, right into them. God, Ethan. Where are we going? Langley. We're going to interrogate her. Immediately. Ice-cold rage flashed through Jack's veins. His head whipped up, and he stared at Irwin across the dark SUV. I need to be there. I need to know what this sick son of a bitch planned. CIA Headquarters. Langley, Virginia. We will begin in a moment, Mr. President. Irwin said softly at Jack's shoulder. Jack said nothing. He stared into the sublevel interrogation room through a two-way mirror, his gaze fixed on the woman he'd thought was his wife. Leslie sat in the dim tank beneath a bare bulb. A chain hung between two cuffs, clipped to a thick leather prisoner's belt around her waist. Her ankles were shackled together, her sling and bandage had been removed, and the cuff on her blackened arm had been tightened around the damage almost to the bone. Her disfigured arm sat curled on the table, motionless. Had that injury been done to eke out his sympathy, to make him feel worse about seeing his dead wife come back to life? Jack ground his teeth, his gaze fixed to her rotted arm. The door within the interrogation room opened. Flynn, Irwin's hand-picked interrogator, strode in. He wore cargo pants and an untucked shirt and sported an unruly mop of dark hair. He didn't look at her, just pulled out his chair, metal legs scraping over bare concrete. He sat, his face impassive as he stared her down. Leslie's breaths stuttered. She fidgeted, tugging with her good arm on the handcuffs. She kept glancing at the two-way mirror. If she really had all of Leslie's memories like Irwin said she did, then she knew he'd be on the other side. She knew he wouldn't walk away. Flynn kept staring at her, not saying a word. Leslie jerked her good wrist, yanking on the chain, and she whipped around, staring at the mirror. "Jack," she pleaded, her voice wavering. "Jack, please, help me." Jack stared back, not blinking, as he crossed his arms and his fingers clenched in the bunched fabric of Ethan's sweatshirt. Flynn cocked his head, just so, staring Leslie down. "Where's Jack?" Leslie breathed. She bit her lip, shrinking in her seat as she seemed to collapse in on herself. "Where's my husband?" Jack's veins singed, raw fury roaring through him. If I could just talk to Jack, she begged. Something's misunderstood. Something's wrong. If I could just talk to him, see him, please. We know who you work for. We know you work for Madigan. We know you've been sent here on a mission. I used to work for Madigan. I fought back when I figured out what kind of monster he was. We know you were sent here on a mission, Flynn repeated. If you tell us how the attack is going to happen, we'll be able to help you. He paused, steepling his fingers together. Where and when are you supposed to attack? Panic seemed to settle in around Leslie. Her breaths came fast, and she stared at Flynn, her fingernails scratching on the surface of the bare metal table. What attack? What are you talking about? Where and when are you supposed to attack? I don't know what you're talking about. For the last time, before I have to be impolite. Where and when are you supposed to attack? I'm not part of any attack. She slammed her good hand on the table. I'm not attacking you. You've got the wrong person. Tears glistened at the edges of her eyes. Please, let me speak to my husband. Flynn looked down, pursed his lips as he spun his thumbs. How do you communicate with Madigan? What? A tear slipped down her cheek. Where is Madigan's current operational location? I don't know what you're... Flynn cut her off. Where and when are you supposed to attack? I'm not attacking you. What is your name? Leslie Christina Spires, she ground out. My husband is Jack Spires. Flynn kept going, rapid-fire questions on full blast, never letting Leslie have a moment to think, to maneuver. How many others are in your operation? Who else is a part of this mission? There is no mission. Where is Madigan's current operational location? I don't know. How do you communicate with Madigan? She leaned forward, snarling. Fuck you! What is your name? Her hand slammed down on the table, metal jumping. Leslie Christina Spires, she bellowed. Leslie Christina Spires. Next to Jack, Irwin let out a shaky breath. Jesus, Director Morey mumbled, sharing a long, uncertain look with Director Campbell of the FBI. Jack glared into the interrogation room. She was good. He had to give her that. She had Leslie's behaviors down, her mannerisms, all the tiny little things she did that made her her, all her imperfections, all her quirks, her frustration, the quick snap to her anger, the tightening of her eyes, the way her fingernails scraped over the skin around her nails, how she bit her lip until her skin frayed. But she wasn't Leslie. She wasn't his wife, no matter how closely she acted, how perfect her behaviors were. She was something else, something that was trying to steal Leslie's memory, remake her, and use her in some sick, twisted way. He clung to that with both hands. He kept watching, even as Campbell turned away. Where and when are you supposed to attack? Flynn repeated. I'm not a murderer, Leslie hissed through clenched teeth. But maybe I'll make an exception for you. You believe you're her, Flynn said, leaning back and crossing his legs. You really do. Leslie froze, her eyes going saucer-wide as her jaw dropped. She even stopped breathing. Jack counted the seconds until her shoulders rose again. What? Where and when are you supposed to attack? My name is Leslie Christina Spires, she repeated. Where and when are you supposed to attack? I am 45 years old. Where and when are you supposed to attack? My husband is Jack Spires. Flynn burst to his feet, flipping the table and sending it flying across the room in one motion. It slammed into the concrete wall with a clang. Leslie jumped, her good hand grasping the arm of her chair as her dead arm flopped uselessly to the side. Flynn caught her, pressing hard on her wrist, grinding it into the metal frame of the chair until she screamed. Captain Leslie Spires died 16 years ago in Iraq. She died a national hero. You are nothing compared to her memory, Flynn shouted in Leslie's face. The two-way mirror vibrated. Leslie squirmed, pain contorting her features. I am Leslie, she finally growled. You're making a mistake. Flynn shoved her chair backward, metal legs scraping until he slammed her into the far wall. Her head hit the concrete, but she glared up at him, fury in her eyes. He shoved his face into hers. We know what you are. We know you're here on a mission. You've been caught. It's all over. Where and when are you supposed to attack? Leslie spat in his face. Flynn stepped back. He wiped her spit with the back of his arm and shook his head. What do you think will happen after this? Think Madigan will take you back? Welcome you home. He scrunched his nose, shook his head again. You're a failure. He won't want anything to do with you. You want anything, any kind of life at all after this? You're going to have to play ball with us. She glared at him, her head held high, and said nothing. Flynn dropped down in front of her, resting one hand gently over hers, the one he'd ground into the metal moments before. His voice softened, and he leaned in close, like he was sharing a secret. You know, Madigan will kill you for failing. We can help you start a new life. You won't have to do what he's ordered you to do. You could have a real life of your own. Flint paused. You say you fought back? Prove that now. Answer our questions. Silence, save for her fast pants and the panicked look she shot toward the two-way mirror. Flynn waited. He shook his head again. You've made a big mistake. Jack, she hollered. Jack, this is wrong. You're all wrong. Her voice cracked, breaking apart, and then she was sobbing, huge, aching sobs that shook her thin frame. Flynn stepped back, folded his arms, and spread his legs. How many others are in your operation? Who else is a part of this mission? She glared, red-rimmed eyes raining tears down her splotchy cheeks. Where is Madigan's current operational location? I'm Leslie. How do you communicate with Madigan? Please, she sobbed. You're making a mistake. What is your name? Leslie Christina Spires, she chanted. Leslie Christina Spires. Leslie Christina Spires. Mr. President, Director Morey frowned. Are we absolutely certain about this intelligence? Do we have anything concrete to review? Anything other than a verbal statement, any independent verification? Campbell said as Julian Avila's Secretary of Homeland Security looked away. Irwin glanced sideways at Jack. Keep it going, Jack said. Jesus Christ, Mr. President. Avila shook his head. That's your wife in there. You are not Leslie. My name is Leslie Christina Spires. You are not Army Captain Leslie Spires, an American hero and patriot of this country. Flynn's voice rose. My name is Leslie Christina Spires. She spoke louder, trying to drown him out. You are a science experiment. Leslie Christina Spires. On a failed mission. Flynn's shout shook the concrete walls. You're wrong, Leslie shrieked. You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Flynn flew at her again, grasping the arms of her chair. He hissed right into her face. Where and when are you planning to attack? She stared into his eyes and didn't say a word. A buzz sounded. Flynn pulled back. He turned without a word, shutting the door behind him with a faint snick. Leslie collapsed forward, sobs shaking her shoulders and leaking over the audio feed, weak moans as she whimpered and cried out for Jack. Flynn wouldn't look at Jack when he walked into the observation room, rubbing at his eyes with one hand. Director Morey, Director Campbell, and Secretary Aviles stood together. Irwin had his arms crossed, his forehead resting in one of his hands. Jack watched Leslie through the glass. It's not her. That's not her. Are we fucking sure about this? Flynn grabbed a paper cup of coffee he'd left behind before the interrogation began, downing the cold brew in 2 swallows. She's not showing any signs of deception, and she's sticking to her story. He wadded up the paper cup and chucked it in the trash. I mean, this whole thing is pretty fucking nuts to begin with. Are we sure about this intel? All eyes shifted to Jack. I trust the source of this intelligence 100%. What's this amazing source? What's so certain? Someone I trust with everything. He held Flint's incredulous stare, ignored his arched eyebrows. Absolutely everything. What the... Leaning close to the 2-way mirror, Campbell peered into the interrogation room. What the hell is she doing? They turned together. Gone was the sobbing, panicked, frightened, stubborn woman. Gone was the slouching, the practiced art form of vulnerability. Gone was the trembling, the show of fear. Leslie had turned her chair, facing the mirror head on. She stared into the center as if staring straight into Jack's gaze. Fuck me. Flynn took off, tearing out of the observation room and back to the interrogation. I have a message, she started. All of this, every single thing we've done, was all for Jack. The not Leslie clone purred. You got in our way, Jack, you and Ethan, but you won't be in our way any longer. She grinned. General Madigan sends his regards. Flynn burst through the door as Leslie grabbed her mangled, disfigured hand and slammed it down on the metal arm of her chair just above the wrist. Bones snapped, 2 audible cracks, and she tipped her head back as she started to laugh. Mr. President, Irwin lunged for Jack, throwing himself on top of Jack and hurling them both to the ground, right before shattered concrete and roaring flame ripped through the lower level of Langley. Jack's entire world went white. Breaking news. Massive blast tears through Langley CIA headquarters, underground complex. Terror attack suspected. A massive explosion tore through the CIA's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, in the early morning hours. Sources say the blast originated inside one of the underground interrogation centers and that it may have been a suicide detonation with explosives concealed within the attacker's body. Part of the complex has collapsed. The estimated death toll is not yet known. The president and Leslie Spires were whisked away from the White House last night and taken to an undisclosed location. Whether this was in response to the terror threat or unrelated, the White House isn't saying. However, the blast site at Langley has been fully locked down, and the no-fly zone over Washington and Langley has been extended. Military helicopters are hovering over the site, and multiple rescue agencies have responded. The whereabouts of former First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach remain unknown. No statement from the White House has yet been made. Chapter 49. Jack's world existed in snatches, bursts of sound and fury blanking to white, all jumbled together with smears of static and an ever-present whine ringing in his ears. Shouts, men and women screaming, orders yelled, but he couldn't hear right, like he was inside a bell after it had been rung and the world was still vibrating. It was dark, too dark, and nothing changed when he tried to blink. Something heavy lay on his back, pinning him flat, choking the air out of him as he struggled to breathe. Concrete dust filled the air, coated his tongue. Something wet and sticky covered the side of his face. He licked his lips, tried to speak, tasted blood on his tongue, burnt copper and flame. "Here, over here!" Hands moved something above him. The pressure eased, and he gasped, one hand weakly reaching out, fingers sliding through shattered concrete and broken glass. Someone grabbed his hand. "I've got you, Mr. President." The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it, not with the world flying apart. "He's alive! He's alive!" the voice bellowed. "Over here!" Irwin's dead. Something else rolled off his back, a wet weight that had lain heavy on top of him. Took the brunt of the blast. Saved his life. Hands ran over his body, patting him down. Jesus, look at all that blood. Where's it all coming from? Horsepower? Welby. Vigilant has been located, but he's down. Looks fucking terrible. We need a chopper. Now! His eyes closed, and then they opened again. He was being carried, bridal style, over a destroyed and devastated landscape. Shattered blocks of concrete lay at sharp angles. Fires burned to his right and left, black smoke thick in the air, burning his eyes. He rolled his head, blinking bleary eyes at his rescuer. Welby, his shirt and face bloodstained, carried him forward, clenching his teeth as he climbed over another shattered concrete block. Suddenly there were more hands on him, hands everywhere, patting him down, and the world veered from too slow to too fast. He gasped, trying to arch away from the touches. "Just got here. Bringing a chopper down into the west parking lot. They're taking us to Bethesda." He knew that voice. Jack blinked, reaching out and grabbing hold of a black suit jacket. Scott's face, wrecked gaze, deep lines, and frantic expression loomed over him. "Mr. President?" One hand slapped his cheek. "Damn it, Mr. President, come on!" Then they were running, Welby grunting with every step, Scott leading the way. Above, heavy whooshing burned out all other sounds, the whir and roar of rotors descending. His eyes tried to find the chopper. God, it sounded so close. His eyes closed, and then they opened again. He was lying down, staring up at a white hallway, flashes of fluorescent lights flying by every other second. He was on a white bed, silver rails on the sides, a plastic mask over his face. Scott and Welby ran at his side. Where was Ethan? He had to find Ethan. His eyes darted every which way, and his breaths came too fast. He couldn't breathe. God, he couldn't breathe. Where was Ethan? He had to find him. He grasped the rails and tugged, sitting up just enough to make everyone scream and alarms wail over his head. Scott reached for him, pushing him back down with wide eyes. "Lie down!" he shouted. "Lie down, Mr. President!" He tried to tug on the plastic mask. "Ethan," he coughed, struggling against Scott's hold. "Ethan, where... Ethan..." Scott grimaced, but he pasted on a tight smile. "He's on his way," he choked out. "Just lie back, Mr. President." "Ethan..." He tried to sit up again, reaching. His eyes closed, and then they opened again. Doctors hovered over him, green scrubs and face masks crowding his vision. He jerked back, trying to push through the mattress. Pain, so much pain, and he wailed, screaming until his chest caved in and he couldn't breathe. Machines beeped as the sting of a needle slid into his veins. He tried to gasp, but gloved hands grabbed his cheeks, pulled his head straight. Everyone shouted as an alarm wailed a high pitch, a steady tone that kept going on and on and on. His eyes closed. Chapter 50. Saudi Arabian Coast. Ethan still felt wrecked, his muscles torn apart, even his bones ached. The headache he had nursed through a swim back to shore had turned into a blinding migraine, made worse by the punishing Arabian sunlight. When he'd hung up with Irwin, it was all he could do to roll into the back seat and pass out, lying in the open vehicle in the stifling desert until the sun had finally cracked over the horizon. The heat followed the sunrise. He clambered to the front and drove off, squinting at the road as he downed water bottles, one after another. He made it 20 miles to Cuff, a dusty village, and pulled off outside of town to sleep under a scraggly goff tree. A wet camel nose poking into his broken window woke him hours later. An older Saudi man berated him in fast Arabic, too fast for Ethan to catch anything. He grumbled, waved, and started back down the highway. He kept the radio off. His migraine raged, and he propped an elbow on the windowsill and rested his head in his hand for the long hours of the drive back south. As the miles rolled on, his tires slapping on the burning asphalt, sand whipping through the broken window and stinging his face, every one of his thoughts fixed on Jack. Irwin's got him. Irwin will keep Jack safe. He's going to be all right. He will be. Still, his fingers squeezed down on the steering wheel until it shook beneath his grasp and the leather whined. He got back to Jeddah late and ended up stranded in the city's traffic, breathing exhaust fumes and biting down on sand grit between his teeth. Finally, he made it through the city, winding south along the coast until the turnoff to Faisal's private drive. Hulking security men led him through, glowering at the damage to the Land Rover. He flashed them a peace sign and parked in the circular drive. Exhausted, heavy footsteps took him to the door. He almost fell over when he entered, and the cool air slammed into him. Shoes slapped against marble, someone running for him. He waited. Adam skittered to a stop in the foyer, his suit jacket swishing around his hips. He stared at Ethan, his face bone white. He clenched his phone in one hand, and his mouth tried to form words as he stared at Ethan. "Clones," Ethan started. "We know." Adam tried to speak again, but his expression fractured. "What?" Ethan's heart plunged. No. "What?" he snarled, exhaustion forgotten as he charged Adam. "Tell me now." "I've been calling you," Adam hissed. "Why didn't you pick up?" Ethan shoved Adam back, pushing him against the white foyer walls. "Tell me what's going on." He tried to clamp down on his raging heart. "Jack..." His voice stopped, choked off. He couldn't ask. Couldn't say the words. "LT," Doc shouted from Faisal's living room. "It's starting. She's on." Ethan's eyes searched Adam's. Pain. So much pain, and a crushing wave of guilt crashing in on all sides. "No. I'm sorry." Adam grunted. He grabbed Ethan's arms. "I'm so fucking sorry." The drone of the TV filtered through Ethan's static-filled mind, a haze that had descended over him as Adam spoke. He heard the words, felt their impact like gunshots to his chest. "We'll listen now to the just-confirmed President of the United States, Elizabeth Wall." He headed for the TV. Elizabeth appeared, striding toward the podium, a hard look hanging on her exhausted features. The White House seal screamed in Technicolor behind her, and off to her side, Pete stood like a ghost, ashen and staring at nothing, his jaw wart biting the inside of his cheek. "I will not be taking any questions at this time," she started. "My fellow Americans," pausing, she pressed her lips together before continuing. "Today, our nation came under attack, targeting the very heart of our government and intelligence operations. An explosion at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, has devastated the CIA and this government." She breathed in, carefully. "The explosion at Langley took many from us, friends, family, and neighbors, and, in particular, this attack has taken a great man and a great president." No. He stopped breathing, every single one of his hopes clinging to the seconds she took, the hitch in her breathing, desperately wishing she'd say he was just in surgery, just down, but not out. She looked dead into the camera, as if she was looking straight into Ethan's soul. President Jack Spires was observing a top-level interrogation at a high-value target at Langley at the time of the blast. He was gravely injured in the explosion, and is currently being kept alive only with life support at Bethesda Naval Hospital. Gasps rose around the room, and in the background, Pete squeezed his eyes shut. "His status will not improve," she continued. Tremors settled over Ethan's hands, his arms, his whole body. His legs gave out, and he gripped the back of the couch before he fell to the floor. The high-value target. It must have been Leslie's clone. Moments ago, by the governance of the 25th Amendment of the United States Constitution, I was sworn in as President of the United States. Elizabeth's eyes slid closed. It was, and always will be, the saddest moment in my life. Ethan's blood burned, and he grit his teeth as his fingers ripped through the leather. He swayed, barely able to stand. Somewhere, he heard some kind of noise, a low, keening wail, but he couldn't place it. We also lost Lawrence Irwin, President Spires' chief of staff and former director of the CIA. Other senior officials were seriously wounded in the blast. Elizabeth squared her shoulders and looked straight into the camera. The FBI and CIA are working diligently to uncover the full details of what transpired this morning. We will continue to brief the American public as more information comes to life. Until then, please join me in praying for our president, a man we all had too short a time with, and a man who will forever be one of my closest and dearest friends. I plan on continuing his important work and his legacy, and I am proud to call myself a uniter. She stilled, closing her eyes briefly. For everyone who is grieving, everyone who is wounded, and everyone who is lost, I give you this promise. We will purge this world of the terrible forces of darkness and hatred. We will find the people responsible for this act, and we will bring them to justice. Behind Elizabeth, Pete's shoulders shook as he stared at the carpet. The camera cut away, showing the faces of the press pool for a moment. Shock, grief, tears, hushed whispers, half-bitten lips, and furious scowls. She said no more, merely nodded to the camera and strode off the podium. Pete followed in her wake, and then the screen cut and held on a silent picture. A close-up of Jack, bright-eyed and laughing as he sat at his desk in the Oval Office. His smile hit Ethan like a shotgun blast to the heart. He stumbled backward, away from the couch, like he could escape the message, the moment, run from the terrible truth. Red-hot fury roared, swirling around blinding grief, the shattering of his heart. Both choked him, forcing rancid vomit up his throat until he could taste his own failure on the back of his tongue. He hadn't been there. He hadn't been able to save Jack. Madigan's plan had succeeded. Whirling, his arms swung out, clearing the top of one of Faisal's decorative tables. A vase shattered, followed by a statue and a decorative plate, Arabic etched in gold letters swirling across the surface. Everything clattered to the marble as he fell to his knees. That keen, that mournful, warbling wail was back, louder and louder, surrounding him until his bones vibrated with it. He realized it was him, his own body, his own soul, making that dreadful noise. Nausea crashed through him. He fell forward, vomiting on Faisal's white floor. He gasped, but he couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but drag in ragged half-breaths that left him light-headed. Vomit clung to him, a thin dribble hanging from his lips. Hands grabbed his shoulders, spun him slowly. Adam's face floated in front of him, watery on the edges. And then Faisal, kneeling beside Adam. They both had a hold on him as if he were about to explode or burst into 100 different pieces or vanish into thin air. Adam moved first, grasping the back of his neck and pulling him forward until he fell against Adam's chest, the side of his face buried in Adam's button-down. Tears and snot and leaking spit drenched his shirt, but Adam held on tight, wrapping him up in both arms. They sat on the cold marble floor, as Ethan's heart and soul bled out of his body. Chapter 51. Bethesda Naval Hospital. 2 hours earlier. Steady beeping pulled Jack awake. He tried to focus, hazy shapes floating in his vision. Something dark was beside him, a lump of black against a sea of muddy tan. He reached for the darkness, and a needle pinched on the back of his hand, the sting of an IV line tugging when he moved. A grunt, and then the shape moved, sitting up. "Mr. President?" It loomed closer, and Jack's vision finally focused in on Scott. Exhausted didn't even begin to describe how he looked. Devastated would be closer. Something that had gone through a meat grinder, a man who had lost against his demons. "Scott?" His voice cracked. He coughed. "You had us terrified, Mr. President." Scott helped him sit up and passed him a cup of water. "When we dug you out, we all thought you were dead." "What happened?" Scott sighed. He rubbed both hands over his face, rubbed his fingers against his eyelids. "What do you remember?" Sights and sounds played back, out of sequence. Leslie in the interrogation room screaming, Welby kicking down his door, Irwin in the back of a dark SUV, Leslie breaking her arm, and then Irwin diving on top of him. Heat. So much heat, and the world seeming to collapse. "Her arm," he coughed again. "She broke her bones." "Her disfigurement was a ruse. We think, based on the video, that her radius and ulna had been hollowed out and explosive compounds packed inside. None of the doctors picked it up. The bone hid the explosives. And when she broke her arm, they met." Scott looked down. "A quarter of Langley is gone." "How many?" "Don't know yet. It was late or early, so the numbers were down." He squinted. "Lawrence Irwin is dead. Director Campbell and Secretary Aviles were injured, but they'll be all right. Director Morey is still in surgery." He didn't need to ask about Flynn. Nothing made it out of that room. Not with that kind of blast. "You said there was a video." "Acting President Elizabeth Wall confiscated it. Only 3 people have seen it. Her, myself, and Welby." Acting President. His heart stuttered. "How long have I been out?" "Hours. Morning news has been going insane. Someone leaked a photo of you being carried out of the rubble. It's not a good picture." He chewed on his lip, his heels bouncing on the hospital's squeaky linoleum floor. "Your heart stopped on us. You have 20 stitches across your ribs. You have damaged organs. You nearly fractured your pelvis and half your body is black and blue. You're damn lucky, Mr. President." "I'm not lucky. Lawrence saved my life. He took everything. We haven't said anything about your condition yet." Jack's mind raced, thoughts moving too fast to cling to. "Good. Keep it quiet for a little while longer. I have to call Acting President Wall. She wants to talk to you in person." "I need to talk to her too." Scott rose, pulling his cell phone out with a sigh. He stood in the corner, talking softly, and Jack's head rolled to the side, his cheek resting on the cool pillow. Irwin gone. Ethan gone. What was it not Leslie had said? This had all been for him and Ethan. They'd gotten in the way. But now they were separated, driven apart by Madigan's schemes he'd played right into. Ethan was God knows where, and the only person who had known about Ethan's mission was dead. What now, Mr. President, when you've been played so perfectly? So completely, utterly perfectly. Everything Madigan had done, everything had been a game designed to agonize, dig deep into his heart and wrench it apart, split it in half with broken memories and a rusty crowbar. What now? How did he even begin to pick up the pieces from this? There was only one place to start. He had to find Ethan, had to stand side by side with him and face the world, had to hold tight to Ethan for the rest of their days. Madigan wanted them apart. Damn that madman! Jack would find Ethan and he would never, ever let him go again. Together, they had stopped Madigan. They'd end his reign of terror, obliterate him from the planet. Deep within him, something shifted, some kind of sea change, moving parts of his soul across a line in the sand he'd naively drawn so many, many years ago, a conviction to play by the rules, to be an upright man in a sea of shady politics, to commit to good deeds and good actions, and believing that the world was made of fundamentally good people doing decent things. Oh, how his lines had been blurred. And now, evaporated. Gone. His hands shook, and the beeps on the monitor at his bedside sped up, louder, faster. He could feel his heart and his chest burning, raging, wailing. 16 years ago, Leslie had died on a mission he didn't know much about. But the one thing he did know with utter certainty was that Madigan had been involved. She'd been the first thing he'd ever taken from him, and now he'd taken Ethan, his presidency, damn near his life and his sanity, and had remade him through everything into a man willing to do anything to stop him by any means necessary. By the time Elizabeth arrived, he had the IV out and had limped up and down the hospital corridor a dozen times in borrowed blue scrubs. The entire floor had been cleared, and Scott had posted agents at all entrances, locking down everyone except for the one doctor and one nurse keeping watch on Jack. Elizabeth came in with Daniels at her side. She had her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, and her smart suit was rumpled. She'd probably been yanked out of bed by frantic Secret Service agents before dawn, and she'd been going a mile a minute since. Jack. Her smile wavered as she fought back tears, holding her arms open. He wrapped his arms around her, shaking. A moment, and then he leaned into her, the weight of the past week ripping out his spine and pulverizing his heart. He didn't even try to hold back his sobs. She held him through it as Daniels went to Scott's side, checking in with him with gruff words and a tight shoulder squeeze. "We're deep off the edges of the map on this one." Elizabeth pulled back. "What the hell do we do now?" He took a deep breath. "You're going to stay president." Scott and Daniels' heads whipped around. Her jaw dropped. "What?" "Everything that's happened, everything he's planned, has been because we've reacted exactly as he wants us to. He's been playing us from the beginning. He knows everything, knows our operations better than we do. We have to change the game, have to do something different." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that he came after me. He's targeting me and Ethan, and people are dying because of it. If I live through this, then he'll just come at us again. How many more people are going to die because of his madness?" "If you live through this..." Elizabeth frowned, and Scott and Daniels were at his side instantly. "Jack, what are you planning?" "I need to go off the grid. I need to get far away from here. I need to find Ethan." He tried to smile, but his fractured heart wailed at Ethan's name. "And we need to hunt this man down and put an end to him. For good." How? Incredulity strained Elizabeth's voice, pulled at her tired face. Jack, you're the president, not a soldier. First, I find Ethan. He's been running a black kill squad, hunting Madigan. They went ghost, but we can put them back together, someplace safe. We can try to connect with Sergei. His insurgency is making inroads against Miroshkin, and we know Madigan is working with Miroshkin. Together, we can find him. We have to approach this differently. We have to come at Madigan in ways he won't expect. The world needs you here, Jack. No! The world needs a leader who isn't compromised, Elizabeth. And let's face it, I've been a disaster since we got back from Sochi. You've been doing everything. The world would be rotting in flames if it weren't for you. She said nothing. I'm just a man. His whole body shook, barely holding together. Just a man pushed beyond all of my limits. Pushed over the edge. And I can't do this anymore. I can't be the president, not right now, not like this. Not without my other half. So you want to be dead? Daniel spoke when everyone else stayed silent. That's not something you can come back from. Not something a whoops, our mistake press release can take care of. Maybe not dead. Elizabeth still looked like she wanted to puke, but her eyes told Jack she had accepted what he was saying. The wounded are here, a few floors down. I'm getting briefed on the half-hour on everyone's status. There's a man, one of the janitors at Langley. She chewed on her lip. He's brain dead. The doctors say he'll never wake up. Are you saying we should pretend the president is brain dead? Scott threw his hands in the air. Mr. President! I'm not the president anymore. She is. And this is happening, Scott, with or without you. This is a military hospital. You're being treated by military officials. We can control this. I'm scheduled to make an announcement later today about your medical status. I can let everyone know then. She paused. But if we do this, and you get killed somewhere hunting down Ethan or Sergei or Madigan, and they hang your body from a streetlight, there will be questions. Call it a fake. Most people won't believe the pictures, and the ones who do will believe anything anyway. Wait. Just fucking wait. Scott got between them, glaring. Are you seriously considering this? Actually, seriously considering this? God damn it. What would Ethan say? He'd probably try to talk me out of it. But Scott, if he were here, none of this would have ever happened. He'd have saved us. Hell, he did save me. Who knows where or when she was going to blow? Jack took a slow breath, his hands on his hips. The world needs him. I need him. I love him. 3 simple statements, but they were bedrock truths to the foundation of his soul, the cornerstone of what his life had become. A life he had made with Ethan. A life he loved and wanted back. Desperation clawed at him, frantic for action, for the need to run and act and do and fix everything that had gone wrong. There was one road opening before him, one path he needed to tread if he was ever going to be able to live with himself again. The road back to Ethan. Scott, he's everything to me. I'm better with him, and maybe we're past where that matters as a president. But it matters to me as a man. And we still need to take out Madigan. So I need to go find him. Find him and never let go. He's worth everything to me. Scott was turning purple and working up to something, some kind of protest, but Jack spoke first. I love him and I'm going, Scott. I'm going to find him before it's too late, before Madigan finds him first. I buried him once. I won't do that again. Not if I can do something. Turning away, Scott cursed and kicked the hospital room's garbage can. Black plastic flew, smashing into the wall, and paper towels fluttered to the linoleum. You're not fucking going alone, he snapped. If you are actually going through with this batshit insane idea, then you're not going alone. Ethan would fucking kill me. He scowled at Elizabeth. Madam President, permission to accompany this goddamn idiot? Absolutely. And, a tiny smile curled the corner of her lip, I can make this whole thing a secret national security presidential directive, which means you have a new assignment, Agent Collard, starting immediately. Guess you're the new chief, Daniels, Scott grimaced. God, it's going to be a shit show. You just go find Ethan. I'll be waiting here for you guys. Daniels eyeballed Jack. All 3 of you. Back in one piece. We need to get out of here. At the foot of his bed, the nurse had hung a plastic bag with Jack's clothes. They were still drenched in blood. He couldn't walk out like that. We need to sneak out before the media descends, find a place to lay low while we make our next move. Scott closed his eyes. I've got somewhere. Elizabeth, I need Lawrence's information, his phone, his briefcase, notes he kept in his office. Jack's legs buckled, and he swayed against the wall, almost collapsing before Scott and Daniels got their hands under his arms, steadying him. Scott cursed, scathing fury on his tongue. You can't even stand. How are we going to... I will be fine. And damn it, Scott... Jack. Elizabeth squeezed his hand, interrupting. Get a little more rest. You need it. I'll have Lawrence's things copied and brought to you, and then you can go. I'll hold off on the announcement as long as I can. Congress and the Cabinet are both convening now in emergency sessions, so I don't know how much more time I can buy you, but I'll give you as much head start as I can. Jack eased back into the hospital bed. He ignored the pain shooting through him, the stitches he could feel pulling over his ribs, a near-blinding headache building behind his drooping eyes, and the exhaustion tugging on his soul. Only an hour more. And then we're out of here. Chapter 52. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia.
The hell you think you're going?
Adam bellowed at the top of his lungs, chasing after Ethan. Ethan grabbed a shotgun and a mandolin of shells. He said nothing.
You just gonna take off? Where? Where will you go where any of this will matter?
Adam's hands flew wide, gesturing to the pile of weapons Ethan had plucked from the armory.
He's dead, Ethan, but we still...
Ethan flew at him, slamming him back against the wall. A picture rattled and fell to the marble floor, glass shattering.
Shut your mouth,
Ethan hissed.
Shut your goddamn mouth. You're trying to ride off into the sunset and die?
Adam shoved Ethan back.
You going to just give up? Kill yourself by rushing the enemy?
Ethan slid 2 shells into the shotgun and locked the barrel.
Stay here,
Adam shouted.
Stay here with us. My team is on the way. We can fight together, actually do something instead of just throwing your life away.
Ethan still said nothing, and Adam reached for him, grabbing his bicep. Whirling, Ethan decked Adam, a hard punch slamming across his jaw.
You don't want me anywhere near your guys,
Ethan growled. His voice shook, his words trembling like a roaring volcano right before eruption.
I'm not your leader. I'm not your savior. I'm going to go find the bastards who took Jack. I'm going to kill them. Then I'm going to kill anyone in my way."
His eyes gleamed, a black, crazed ferocity.
"I won't take anyone else with me. Not into that. This is my fight," he hissed. "Mine. You're going to die. Then I'll be with Jack. We need you, Ethan. You don't need me. I've done nothing but fuck everything up." He shook his head. "Get your guys, base them here, stay with Faisal forever, if you can. Cut yourself off from the U.S.
His jaw clenched, and the pictures taken of him and Jack flashed behind his eyes.
"This goes deeper than what we know. You can't trust anyone. No one at all, except your own people, your team. Got it? And what the fuck are we supposed to do?"
Ethan grabbed his bag and stormed away.
"Do what you can to protect your team."
He kicked open the front door. Jeddah's evening sun had crept over the horizon.
"Keep the people you care about in the world safe."
He threw his bags into the Land Rover, tossing the shotgun and a rifle into the front seat.
"And don't ever, ever let go of the man you love."
He wouldn't look at Adam as he climbed into the driver's seat.
"Forget trying to be a hero, trying to change the world. You just lose everything, and it's not worth it. It's not fucking worth it to be in the world without them."
Adam grasped the driver's door, broken glass shards biting into his palms.
"Ethan, stay away from Cook, Adam."
Ethan stared straight ahead, out through the windshield.
"Stay the fuck away from him."
Finally, Ethan looked Adam's way.
"I mean it."
Ethan gunned the accelerator, and burning rubber spat smoke against Faisal's drive. Adam leaped back as Ethan peeled out. Something flew out of the broken driver's window, smashing against the pavement. He jogged ahead, picking up the pieces. Adam sighed, closing his eyes, and then hurled the shattered plastic and broken wires against Faisal's stone wall. Ethan had chucked the satellite phone out the window. He was gone. Flowers, flags, and candles blanket the White House fence, honoring and remembering Jack Spires. Americans have come out by the thousands, laying flowers and lighting candles outside the White House to honor and remember President Jack Spires. American flags and pride flags cover the sidewalk, sticking out of flowers and standing next to pictures of the president and his partner, Ethan Reichenbach. Pins and bumper stickers from the president's new political party, the Unity Party, dot the tableau. Speaking to TNN, Senator Stephen Allen said, "It's always a sad day when an American life is lost. President Spires lived a controversial life, and I am certain that we will come to find his death came about because of the causes he chose to support." Chapter 53. Moscow. The Kremlin. "We got the signal." Madigan grinned. It was a madman's smile, and it made Miroshkin's skin crawl.
"The bombing."
Madigan nodded. Miroshkin's eyes narrowed. How had Madigan penetrated the heart of the American military intelligence machine?
"What have you done, General?"
"Exactly what I promised you I would. I sowed terror, ripped apart our enemies, tore their souls to shreds until they collapsed in on themselves." Miroshkin stayed silent. His fingers tapped nervous against the leather sofa.
"And this is the next move?"
"This is the fourth move, but they won't know that." He leaned back, smug satisfaction leaching from his bones. "General, begin preliminary maneuvers for our operation. When everything is set, launch your invasion force."
"Where are you going?"
Miroshkin frowned.
"You're not a part of the invasion." "Why not? I thought this was what you wanted."
My own plans are sending me elsewhere, General, for now. But don't worry. It will all be over soon. Our new dawn is coming. A new sky awaits us all. Chapter 54. Silver Springs, Maryland. Jack tried his best not to limp as he shadowed Scott up his driveway, keeping his head down and his borrowed hoodie pulled forward. Scott had his belongings wrapped up in a paper bag, and Jack wore stolen hospital scrubs under the hoodie and thick sunglasses over his eyes. His facial hair had grown out, 2 days of not shaving, and silver patches mingled in his blonde scruff. It was a passable disguise, along with the heavy bruising and the black eye. The key turned in the lock, and Scott hauled him inside. He leaned back against the door, pulling off his shades. A scream tore through the house. He froze. "Dad!" Scott paled, but ran for the kitchen. A teenage girl wearing a baggy plaid pullover, her long brown hair loosely braided down her back, raced down the hall, crashing into Scott at the foot of a dark staircase. "Dad!" she cried again. Scott grabbed her, pulled her into a massive hug. His face disappeared into a braid. A middle-aged woman, her hair cut into a short bob, appeared next, tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched Scott and his daughter. Scott reached for her with one hand, pulling her close, and the three ended up in a three-way hug as Scott kissed both their heads. Jack stayed frozen at the front door, watching. "I thought you were at your mother's house." Scott pulled back just slightly, just enough to talk to his wife and keep his arms around his daughter. His daughter clung to him, her face tucked into his filthy shirt and his chest. "Why did you come back?" "After last night? Of course we came back. We've been calling and calling. Why didn't you pick up?" "Phone died. I'm sorry." And Scott glanced back over his shoulder. His wife and daughter spotted Jack. They stared, speechless. Scott spoke first. "Mr. President, this is my wife, Stacy, and my daughter, Liz." "Mr. President, I thought you were—" Stacy looked from Jack to Scott and back again. "We saw the press conference from President Walt—" "We've got to talk," Scott said softly, reaching for her hand. Jack's legs jiggled. He wanted to pace, but his aching body kept him frozen on the couch in Scott's study. Scott had plopped him down, given him an unreadable look, and vanished with his family to the kitchen. Loud voices bounced down the hallway minutes later, Stacy's frustrated anger rising and falling in time with Scott's muted words. He pulled a white pillow at the end of the couch into his arms, breathing deeply Ethan's lingering scent. Just days ago, Ethan had been right there. Copies of Irwin's things he'd gotten from Elizabeth lay scattered over the coffee table before him. It wasn't everything, but it was a start. Buried in Irwin's notes, he found Prince Faisal's cell number. For a moment, it felt like he'd struck gold. He'd given his phone to Elizabeth and charged up Ethan's, pulling it from his blood-soaked clothes before they left the hospital. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. Elizabeth had given him a secured cell encryptor, and he plugged the boxy device into the phone's battery port before dialing the prince's number. The buzz of an international ringtone whined in his ear once, twice, 3 times. He chewed his lip. If anyone knew where Ethan had gone, other than Irwin, his money was on the prince. Cooper had spent so much of his time there, and Ethan had spent long hours talking through intel with Cooper and the prince for months. He had fled to the prince before, when he'd been dead and in hiding. It was a good place to start. "Assalamu alaikum. Prince Faisal." A long pause. "Who is this?" He took a shaky breath. He'd talked to the prince exactly once, thanking him in private for his help and the assistance he'd given to Cooper and Ethan after Ethiopia. He didn't know how this would go over. "Jack Spires," he said softly. He dropped the president. Silence. "Who whatever this is, Faisal said, his voice frigid, this is not humorous. It's not a joke, Your Highness. I called you last year, thanked you. You told me no matter what, your family remained strong friends with the United States, that even if something came out in the media, our two countries' friendship wouldn't waver, and that we could call on you for anything. More silence.
Mr. President, Faisal finally breathed. How?
I needed to disappear, needed to get off the grid, but now I need to find Ethan. Do you have any idea where he is? Has he reached out to you or to Lieutenant Cooper?
Ibn al-Qalb,
He spat, cursing.
Adam! Yalla!
Shuffling, muffled voices, and then a string of curses and pounding feet running on marble. The phone clattered to the ground. Someone picked it up.
Mr. President?
Cooper's breathless voice strained over the phone line.
What the fuck?
Well, he wasn't the president anymore. He let Cooper's curse slide. Do you know where Ethan is?
Yeah. He was fucking here.
Cooper cursed again.
He was here with us. But he fucking left.
Left? Jack's heart plunged. Where?
I don't know. He wouldn't say. He fucking fell apart after that press conference after President Wall told the world you were basically dead. We got him down, but he went crazy after. Worse than Ethiopia. He's fucking gone. Ready to die.
Ethan gone, ready to die. His heart plunged, his stomach turned inside out. She spoke too soon. Congress pushed her to do it. I wasn't ready. God, I should have called sooner. Damn it. Where did he go? Do you have any idea?
He said he was going to find the men who killed you. That's it.
Vanished on the warpath and seeking revenge. Madigan's threat from Sochi came back. He's the exact same as us. It must be you who's keeping him sane. I wonder what will happen to him when you're gone. Fucking Madigan! Jack knew Ethan, knew him better than that monster did. Where would his lover go? What would he do if he thought the worst? I have an idea. Call me on this number if you learn anything, and don't tell a soul about this, about me. He hung up before Cooper could say anything. The next number he dialed he knew by heart. Elizabeth had airdropped cell sites into the region, and supposedly everything worked there again. Another international buzz. He waited, the phone pressed to his skull as he counted the seconds. After 6 rings, a gruff voice answered.
"Da?"
He knew that voice. He smiled, his first real smile in 10 days. "Sasha?" A beat.
"Who is this?"
"It's Jack. Jack Spires is dead. Who is this?" No inflection, nothing but a cold, hard fact. "It's Jack, Sasha. I know you. I know you're in love with Sergei. I can see it in the way you look at him. And I know he didn't bring that statue of one of your heroes of the Soviet Air Force out of storage for nothing." Long, long silence save for Sasha's harsh breaths. In the background, distant gunshots fired, isolated bursts, followed by shouts in Russian. "I need to talk to Sergei, Sasha. Please. Is he there?" He'd called Sergei's personal phone. "Da." More sounds of shuffling. Someone moving and grunted Russian. Then, Sergei's rough voice, too much emotion choking his words.
"Jack,"
he breathed.
"Sasha says it is you, but this is impossible. I heard the news. You are dead."
"Not yet, Sergei. I needed to get off the grid. Madigan will just keep coming after me until he believes I'm dead. I'm giving him what he wants for now. Until I kill him." Sergei cursed in Russian, a long, unending string of growls.
"I toasted you already. I shed tears for you."
We'll drink again together, Sergei. Right now I need to beg you for your help.
My help? Jack, I am running an insurgency against the bastards in Moscow. I am living out of a rat hole in a convoy of trucks. I do not know how I am still alive, save for your country's airstrikes. How can I possibly help you? I need to find Ethan.
His voice wavered, and he dug his thumb into one of the bruises on his thigh.
I think he's headed for Russia. Overland from Saudi Arabia. I think...
He swallowed. I think he's trying to take out as many of Madigan's men as he can before...
He has no idea, does he?
Jack closed his eyes.
I couldn't find him in time,
he breathed.
Elizabeth announced early. She was pressured. Please, I need to find him. And I need to go to him.
His voice changed, turning from pleading to a harsh growl, his hatred come alive.
And after that, I need to kill Madigan, Sergei. I need to wipe him from the face of the planet.
Sergei hummed.
If Ethan is smart, he will go through Kurdistan and then into the Caucasus. My people control the western mountains. The east it is gone to the rebels, and they have declared for the caliphate. Chechnya, Dagestan.
He sighed.
He should stay away from those areas if he knows what is good for him.
I don't think he cares about that right now, Jack whispered.
If he comes to me, we will be able to save him, yes? We control our territory.
Your insurgency is going well, Sergei.
Airstrikes help, he deadpanned. I will put out the word to all my forces to search for him. One American as crazed as he is right now should be easy to find.
Thank you, Jack exhaled, rubbing his eyes.
Jack?
Sergei breathed.
Come, join us. Come here. Come fight with us. We are fighting for the same thing, you and I. Madigan's death. Miloshkin's death. We will find Ethan together, and then go on the hunt.
His voice shook with rage and fire. Jack's heart pounded in his chest.
Yes,
his soul screamed.
Yes, go. This is what you need to do, but...
How, Sergei?
How do I get there? Get to the Russian embassy in D.C. The ambassador is my friend. He has been feeding me information from Moscow. I will call him. He will smuggle you to me. Talk to him. Only him.
Put his life and his trust entirely in the hands of the Russians. A desperate plan, a desperate hope. Not just any Russian. Sergei, his closest friend other than Ethan. It was madness. Utter, insane madness.
I'll do it, he breathed. Get to the embassy at midnight tonight. He will be ready.
Thank you, Sergei. I can't.
We will drink when you get here, Jack. And we will talk then.
Sergei cut the line. He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to Ethan's phone. Ethan, wherever you are, stay alive. I'm coming for you. Like you came for me. I'm coming for you. What was it Ethan had said to him once? I will tear through the whole world to get to your side, always. Ethan, he whispered, I'm with you all the way to disappearing off the grid, to the Russians, to the Caucasus, and to the ends of the world, to the end of them, together. Shouts rose from Scott's kitchen, muffled faintly through the closed study doors. Guilt clawed at him. He was taking Scott from his family, from his home, his wife and daughter, and disappearing to a war zone on the other side of the world. But no, Scott had volunteered, had insisted on coming. Maybe he should put his foot down, insist Scott stay behind. This was Jack's mission, and he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Scott had too much to lose. He padded out of the study, heading down the hall toward the kitchen. Soft sniffles stopped him at the foot of the dim stairs. Looking up, he saw Liz squatting in the stairway, hunched over and picking at the sleeves of her plaid pullover. Tear tracks stained her cheeks, and she had rubbed enough snot into her forearm to leave a wet spot. "Hey," he whispered. She sniffed. "Hey." He didn't know what to say. Scott and Stacy continued to argue just beyond the kitchen's closed French doors. "I know what I signed up for when we got married, but this is insane. You've already made the huge sacrifice. I buried you once already. Can't the president ask someone else?" "He didn't ask. I volunteered." "Unvolunteer, then. You can't go, Scott. Do you have any idea what this will do to our daughter?" "Stacy, do you know why she doesn't want to go to college next year? Because she's too terrified to leave. She's absolutely petrified that you're going to die one day, and she won't be here. She can't stand the thought of losing you, so much so that she doesn't want to spend a moment away from you." Silence. "I love my family, Stacy. I love Liz." Scott's voice was rubbed raw. "But Ethan is my brother. We've been at each other's side for more than half our lives. And we're just your family. I can't leave him." "You can leave us." "I would do the same for either of you. Drop everything and go do what I could, everything I could. He's part of my family, part of this family, Stacy. He was the first call I made when Liz was born. I cried on the phone with him, telling him we had a baby girl." "And your baby girl is going to have a corpse for a father." Jack's eyes slid closed. Liz sniffed again. "He's going to go with you," Liz said softly. "He and Uncle Ethan are best friends. They'll do anything for each other." Uncle Ethan? He sat one step down from her, leaning against the stairwell. Somehow he hadn't learned about this side of Ethan. Liz nodded. "He's always been the best. He and Dad are best friends, and he and Mom are pretty cool, too. It's always fun when we're together. Sometimes we'd all go camping when I was little, baseball games when I got older. He'd babysit when they wanted to go out. He'd show me movies Mom and Dad said I couldn't watch." Her voice died, and she looked down. The argument kept circling. Stacy's tears added to the mix. "You and Uncle Ethan? Are you guys still together?" "I hope so. I love him very, very much." "He's needed someone to love him." Liz picked at her frayed jeans. "I think we were all he really had." He reached for her, taking her hand in his. "I love him more than I can say," he choked out. "He's the one for me. The love of my life." She squeezed his hand hard, hard enough to hurt. "Bring him back, okay? Bring my dad back, too." "I promise." He held on to her hand, and she turned, leaning against the wall with him as she rested her head on his shoulder. He stroked her hair, listening to the end of Scott and Stacy's argument. Stacy was sobbing, the sounds muffled as if she was crying into Scott's chest. "I don't want to lose you again," she said, her voice warbling. "I have to do this." Scott didn't sound any better. "I have to go. But I will be back, I swear. For you and for Liz. I swear to God I will be." Silence descended over the house. Hours later, Scott emerged, looking like he'd lost it all. Stacy silently took Jack's bloody clothes into the laundry room, and Scott brought down a pair of cargo pants that were a little too large. Jack explained the plan, and Scott nodded, though his lips were pressed in a thin line and all the blood had fled from his face. When it was time, he pulled Ethan's clean sweatshirt back on, and then an old canvas jacket on top of that, borrowed from Scott. Scott wore the same cargo pants, a long-sleeved black shirt, and an old camo jacket. He shoved as many weapons and as much ammunition as he could into a duffel. Jack packed up Irwin's information, tucking it into the inside pocket of his jacket, along with Ethan's phone. Scott and Stacy hugged for a long, long time. When it was Liz's turn, she started to cry, but Scott held her through it. He wiped the tears from her eyelashes and whispered into her hair, telling her how smart she was, how beautiful she was, and how he was coming back.
"I have to walk my little girl down the aisle at her wedding," he said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I've been dreaming of that moment since you were born."
Her watery smile wavered, but she wrapped him up in a hug. A moment later, she hugged Jack. She whispered in his ear, "Give Uncle Ethan a hug for me when you find him." "I will." Stacy didn't look at him. They piled into Scott's personal car, leaving behind the Secret Service SUV. Scott and Liz watched from the windows until Stacy turned away. En route to the Russian embassy, Jack had one last call to make. Even though it was close to midnight, he had a funny feeling someone would still answer. It came with the job. Elizabeth picked up on the first ring. "Good news never comes after the sun goes down." Jack tried to smile. "You're a natural, Elizabeth, and this isn't bad news. Well," he ignored the harsh glare Scott sent his way, "I guess it depends on your perspective." "Jack, we've got a plan, or the beginnings of a plan. We'll be meeting up with a good friend of mine. Great conversationalists for you, too. Your pillory of pop culture over dinner was a sight to behold. Our friend has an idea of where to find Ethan. I'm going to stick with him while we search." "Jesus Christ," Elizabeth breathed. "From the frying pan and into the firefight. You're telling me this so that I'll know where to expect news reports of your body being dragged through the streets?" "It won't come to that. You'll know where we are and what we're doing, and for when you send us intel on Madigan." His voice hardened. "We're going to get him, Elizabeth." She was quiet. "I'll be waiting to give you back this desk when you get back." It was his turn to say nothing. He'd most likely never step foot in the Oval Office again. "I sent Secret Service agents to your parents' house in Texas. Agent Daniels handpicked them. We set up a secured video call, and I talked with them both this evening. They understand what's going on, what they need to do." Jack exhaled, his cheeks puffing out. "I do have something else to ask you," Elizabeth said, clearing her throat. "The identity of the bomber at Langley. What do we say?" "What do they say to the world about Leslie?" Jack let his head fall back against the headrest. "My wife died 16 years ago. I loved her, Elizabeth, I did. And she will always be my hero. She will always be an American hero. She needs to be remembered that way, honored for the life she truly lived, the amazing, incredible woman she really was. Not this, not whatever Madigan tried to do." "You want to go public with what that thing was? What she did?" "The world would reel. But then again, wasn't it already reeling? Was there some kind of terminal velocity of terrible things, a finite limit the world could take, or was that just the human soul?" Yes, go public with everything. What she was How we were duped, how a covert intelligence operation discovered the truth and warned us just in time. The world thinks you're gone, Jack. It wasn't just in time. Just in time so that it was only 31 who died, not hundreds or thousands. Who knows where she would have detonated if given the chance? I wasn't the only target. She could have detonated any time if it was just me. Elizabeth's quiet exhale echoed over the line. I'll make the announcement tomorrow. This is going to be awful. A grim smile tugged at his lips. You know, it wasn't long into my presidency that I realized I didn't want to be president anymore. Elizabeth snorted. Good luck, she whispered. You too. Chapter 55. Ethan drove for hours, never stopping. He took the road north to Medina, and then northwest across the barren Arabian desert, across the Iraqi border, and then north all the way through Baghdad, Kirkuk, and Erbil. He'd been there before, seen it all before. One dilapidated truck of masked fighters thought about running him off the road, but he fired a burst of gunfire into their engine and tires. They snaked off the highway, into the sand, and he floored it another 100 miles. He'd filled up jerry cans with fuel on his way out of Jeddah, more than enough to get him where he needed to be. Outside Erbil, he jerked the Land Rover off the road and stumbled out on shaking legs. His boots kicked at the packed sand, kicking up dust. Baking rubber, oil, and melting asphalt burned his nose. Overhead the sun scorched his skin. Sweat dripped down his neck. He knelt, his stomach heaving, and waited for the vomit to rise. It did, and he hurled the bottle of water and half a fig he'd struggled to get down. Spitting, he laced his hands behind his head and stayed in a crouch. Maybe if he closed his eyes, everything would change. Maybe this was all some kind of nightmare, and he just needed to wake up. Maybe if he stayed down, he'd never have to rise again. Eventually, he ran the back of his hand over his mouth, his skin scraping over the half-beard that had grown in. He looked like a man on the run, a man on the very edge. He got back in the vehicle and kept going. From Erbil, he greased the palm of a Turkish border guard, and he went north through the eastern wilderness of Turkey. He paid crossing into Georgia, and then again leaving Georgia. The border to Russia was closed, they said. No entry. A stack of American hundreds changed that. He wound through the narrow mountain roads, through the primeval forests that clung to the Caucasus. Spruce and fir loomed above him, and farther still, ice and snow clung to the peaks. His road twisted and turned, switchbacks with a steep ravine dropping off to nothing on one side. 6 miles into Russia, buried in the impenetrable black forest blanketing the Caucasus, the first roadblock appeared outside of a mountain town. 6 men stood at a barricade of armored trucks, all wearing Russian military uniforms and holding heavy rifles. Moroshkin's men. Sergei's rebels, policemen and everyday Russians, wouldn't be in uniforms, and they wouldn't be riding Russian military jeeps. Sergei's forces were a ragtag slice of Russia's people, and these weren't them. Finally, something to do with all of his anger, all of his furious rage. Rage at Madigan, rage at the world, and rage even at Jack. Jack was gone. And what was Ethan supposed to do now? How was he supposed to go on without him? There was no place for his fury, no place for it to go except poured into raw brutality. His hands trembled, yearning to fight, to hurt, to cut into someone as deeply as he had been cut into, to make it agonizing. Moroshkin's men, Madigan's men, were just what he needed. He slowed, just enough to ready the shotgun he had plucked from Faisal's house. As the first soldier waved him down, ordering him to stop, he slid the barrel against the window frame of the Land Rover and pulled the trigger. All hell broke loose. Bullets flew, pinging into his vehicle. He slammed on the accelerator, gunning it for the center of the barricade. The tires popped, and his SUV swerved hard toward the ravine's edge. He yanked on the steering wheel, overcorrecting, and plowed through two of the Russians. They dropped beneath his car, but he kept sliding right into the side of a Russian Jeep. He still had too much momentum. The bullets were still flying, shattering glass and pinging off the steel frame of both the Land Rover and the Jeep, impaled together and careening toward the ravine's edge. Trees spun, tilting like a carnival ride as his Land Rover fish-tailed wildly and arced out of control. He saw the back end of the Jeep tumble over the side of the ravine, and then he saw nothing. A pitch blackness that seemed to swallow the world. The Land Rover's tires left the ground, and for a moment he was floating. Ethan closed his eyes, gripped the steering wheel, and prepared to drive into hell. His world blacked out, vanishing. He didn't quite make it to hell. It could have been an hour or a day, but the next thing Ethan knew, the door of his crumpled vehicle was ripped off and the barrel of a rifle was shoved into his face. Russians shouted at him, bellowing. He was dragged out and thrown to the ground. The rifle ended up on the back of his neck. Cook was right. Clinging to the dirt, his fingers digging into pine needles and black earth and patches of snow on the side of the mountain, Ethan had an epiphany. Cook was right about what I wanted most. He closed his eyes. Jack. One of the Russians kicked him in the ribs. Pain flared, agony roaring through him like he had been kicked in half. Searing heat spiraled through his body. He heaved, struggling to breathe, his face pressed into the cold, damp dirt. He didn't try to move. Get up! One of the Russians shouted in heavily accented English. Get the fuck up! Two soldiers hauled him to his feet. The world spun. He nearly vomited. You are American! The Russian in charge advanced, pulling out his handgun and pressing it to Ethan's forehead. You are American spy! Ethan didn't blink. He stared into the Russian's eyes as blood dripped down his forehead. The Russian hissed, shoving the barrel of his handgun harder against Ethan's forehead. Why you are here? An attack is coming. You are scouting targets for air strikes. Yes? Ethan spat into his face, hawking a thick wad of blood-specked spit into his eyes. Barks in Russian all around him. The leader snarled, murder in his spit-soaked gaze. Dead is dead. Here or there. Dead is gone. Ethan closed his eyes. Something heavy hit him on the side of the head. He slumped to the ground. Rainbows burst in his mind behind his eyelids, and then white noise, and finally a freeze-frame image of Jack, smiling as he sat at his desk in the Oval Office. Chapter 56. Washington, D.C. Russian Embassy. In here, make no noise. Others here work for Moroshkin. If they find out you are in the basement, we will all die. The Russian ambassador glared at them both before slamming shut the van's heavy door. Jack and Scott had been shoved into the back of an anonymous white van in the Russian embassy's underground parking garage, tucked between classified packages and parcels addressed to Moscow. They lay down, huddled close together, and a tarp went over their bodies. The van drove through Washington, and Jack felt Scott's heartbeat race, felt his blood pressure skyrocket as they lay silently side by side. The Russian ambassador himself pulled them from the van at the airport, helping them stand inside a private hangar next to an executive jet. He nodded to Jack and handed him an envelope. For Sergei. Now go. This plane will take you to him. He and Scott jogged up the stairs, settling in behind two stern-faced Russian pilots. Scott fell asleep right after takeoff. Jack glared at him for hours, envious. Every time he closed his eyes, thoughts of Ethan filled his mind. Was Ethan all right? Where was he? Had Sergei found him yet? Was he in danger? What would he do if Ethan was gone? He couldn't think of that. Instead, he stared out the window, watching the impenetrable midnight sky and puffs of impossibly soft clouds float by. Hours later, after he had finally nodded off, a wailing alarm jerked him awake. Scott grabbed him, holding him back in his seat as the plane bucked, bouncing in the air.
"Get your seatbelts on,"
the pilot barked over his shoulder. "What's going on? What's happening?" Jack shared a wide-eyed look with Scott.
"You think flying into rebel territory is easy?"
the co-pilot laughed.
"We have to land in the dark of Crimea, and then you will transfer to where the rebels are. But we must land with nothing. Nothing that can tie us back."
He flipped another switch off, and more electronics shut down.
"Hold on."
Jack's nails dug into the plane's seat as the jet almost glided with no power onto a fog-soaked, blackened runway in Crimea. Only the faintest light showed the patchy outline of a runway, and for a moment he was certain they were dead and lost in a plane crash off the ends of the map. The plane's rubber tires slapped and skipped down the wet runway, squealing, and the jet shuddered as he and Scott grasped each other's hands in the pitch-black cabin. When the plane came to a halt, shouts echoed outside, clangs sounded as the hold was open. Someone banged on the door, and the pilot got up to let them in. Scott edged his shoulder in front of Jack, as if anything he could do would help at that point. The barrel of a rifle entered the cabin first, pointed at the pilot, before sweeping around to Jack and Scott. The pilot pointed at Jack, shouting in Russian, and backed away. Men in balaclavas dragged Jack and Scott from the plane, throwing them to the wet asphalt in front of another group of masked men. Scott fought the whole way, thrashing and kicking and taking out 3 Russians before he was pummeled to the ground. Jack stayed silent, glaring at the men with his hands behind his head. A black hood over his head. There was pressure against his nose and mouth. He inhaled, gasping, as something sickly sweet hit the back of his throat. Next to him, Scott shouted. The world went dark. He woke slowly, bouncing in darkness, blinking. The darkness didn't change, but the scratch of heavy canvas against his cheek clued him into the hood still pulled over his head. He tried to stretch, tried to move, but his hands and feet were bound, and he was pressed into a tiny space barely big enough for his body. It felt like a coffin. Panic tried to latch on to his mind, to the endless darkness, his claustrophobic restraints, and the braying Russian laughing and barking nearby. He bounced again, jerking his head against the end of wherever he was. Driving. They were driving somewhere. He was being taken somewhere. The lingering dullness of the chloroform slowed his mind. His tongue was heavy, dry like cotton, and he rasped, desperate for something to drink. Scott. Nothing. There was nothing he could do but wait. They jerked to a halt hours later, his head banging against the hard end of his captive space again. Grunting, he tried to roll himself over, tried to get into position to maybe see what was going on. Russian sounded all around him, the men in the car reporting to someone else, it seemed. Doors slammed. The car door next to his head opened, and he realized he'd been crashing into the base of a door the whole time. Something lifted, and a beam of light rained down on him. Even through the black hood, he winced. Angry Russian barked. His hood was ripped off. Squinting, he blinked fast and tried to take stock of where he was. He was lying inside the hollowed-out back seat of a rusty car. The seat had been lifted, and a fat Russian was peering down at him. They were parked in a foggy clearing, surrounded by maple, ash, and birch trees. Black dirt covered the ground, and messy tire tracks cut deep grooves in the loose earth. Another man shouldered the fat one out of the way, wielding an angry-looking knife as he leaned over Jack. He pushed back, trying to wiggle away, but the man grabbed his hands and sliced through the tape binding him. "Be still," he said softly. "I will not hurt you." He knew that voice. Jack sagged, boneless, into the smuggler's hold inside the ratty car. "Sasha?" "Dad." Finally the light changed, and Jack could just make out Sasha's barely there smile. "I am here to buy you from these smugglers and take you back to our base." "Scott. Scott was with me. Where is he?" Shouts rose from a car nearby, bitter cursing in muffled English and Russian. The car door flew back as Scott erupted from the smuggler's hold, stumbling and struggling against the bound arms and legs. A strip of duct tape was over his mouth, fury in his eyes. Sasha sighed. The smugglers want an extra 10,000 because of him? He helped Jack out of the car, letting Jack lean on him when his legs almost gave out. Scott saw Jack leaning on Sasha and shouted. He turned to the nearest smuggler and hollered through the tape. Even muffled, Jack could make out his words. "Get this off of me, you fucker!" The smuggler waved a knife in Scott's face. Sasha snapped something in Russian, and the smuggler stopped immediately, shoving Scott around until he could cut through the tape at his wrists and ankles. As soon as Scott was free, he whirled on the smuggler and punched him in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Scott jogged to Jack's side as Sasha tossed a wad of cash at the smuggler rolling in the dirt. "You all right?" Scott took over for Sasha, holding Jack up. "I'm good." Legs just fell asleep. Scott nodded, but his gaze took in everything, his head moving on a swivel. "Looks like we made it to Russia. I can't believe we're still alive." Sasha slapped on the hood of his Jeep, idling on the side of the clearing. "Time to go." Barricades and roadblocks slowed their drive, but Sasha was waved through at each checkpoint. Gunfire echoed in the distance, and Jack couldn't tell if it was just around the corner or 3 mountains away. Camps of civilians littered the mountains, Russians, rebels, and separatists, ethnic minorities who had been fighting in the forest for decades, all camped together under the thick canopy. "Boroshkin has bombed much of the region hunting us," Sasha said, catching Jack's eye in the rearview mirror. "We have over 100,000 refugees in this forest alone." Bullet-riddled police cars sat beside minivans outfitted with machine guns, the sites of a civilian insurgency run by an exiled president fighting against a totalitarian coup. "Where is Sergei?" Jack leaned forward, his head between the front seats. Sasha had a radio and 2 rifles propped up in his passenger seat. Crackling static and low Russian faded in and out. "Near the front. We are pushing north, but—" He glanced at Jack. "We have something to do first." They drove on, up and through the mountains until the air grew colder and fog formed in front of their faces. The sun set, and the forest dropped into darkness. Sasha kept the Jeep's lights off, driving slow by flashlight through the impenetrable blackness. He spoke quietly into the radio and listened for whispered Russian in return. All around Jack, the darkness of the forest played on his mind. Banked coals were the only light for the people huddling in the thick woods, and dimly lit faces seemed to appear and then fade into the black. There were no sounds other than the crunch of the forest floor beneath Sasha's tires, crackling leaves, skittering rocks, and soft, staticky Russian and a radio whine. His heartbeat seemed to fill the empty spaces in the world, his breaths as loud as gunshots. The chill air pressed in on him, as did Scott, and the Jeep seemed too small, too tiny an oasis in this crazed world of hidden armies fighting against madmen. What was he doing? Entering a war zone, trying to find Ethan? What could one man do set against the impossible vastness of the world's evil? He was going after the love of his life. That was the goal. That was the mission. Ethan. Always, always Ethan. His stuttering heart slowed somewhat, and he focused on the smell of the forest, the clean dirt and snow-slick air. He let his hope unfurl. Hope he'd clinched tight to. Hope that he'd find Ethan. Hope that he'd feel his arms again. The forest was the way to Ethan, through the darkness, back to his lover. Finally, Sasha's dim flashlight bounced off something other than a thick tree trunk. A concrete bunker, weathered and dilapidated, stood in the middle of the forest. Sasha whispered into the radio and parked the Jeep. "Old Soviet monitoring station," he said. "We took it over." Jack and Scott piled out of the Jeep and followed Sasha through the darkness, down the concrete stairs and into the dark bunker. Over the door, an ancient red light flickered. Sasha shrugged before he pushed open the bunker's door. A bare concrete hallway stretched into darkness. Flickering bulbs hung down, most more dead than working. The bunker seemed to be empty, but at the end of the hallway, footsteps rang out, someone jogging their way. Jack glanced at Sasha, trying to read him. Sasha's faint smile told him everything. "Sergei?" "Jack!" Sergei appeared in the ring of light beneath the flickering bulb. His gaunt face beamed, and he held his arms wide as he jogged the last distance toward Jack and Scott.
"You made it,"
Scott grumbled.
"Thought we weren't going to once or 12 times. You are fine now."
Sergei waved away Scott's glower. Jack smiled as he pulled out of Sergei's long hug.
"Jack,"
Sergei's eyes gleamed in the low light.
"Jack, we found him. We found Ethan."
Chapter 57. Russian Caucasus. The Forest. 5 more clicks. Beside Jack, Scott checked his rifle again, sighting down the scope. Sasha drove, and Sergei sat in the passenger seat. Behind and in front of their jeep, 5 more vehicles full of Sergei's insurgents crept through the early morning fog toward their target. Jack's elation had been muted when he had realized Sergei didn't have Ethan there at the bunker, but knew where he was being held. He had been captured, Sergei had said, by Miroshkin forces working against them from the east. They had intercepted communications back to Moscow, talking about an American they had captured, a wild man on a seemingly suicide mission. Sergei had laid out their plan to recapture Ethan, and Scott had pitched in while Sasha rallied the forces for the pre-dawn raid. Jack had started to pace. He'd never been a religious man, had never quite believed, after losing too much and seeing too many prayers go unanswered, couldn't reconcile the world as it was with the hope of faith. But for a moment, pacing beneath a flickering bulb burning in a bunker in the Russian wilderness, he'd thought about it. Thought about tipping his head back and begging God, begging for Ethan to be all right, for them to get through this without losing another person. He'd kept pacing, one foot in front of the other. Jack bounced in the back of the jeep beside Scott, waiting. Scott forbade Jack from joining the raiding party, but Jack refused to be left behind. Sergei intervened before the shouting got too outrageous, plopping a medical kit in Jack's hands and telling him to wait in the jeep for when they brought Ethan out. He clutched the medical bag, his muscles burning. Finally, the jeeps pulled to a stop on a rise overlooking a tiny mountain outpost. It was long abandoned, an old mining dump, but Miroshkin's forces used it as a drone base and a communications center. Sergei sent short orders through the radio, dispatching one team to knock out the comms tower and another to detonate the drone base. He, Sasha, and Scott would storm the small main building in the center.
"Ethan is in there," he said, leaning close to Jack. "We'll be back with him. I promise."
Sergei, Sasha, and Scott set off, creeping away and leaving Jack alone with the radio, a medical kit, and the silent forest. Scott moved with Sasha and Sergei down through the trees, keeping his eyes locked on the sentries manning their posts. At Sergei's signal, the snipers he'd placed above would take the sentries out. They would rush the main entrance. Sasha stacked in front of Sergei, despite Sergei's glare, and Scott stayed out of that snapping Russian argument. 3 claps shook snow from the fir branches above. The sentries dropped. They moved together, racing forward. At the same time, the comms and drone teams would be moving in, packing explosives around the communications tower, generator, and drone hangars. They had 3 minutes from the sniper's shots to get in and get out. Sasha fired into the door lock and kicked it down, rushing inside and sweeping right and left. Sergei came in behind him, taking the left side, while Sasha pressed right, clearing the hallway. Scott went down the center, his rifle ready to fire. Shapes appeared down the hall. He squeezed the trigger. 3 rounds spat out, and the soldiers ahead dropped. More shapes huddled around the corner, shouting in Russian. Scott flattened himself against the wall, shouting to Sergei and Sasha just before shots rang out, pinging off the concrete next to their heads. Unfazed, Sasha dropped to one knee and pulled 2 grenades from his belt. He looked to Sergei first, and when Sergei nodded, he ripped the pins from the grenades and hurled them down the hallway. Their impact echoed, steel against concrete. The Russian soldiers shouted, frantic hollering as they spotted the grenades. Booming shook the corridor, concrete dust and plaster raining from above. Screams sounded shrill, then silence. Scott waited, counting down. Nothing. They crept forward, picking their way through the dead. It had been a small team, just a skeleton crew holding down the main building. Granted, it was a tiny base, but there should have been more men. Not everyone was home.
"We gotta move fast,"
he grunted. The building was a T-shape, the first corridor where they entered intersecting with the cross hallway. Offices and locked doors stretched on either side. Sasha turned to the right. Sergei padded silently down the left. In the smoke of the grenade, his tall, lanky frame seemed to vanish. He moved like a predator, and Scott's stomach clenched. Sergei, for all his friendship with Jack, was still a dangerous man. He'd been a spy and a soldier all his life before becoming a politician. And this was the man Jack had thrown his lot in with. Swallowing, he set off after Sergei. Sergei blew locks off doors, searching empty office after empty office. He dropped to one knee and padded through the dead, pulling out papers and CDs and flash drives as he moved. They reached the end of the hall. No Ethan. Was he even there? The other end. Go! Echoes of shots from Sasha blowing off locks bounced through the corridor. They jogged to catch up with him. Scott slowed, though, his gaze catching on a glinting bit of metal shining beneath the neck of a dead Russian soldier. Sergei ran on, but Scott stayed back, reaching for the dangling chain falling free from the soldier's jacket. 2 dark rings, each with a channel of tiny diamonds buried in their middle, a chain that looked suspiciously like the one he was missing. Ethan was here. Scott's fist closed around the 2 rings. He yanked, snapping the chain's release, and the dead man's neck jerked. He wanted to throttle him, empty his rifle into his face. Whoever he was, he'd taken the rings from Ethan. And if there was one thing Scott knew, it was that Ethan wouldn't let go of those rings without... "Scoot!" Sergei's bellow sounded from the end of the hall. "Scoot! Down here!" Scott pocketed Ethan's rings, glaring down at the dead Russian, and took off. He skittered to a stop outside the farthest door. A dead Russian lay on the ground, fresh blood still oozing out of him. Sasha was inside, kneeling in a pool of blood. In his arms, he cradled Ethan's bone-white and unmoving body. Jack was a bundle of blown nerves and clenched teeth when the drone hangar exploded, followed by the comms tower. Metal shrieked, shattering, and steel blew through the air. Flames roared to the sky, trees nearby alighting. Snow hissed as drone parts rained down around Jack, dull thumps crashing into the earth. He waited, trying not to panic, next to their jeep. Shouting in Russian and then feet running back toward the convoy. His heart seized, but started again when he recognized Sergei's men. Doors slammed, engines roared, jeeps around him started up. Where were the others? Where were Sergei, Sasha, and Scott, and Ethan? Where was Ethan? 3 figures emerged from the smoke, running toward Jack. One of them had a body thrown over his shoulder. Time slowed. The burning steel, the raining destruction, the roaring of the jeeps and bellowing Russian, all fading away as he stared at the 3 men running toward him. The next moment could break him entirely. Could shatter him like the base had exploded, could scatter his heart in burning fragments. Sasha hopped into the driver's seat, shouting into the radio in harsh Russian. Scott raced past Jack, Ethan over his shoulder, a river of Ethan's blood running down his side. "Move! Move!" Sergei rushed Scott, pulling Scott back after he threw Ethan into the back seat. "Get up front!" Whirling, Sergei reached for Jack. "Jack, get in and hold his head. We have moments. They tried to kill him when we stormed the base." He leaped, throwing the medical kit at Sergei and clambering over Ethan's battered, bloody body as Sergei crowded in on top of Ethan's legs. Sasha peeled out, dirt and snow kicking up behind his tires. He spun the wheel as Jack cradled Ethan's head in his lap. Sergei ripped Ethan's shirt in half, exposing an angry, ragged tear in his side, weeping blood all over the jeep. "Press!" he shouted. "Press down!" Jack balled his jacket up and leaned down on Ethan's wound, right over his ribs. He still had on Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt underneath his jacket. He stared into Ethan's pale face, traced his blue lips with his eyes. Sergei unzipped the medical bag, grabbing the suture kit.
"Scott, under the front seat," he barked. "No."
Scott ducked down, rummaging.
"Hurry."
"This?" Scott popped back up with the plastic bottle of vodka, the label scraped off.
"Yes."
Sergei snatched the vodka and unscrewed the top with his teeth. He pulled out a pre-threaded hooked needle from the suture kit and sat on Ethan's thighs, pinning him down. He spat out the vodka cap.
"Jack, when I say pull back the jacket and hold him down, and do not let him move."
Sergei's eyes blazed, burning as he stared at Jack.
"Understand?"
"What are you doing?"
"Sergei, I am FSB, Jack. I know what I am doing. I can save him, but only if you shut up."
Jack's lips clamped closed as Scott grabbed one of Ethan's wrists.
"Now,"
Sergei breathed. Jack flew back, dropping the jacket and leaning down, pressing everything he had into Ethan's thick shoulders. He pushed his face into Ethan's, staring at him upside down, practically nose to nose.
"Ethan, come back to me, come back to me. Please, goddammit, don't do this, don't die, not now, please. Ethan."
Sergei doused Ethan's ragged wound in vodka, soaking the torn edges of his skin and washing away the blood. Ethan's eyes popped open. He roared, blindly trying to fight against the surge of pain. He bucked, but Sergei stayed on him. Wild, Ethan tried to punch, thrashing against his restrainer.
"Ethan,"
Jack shouted.
"Ethan, stop. It's us. It's me. It's Jack."
Ethan froze, his wild gaze darting left and right before he zeroed in on Jack. Jack watched it, saw his lover go from some kind of wild animal to slow, defeated recognition, saw the terror creep into his eyes, and then the agony.
"Jack,"
Ethan whispered. His voice was a fragile, broken thing.
"Jack, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you're dead."
"I'm not dead." He tried to smile, even as Sergei readied the needle. He wiped away the blood, trying to see Ethan's wound, but more kept pushing through. "Keep him calm. Keep him steady." Jack plastered another smile to his face, even though his heart was about to burst. "Ethan, I'm here. I'm alive because you saved me. You told Erwin what happened, and he got me out in time, and then I left it all behind. I left everything to come find you, to be with you." Ethan's face contorted, anguish and rage fighting for dominance.
No, this is just a dream. This is just my dream. I'm dead. I'm dead."
Sergei stabbed him with the needle, digging in deep, and pulled the dark thread through his skin quickly. Ethan screamed, his eyes widening. He went rigid beneath Jack's hold. "It's not a dream." Jack's hands rose over Ethan's neck and his bruised face. He stroked his cheeks, his eyebrows, threaded his fingers through Ethan's hair as Sergei stitched up his side, and Sasha spun the jeep through the forest, sliding and careening on the black dirt and patches of snow. "Scott's here too. He's got your hand?" Scott gripped Ethan's hand. Ethan clenched down, his knuckles going white. Sergei's fingers slipped over Ethan's skin, slick with vodka and blood. Ethan's teeth ground together. He groaned, but he never let go of Jack's gaze. He blinked over and over. His eyes darted down to Jack's sweatshirt. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt.
"Jack?"
Jack couldn't speak. He fought the swelling of his heart, the panic he'd held just at bay since everything had fallen apart, and stared into Ethan's eyes. "I'm here," he whispered. "I had to come find you. I love you. I couldn't let you go. I won't leave you. Not ever." Ethan's voice was wrecked, his expression wrenched apart.
"Your presidency."
"How many times have I told you that you're more important?" Wet drops appeared on Ethan's cheeks, salt splashes raining from Jack's eyes.
"I meant it every single time."
Ethan's free hand rose, grasping Jack behind the neck. He tugged, pulling Jack down until their foreheads were pressed together. Jack's tears flowed over Ethan's pale skin, and even though Ethan roared through the agony of Sergei's rough stitches and Sasha's wild driving, he kept his gaze fixed on Jack, as Jack whispered that he loved him, over and over again. Chapter 58. Ethan was burning up by the time they got back to the bunker and fading in and out of consciousness. Scott carried him inside, jogging behind Sergei. Sasha ran with Jack, guiding him to the storage room they had turned into a clinic. Jack lingered on the side as Sergei tossed 2 pre-filled syringes and Sasha and Scott laid Ethan down on a ratty cot. Sasha pulled down Ethan's pants, stripping him to his underwear, and then stabbed him in the upper thigh with both syringes, one after the other. Scott watched, glaring, and grabbed a blanket to cover Ethan, wrapping him up tight as Sergei primed Ethan's vein for an IV bag of fluids. "What did you give him?" Jack slowly stepped forward.
"Antibiotics and a pain reliever. He will need both and rest. He lost a lot of blood."
Sasha wet a rag from a water bottle and rubbed it, dried blood snaking over Sergei's cheek and down his neck.
"He will be out for a while. You should stay, Jack. Be here when he wakes up."
Sergei sighed, but he rolled into Sasha's touch.
"We need to go over some things."
He eyed Scott.
"Would you like to join us?"
For a moment, Scott seemed torn. Stay with Jack, a man he had been professionally and now personally sworn to protect, or go with Sergei and get first-hand information on just what they were doing out here. Jack nodded to Scott.
"Go,"
he said softly.
"Please."
Scott followed Sasha and Sergei out of the dim corner of the clinic, the private space they'd tried to give Jack and Ethan. Slowly, Jack settled down on the concrete beside Ethan's cot. Ethan had always seemed larger than life, a fierce fighter, sleek and powerful on the outside and hiding quiet depths and a sun-bright core within. Now, lying on the cot, he seemed small, almost boyish, and his battered face made Jack's stomach curl. He reached for Ethan, cupping his cheek.
"I love you,"
he breathed.
"Know that.
No matter what, I love you. And I'll do anything for this love, Ethan. Anything." His thumb stroked over Ethan's black and blue cheek, the edges mottled with yellow and green. His skin was hot and damp, sweaty with fever. Every piece and part of Jack ached, worn through with his own bruises and his own injuries and the weary turmoil his heart had been put through. He was 46, not a young man anymore, and even his bones were exhausted. He wanted to rest, not just lie down and sleep, but truly rest. Take Ethan and vanish. Disappear to some corner of the world where they weren't locked in a pitched battle with a madman, weren't dead men living off the grid, weren't trying to find a way to live their lives, and the only guidestone they had was the anchor of their love. That wasn't for them, though. He pitched forward, resting his cheek on Ethan's stomach and his palm on Ethan's jaw. The slow rise and fall of Ethan's breathing calmed him, centered him, and eventually lulled him to sleep. Buzzing woke him, a clattering vibrating against his chest. Dazed, Jack fumbled in his pockets for Ethan's phone. The battery was low. The screen was too bright. He squinted, but his blurry eyes managed to make out the number dialing in. "I'm alive," he grunted. "We're all alive."
"That's great,"
Elizabeth said quickly. She was all business.
"But I'm calling about something else."
His eyes slid closed. It was always something else, something more. "What is it?"
"Miroshkin's forces have initiated a polar invasion of Canada.
Russian naval forces have breached Canadian waters, and missiles are landing as far south as Toronto and Vancouver. Russian soldiers are on deck, sweeping south through the Northwest Territories. Towns are falling like maple leaves. They're attacking Yellowknife as we speak, capital of the Northwest Territories.
Jack stopped breathing.
Russian helos and fighter jets are in the air. Canada's military is scrambling to respond, and they've asked for our support. I'm granting it. We're about to be in an all-out war with Miroshkin's Russia and Canada. Why? His mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. Why invade Canada? It's the land route down to us. Step one of their invasion? Elizabeth sighed. Unfortunately, that's not all. We lost 2 polar satellites in Thule Air Station just before the invasion. Thule, at the top of Greenland in the Arctic Circle, was one of the Air Force's first strike Arctic bases. It made sense to take the base out from a tactical perspective, but something niggled at Jack, a conviction he had learned the hard way. He didn't just destroy those satellites in Thule to cover his invasion force. Madigan is up to something. My thoughts exactly. There's a Swedish weather satellite up there, pretty ancient, but it's been taking air density photos for the past decade. The Swedes just sent us a few.
Jack waited, his dread rising.
Something up there in the Kara Sea in the Russian ice is causing methane hydrate to leak into the atmosphere. There's a lot of it in the ice caps, and it looks like something or someone is breaking it loose. It's leaking out. The Swedes' density photos show enough methane hydrate has entered the atmosphere to penetrate the jet stream. It's starting to snake around the world. She paused. Some of the science guys here are saying that this could turn into an ELE. Another one of the president's nightmares. An extinction-level event. How? If enough methane hydrate saturates the atmosphere and something lights it all, it could set off a thermobaric explosion that would burn through the atmosphere of the planet, incinerate the sky. She swallowed. That's what our people are saying. He could imagine it, could see his advisors panicked with wide eyes and pale skin, could see the Situation Room up in arms, furious and frantic. And here he was, sitting in the dark with stiff knees beside Ethan's cot, buried in the Russian wilderness. In the Russian wilderness. Elizabeth, I'm here. With our friend. We're already planning to work north. We can go to Madigan. We can get eyes on, get intel on what's happening up there. He has no idea we're here. We can finally get the upper hand on him. She was silent for a moment. Static hummed on the line. A muffled voice in the background murmured, asking her when she had stepped back into the Situation Room. If you could figure out what the bastard's up to, I could send subs from Pearl. Send them to you and your friend along with a few surprises. Get you guys under the ice up there. Throw a wrench in whatever he's doing. Do it. We'll get going on recon on our end. We'll find out what he's up to, take the fight to him. Finally, be one step ahead of this asshole. She breathed out long and slow. All right. I've got to get back in there. Talk to your friend. I'll get things in motion on my end. She cut the line. As Jack pulled the phone away from his ear, he spotted Ethan blinking up at him, bleary-eyed and frowning. He leaned in close, scooping up Ethan's hand, dropping the phone and cupping his cheek. Hey, he breathed. Hey, how are you, love? Ethan frowned again.
Is that my phone?
I'm borrowing it. I left mine in D.C. Didn't want anyone tracking me. Ethan hummed, and he pressed his bruised cheek against Jack's palm.
I don't think this is real. I don't think you're really here.
Jack pressed a kiss to Ethan's cracked lips. I'm here with you, love. I'm never going to leave your side, not ever again.
Jack,
Ethan rolled his head away, frowning at the dark corner.
A lot happened.
I know. Jack stroked Ethan's hair, pushing strands off his sweaty forehead. I know. I have so much to make up for, if I even can. Jack's shoulders slumped. But first, we have to try to save the world again.
I know where we have to go. Here.
Scowling, Sergei pointed at the faded and worn map of Russia, actually the Soviet Union, tacked up on the wall in the bunker's main conference room. Dominating the opposite concrete wall, a chipped mural of Comrade Lenin saluting his brothers, and the hammer and sickle of the Soviet Union, played out in bright colors. Ethan leaned on Jack, squinting at the map.
You pointed at the Pacific Ocean.
No, Simishir Island, and the Kurils, and the Okhotsk Sea, north of Japan.
Jack blinked. Could you pick some place farther, perhaps? That's on the other side of Russia, the other side of the continent, Sergei. How small is this island? Scott stepped close to the map, trying to find the speck of land. It is there, Sergei snapped. Kratany Naval Base. It is an abandoned submarine base. The island is a string of 4 volcanoes. The northernmost one, it blew long time ago and left behind a flooded caldera, a perfect deep-water cove inside the island, barely protected. Soviet engineers blasted an opening, turning it into a submarine base to spy on you Americans. He wagged his finger. See? You had no idea. That shut Jack up. Scott grumbled under his breath. We go there. We can base there. Your subs can dock. We head north for the Arctic. The only way to the Arctic is through the Pacific now. Moroshkin has the North Sea, and the GIUK cap. We cannot go that way, but here we can regroup, gather our forces on the island, and then strike. What's out there now? Jack had called for their impromptu meeting after Elizabeth's call. He'd gotten Sergei, Sasha, and Scott together, and Ethan had insisted on joining. He bitched his way out of the cot, grumbled his way through a fresh bag of IV fluids and antibiotics, and shadowed Jack all the way down the hall, trying to hide his limp. He carried his IV bag over his shoulder, scowling. When he saw Scott, he glowered and said nothing, standing apart from his best friend. Nothing. Empty land. Nothing is out there. No one goes. No one. Sergei cut his hands through the air. Even getting there is difficult. Kamchatka Peninsula, he said, tracing the finger of land stretching south from the farthest reach of Russia, is practically wild. Little infrastructure, one navy base, but no one has heard anything from it since the coup. There are bad roads, he said, bobbing his head. No roads. Only boats can go, but the weather is terrible. This is sounding better and better, Scott grumbled. How do we get there? We take this route. Sergei traced the thin, spidery web of lines from their current position west of Kazakhstan, north across Siberia, and into the Russian Far East. With Moroshkin and Madigan invading Canada, and something happening in the Arctic, they will not be watching all of the roads. These are rural, difficult to traverse with military vehicles. Difficult for them to traverse as well. Jack felt Ethan stiffen, standing just inches away from him, Ethan's hand pressed over his own side, his fingers ghosting over Sergei's fast stitches. Siberia has rejected Moroshkin's government. The Far East has rejected him as well. The police forces there have blocked most roads, set up armed checkpoints. We will be safe once we cross the borders. He shrugged. Safer. Great. Safer. Scott shook his head. Sergei squabbled with Scott, the both of them bantering back and forth over the route to take from the Caucasus to the Far East. Jack's gaze turned to Sasha, standing silently off to the side, fingering a different portion of the map. Go talk to him, Ethan murmured.
Something's up. I need to sit down for a minute.
He eased himself down into one of the rickety metal chairs scattered in front of a leaning table. Jack waited until he was down before he caught Sasha's eye. Sasha stole a quick glance toward Sergei. He motioned Jack out to the hallway. Jack followed. "What's going on, Sasha?" Jack said, folding his arms. "Is there something you know about this place, this island? Some extra information we don't?"
No, nothing like that. I would not keep information from Sergei."
He looked away, squinting down the corridor. "Then what's going on?"
"Near here, maybe 40 miles, there is an air base. MiGs flew out of there. Your country bombed it, but it may be possible to find a jet still working. Get it ready for flight. Use a road for a runway."
"You want to fly everyone to Simashir Island in a MiG?"
"No."
Sasha's eyes were bright, gleaming as he turned back to Jack.
"I want to overfly the Kara Sea in one. See what it is Madigan is doing."
Holy shit. Jack whistled. Eyes on intelligence, actually getting to within a few steps of Madigan's plans. Get enough intel to get into position to finally end the man, this monster. He opened his mouth. Sergei's rough snarl beat him to it. He had followed them silently into the hall, listening to Sasha's half-formed idea.
"Out of the question. Are you insane?"
Sasha's eyes flashed, Russian red fury striking like a match.
"It is good plan. We need to know what is happening. I am only qualified pilot who can make the flight. You haven't flown in months, and you were injured. How can you fly with no spleen? You do not need a spleen to fly. I can do need."
Storm clouds darkened Sergei's hawkish face.
"No, you cannot do this,"
Jack cut in. "Sergei, it's a good plan."
"Why do you say this, Jack? It is terrible plan. It is a suicide mission."
Sergei whirled on Jack.
"I will not allow it. We must have intel. It is the right thing to do."
Sasha snarled, hurt flickering through his eyes for a half moment.
"You think I cannot do this, da? That I cannot fly this mission? Of course you could fly this. You are not incapable. But we cannot lose you, Sasha."
Sergei threw his arms wide.
"You cannot throw your life away. Everyone here needs you."
It was the wrong thing to say, and Jack knew it. Sasha's eyes narrowed, and the hurt that had been lingering on the edges flared and then vanished, extinguished in raw anger.
"I would help everyone more by finding out what Madigan is doing up there. I would happily give my life as a hero to Russia. I would die for my country, for Mother Russia, and for you."
Purple rage built in Sergei's expression, his thin, pressed lips trembling. His dark eyes were fixed on Sasha's, holding like a falcon on the hunt.
"I will not allow you to die,"
Sergei growled.
"I will not allow it."
Sasha snapped something in Russian. Jack made his retreat. Inside the map room, Sergei's chase after Jack and Sasha left Scott and Ethan alone together at last. Scott fiddled with a broken pencil from the table, flicking it against his palm as he pursed his lips. He finally looked up, catching Ethan's glare. Ethan sat stock still, a furious scowl etched on his face. Scott tossed the pencil on the table and spread his hands wide. "What do you want from me, Ethan? He was bound and determined to come after you. He was going to chase you around the globe. Did you want me to let him go alone?"
"How about you talk some sense into him? He's thrown everything he ever worked for away, everything he had."
"You don't think I tried?"
"Lock him in the White House, then."
Scott rolled his eyes. "Do you remember how you were after Ethiopia? How crazed and single-minded you were? That's him,
Right now."
Scott held out 2 fingers. "He's got his mind focused on 2 things and only 2 things. Finding you and killing Madigan."
"He's not a soldier,"
Ethan cried. His side pulled and he winced, his hand flying to cover his stitches.
"This isn't where he's supposed to be."
"But he is right about one thing, Ethan. Madigan targeted him, and targeted you, personally. He's coming after the both of you, and as long as you both are off the grid, Madigan's attention is elsewhere.
So put him in a bunker, or a safe house or something, but send him to Russia? To a war zone?"
"I don't want to admit it, but Jack is right. This is the one thing Madigan won't ever see coming. We have to think more like him, act more like him, and this is the first step." Fury still crackled in Ethan's veins. It was too dangerous, far too dangerous, and no matter how much he wanted Jack by his side again, this was not the way he had imagined it. "He held his own in Sochi, and he did good getting over here." Scott was trying to placate him. "You did good with him at Raleigh. He's a good shot." Ethan scowled. "Kept a cool head, too. Let me tell you about the human smugglers who duct-taped him and shoved him in a box." Ethan's palm hit the table, slapping the surface. The sound cut through the air. "You know, maybe if you hadn't run off half-cocked on a suicide mission, he wouldn't have had to chase you." Ethan looked away.
"I lost everything, Scott, everything. Twice in 1 week."
He coughed, wincing again at the pain flaring from his stitches.
"Honestly, I'm not even sure this is all real. Maybe I am dead and this is my fucked up version of hell."
Scott frowned.
"Is this my punishment? I get him back, but I just get to see him die out here, feel like this over and over and over."
The grinding, endless grief, the void that used to hold his heart, endless, endless rage. Scott stared at him like he had lost his mind. He scooted his rickety metal chair toward Ethan, the legs scraping over the concrete bunker floor. He dug in his jacket pocket. "You're fucking alive, Ethan. And it's a good goddamn thing, too, 'cause he would have lost it if we were too late. Look, you didn't see him lose his fucking mind over you. He's been an absolute shell of himself until we found you here. You have to know, Ethan. Back in D.C., when he still thought that thing was his wife, he chose you. He chose you over her." No, don't do that." Scott slapped Ethan's cheek. Ethan's eyes blazed. He wanted to snarl, but his throat had closed and his heart was trying to decide what to do. Ache, or finally start beating again. Before he'd opened his eyes and saw Jack above him as his side was stitched closed, he'd last seen Jack walking out on him. Choosing Leslie over him, choosing his undead wife in a moment over what they had built together. It was a hurt that had festered, a wound that went soul deep. Jack appearing in the Russian wilderness, confessing his love and cradling Ethan close, was a nice dream. But it came after the exposure of what Leslie actually was. The sting of second choice left a sour taste in his mouth. He wanted to be Jack's everything, like Jack was for him, not Jack's settlement. Scott's words, though, plucked at his wounded heart. He squinted, a question in his eyes. "Yeah, he picked you, even before he knew what she was. He was out of his mind all week long, walking around like a damn zombie. He couldn't function, like someone had pulled the plug on his sanity. We were all freaking. Welby took over in the residence, keeping eyes on him, 'cause I couldn't be near the man, not after what he did to you." Scott sighed, hard. "We watched her, but we also watched him. I thought he might put a bullet in his brain. I went and took back the gun I gave you." Ethan's head whipped up. "Look, he told her about you from day one. He never tried to hide you, and he defended you guys and your relationship, even though it seemed like everyone and their mother wanted him to jump right back in with her." Ethan swallowed.
Did they?
He couldn't say it, couldn't ask. Jealousy was an ugly, sour thing, but it lapped at his blood, burned at the base of his spine. No. Didn't even sleep in the same room. He didn't know what to do with that. Didn't know how to feel, how to process the bitter relief. Scott kept going, barreling through Ethan's wildly swinging emotions. "He ended up outside Horsepower, begging me to track you down. After you went on your little mission, by the way." Scott glared. "Thanks for that."
What did he say?
Ethan braced himself, staring at the ground as he picked dirt from beneath his nails. "He said he had told her he loved you, and only you, and that you were the one for him forever. Told her he couldn't be with her because he was in love with you. He said he wanted to grow old with you, not her." His eyes slammed shut. His jaw wavered, trembling. He'd long believed he loved Jack more than Jack loved him, but to walk away from the resurrection of a woman he thought was his wife? Jack had loved her to the depths of his heart. He truly had. Ethan had always known that, and in some paradoxical way that truth had made Jack's walking out on him both easier and harder to understand and accept. How could he compete with the first love of Jack's life? But Jack chose him. Ethan reached for his neck, for the chain that hung there. He had turned the rings over countless times on the drive from Jeddah to Russia, believing Jack was dead and gone, and they were all he had left, twin monuments to what they had discovered together. His hands found nothing.
Fuck.
Metal clanged, something heavy hitting the table in front of Scott. He opened his eyes. Scott had his hand palmed down on the table, covering something. He lifted his hand away, revealing Ethan's matching rings. "You said he had thrown everything away. I bet if you ask him, he'll say that coming here and finding you alive means he's found everything he truly cares about." Ethan cradled them both in the palm of his hand. A war zone at the end of the world was hardly the time or place for any kind of dreaming about the future, but for a moment he let his heart go. He imagined the look on Jack's face as Ethan dropped to one knee, how he'd wrap him up, swing him around, and kiss him breathless after sliding the ring on. What would their wedding look like? Some kind of state affair, a billion journalists vying for the best photo, or something private, just the two of them, hidden on a quiet beach somewhere? An ache weighed down his dreams. He could still imagine it, though. Still see the two of them, together, forever. Could imagine Jack old and gray and holding his hand, still with that smile in his eyes. Would they ever get there, with Madigan ripping apart their lives over and over again? Damn it, how had it all gone so wrong? How had everything ended up this way? He could imagine a future with Jack, dream of their wedding, but a madman loomed on top of the world and they were buried in a desolate war zone, wounded, struggling to survive, and planning an attack to try to save the world. Again. He didn't want to be a hero. He didn't want to have the world hanging on his decisions. He just wanted to love Jack. And his heart still throbbed, wounded deep in the cracks and crevices. Lingering anguish, a canyon in his soul, painted in memories of Jack walking out, the way his heart had gone cold, freezing over when Jack had pulled away. He closed his fist around the rings and the broken chain, and shoved them in his pocket. Chapter 59. Russia, Volga Air Base. Sergei had lost the battle over Sasha taking the flight up to the Arctic. There was too much to gain, too much intel potential, and with the world on the line, the choice was already made. At the Volga Air Base, one MiG still functioned. Their small recon team pulled it from the blackened wreckage of its hangar. The base had been obliterated, but the one fighter remained, and, even better, one of the runways had only minimal damage. Getting the MiG out of the hangar and rolled to a smooth section of tarmac had nearly killed them all. Sergei remained bitterly opposed to the mission, almost petulant in his fury. He hovered behind Sasha, pouncing on every problem. The MiG wasn't fueled up. The runway was damaged. There was no tower, no air traffic controls, no secure radio to communicate back and forth. Sasha found fuel and directed everyone to clear the runway, sweeping the surface clear of any debris that could catch on the tires. He plotted his own course, calculated the winds and navigation based on charts and his memory. He stared at Sergei, silent, when Sergei complained about the radio. Scott, Jack, and Ethan stayed back, waiting for the keg to blow. I found these. Sasha dumped 2 satellite phones on the burned table they were using in the wreckage of the hangar. One side of the table had snapped off, but Jack had rolled over a few giant jet rims to stack and use as table legs. It was tilted, but it worked. Sergei glared at the phones and then at Sasha, his face scrunched up like he was looking at something repugnant. No radio. We cannot use the Russian frequencies, but we can use sat phones.
Flying and talking.
Sergei arched an eyebrow.
This sounds terrible. Sounds even worse than driving and talking.
For reporting back what I find. Sergei fingered the plastic casing.
You will be blown out of the sky as soon as you take off.
Moroshkin will track your plane. You will be dead in minutes.
Reaching into the pocket of his flight suit, Sasha pulled free the MiG's GPS beacon and tossed it in front of Sergei. Black soot puffed up from the table.
How will you navigate?
The old-fashioned way, with maps and a compass. Sasha scowled.
I know what I am doing, despite your lack of confidence in me.
He glared, and when the angry knot in his chest tightened, he turned and left, heading back for his MiG, parked just past the destroyed and blackened asphalt. Sasha tilted his head back, staring up at the slate-gray sky. He'd found a flight suit in the destroyed ready room, and he'd rolled down the top, tying the arms around his waist. It wasn't warm, but the day's hard labor had wrecked him. He'd ditched his shirt hours ago. His pale chest heaved, the dog tags he could never bring himself to get rid of resting in the hollow between his pecs. If final flight checks went well, he'd be taking off in just under an hour. A strange mixture of relief and regret flowed through him, an itch under his skin that desperately wanted to be scratched. Should he say something? Should he confess? No, it was better this way. This was his purpose. He could finally be useful, die for his motherland. Maybe Sergei would say beautiful things at his funeral. He kicked at a bit of torn rubber tire. Footfalls pounded the ground behind him. Sergei's snarling voice broke his reverie.
I am not a fool. You think I have not figured it out.
Sasha's heart clenched. No, no pretty words, nothing beautiful would be said for him. After everything, after watching Sergei unconditionally accept everyone else, this was how it would come out between them. Fine. It would all be over soon anyway. He walked away from Sergei, focusing on his jet. His gaze traveled over her lines, cataloging her features, searching for dents and dings, tears in the metal, shorn or loose bolts, anything at all. He tried to block out Sergei.
Sasha, I am speaking to you.
Sergei stormed after him, following under the MiG's wings and toward the jets. Sasha's shaking fingers danced over the cool metal.
It is nothing. I will get through this moment like I have gotten through everything else. You think this is some kind of joke? You can fool everyone else, but you cannot fool me.
The knot in his chest pulled tighter, constricting his heart.
You knew it would never happen. There was never a future to this, never.
Sasha ducked beneath the jet's tail and trailed forward, tracing the edge of one wing. Sergei slapped the side of the MiG, bellowing at the back of Sasha's head.
You are not a man, not a Russian. You are a coward.
Sasha whirled, fury roaring through him, so much so that he was suddenly shaking with raw, scathing rage. If there was one thing, and only one thing, that he was not, it was a coward. He'd done everything in his life with his chest open and his shoulders back, lived through everything his life had thrown at him, lived through his shame, his brokenness, and made something of himself. Fine, Sergei could hate him, he could berate him and throw him away, but he could not call him a coward. He was on fire, burning from his soul. "I am not a coward." Sergei took a half step back, his eyes widening. A second later, Sergei shoved Sasha's folded flight map in his face. He saw his route sketched out in pencil and his fuel calculations obscured and outright faked at the end. "I know what you are doing," Sergei hissed. "Even with this jet fully fueled, you only have enough to get there. You do not have enough fuel to get back." Anguish laced his words, underpinned his voice. Sasha's rage fell away. Emptiness slammed into him, punching him in his stomach. He turned back to the wing, tracing the smooth metal with his palms. He had to move, had to do something, or he'd fly out of his skin, or do something that couldn't be undone. "It does not matter. We need this, and it would not matter if everyone knew or not. They would still ask me to fly this mission. This way, their conscience is clear."
"Why are you so determined to do this?"
Sergei ducked under the wing, popping up right in Sasha's face. Hurt split Sergei's expression.
"Let my life mean something."
Sasha's hands made tight fists, his nails biting into his palms.
"I was thrown out of the Air Force in disgrace. Let this be my legacy. Let me do something. Your legacy is already stunning. Your life means everything. You are everything to our fight. Our troops look up to you. They love you. They need you. I cannot do this without you."
Pretty words, but not the ones he wanted to hear. Sergei wanted him for the mission, for the fight, for everyone else. He headed for the nose of the jet.
"Sasha,"
Sergei growled, chasing him. He reached for Sasha's arm, tugging him around.
"This is not good. Do not do this,"
he breathed.
"Please. We need to know."
Sasha stared at Sergei's hand, still lingering on his elbow.
"Send someone else. Send anyone else, not you. Send another to their death."
Sasha shook his head.
"No." "Damn it, Sasha."
Sergei squeezed down on his elbow, almost bruisingly tight. It was too much, Sergei chasing him around the jet and begging him not to go, his pleading eyes and his body pressing too close. He thought Sergei was going to hate him, belittle him for his affections, for his gratitude that had morphed into hero worship and morphed yet again into something deeper, something intractable that lived in the center of his heart. Instead, Sergei was almost begging him to stay at his side, and that yanked away the last of Sasha's crumbling restraint. He took Sergei's hand off and grabbed his shoulders, shoving him against the cockpit ladder. "Damn you, Sergei! Damn you!" He captured Sergei's lips with his own, pouring everything he felt, every urge, every yearning, every hopeless desire into his kiss. He swiped his tongue over Sergei's lower lip, sucked it into his mouth, nibbled down, and when Sergei gasped, he snaked his tongue between Sergei's shocked lips, moaned into the kiss. He crowded close, pressing his body against Sergei's and trapping him on the ladder. Sergei was taller, leaner. Sasha trailed his hands down Sergei's body, over the dirty long-sleeve shirt covering his thin chest, his loose combat fatigues hanging on his sharp hips, back up, curling his hands around Sergei's neck. "So beautiful," he murmured, kissing him again. "Sergei." Sergei hadn't moved. He stared at Sasha, frozen, mouth open in shock, as Sasha slowly pulled back. Dread and the certainty that he'd made a mistake roared in on all sides. Suddenly the world felt exactly like it had the moment he had seen those hockey sticks in the hands of his so-called friends. Sergei stared. You knew there was never a future to this hopeless love. You promised yourself you wouldn't dream. Sasha stepped back, pulling away and dropping his hands, freeing Sergei. It is nothing. Do not worry yourself. Sergei said nothing, did nothing. There was a hollowed-out void in his heart, filled with dark shadows and nightmares from his past. Sergei's biting sarcasm and quick smile had filled his life, wrapped up the void in an acceptance of who he was that he had fiercely cherished. Sergei had been the very first to know him, to accept him for exactly who and what he was. The first who had ever encouraged him to be both opposing sides of himself at once, a proud Russian and a gay man drowning in shame and self-hate. Sergei had helped him chip away at his own self-hate piece by piece, with his smiles and his sarcasm and his unending confidence in Sasha. After that, Sasha had to make room for his silent yearning, for the way his heart had opened to Sergei. How could all of him not crave all of Sergei? How could he not fall entirely in love with the man, with the best man he'd ever met? Falling for his country's leader, and Russia's best hope for her future, was the best and stupidest thing he had ever done. But he had made peace with his hopeless desire, accepted what he could have, and tried not to dream of what he could not. He lived in the yearning, in the way he could quietly love Sergei from his side. He could bask in his love like it was a warm summer day, let Sergei, all of what he was, permeate his soul. And he'd just thrown everything away. Final pre-flight brief in 30 minutes. Sasha headed back for the hangar, leaving Sergei and his own broken heart frozen at the base of the MiG's ladder. I will get through this moment like I have gotten through everything else. And by the end of the day, the hurt, the silent scream, wouldn't matter anymore. My flight will take me through the Urals and north by northeast to the Kara Sea. I will stay beneath the radar deck out of sight of the air defenses. The peaks of the Urals will cover my flights from the North Fleet, based here in the Barents Sea and around Murmansk. Much of the North Fleet went to Moroshkin, Sergei grumbled. They are likely scattered, with the invasion over the Pole into Canada and whatever they are doing in the Arctic ice. Sasha fingered the map, tracing the target zone he had circled in red. To the west, the long finger-like Severny Island stretched into the Arctic. He tapped the ice-covered island. This is my western boundary. I will fly over Novaya Zemlya. He pointed to the archipelago of scattered ice islands in the Russian Arctic, and into the Kara Sea, after I will call my report in on the sat phone. Sergei clenched Sasha's paired sat phone in one hand. His arms were crossed, and he glowered over the table, ignoring Jack's questioning looks. I will begin my return flight, then. Silence. Sasha waited for Sergei's protest. He said nothing. He turned his head and stared at Sasha's jet. They're going to fight back when they see you overflying. Scott stood at Ethan's side, wearing Sasha's radio and carrying his old rifle. He'd fallen back into his former days as a soldier with seeming ease, and surprisingly, Sasha had discovered he liked the older man's dry observations and even drier humor once they spent time on the same side. He'd given command of his patrol team to Scott, and his people were around the airfield, keeping watch while they prepped for his flight. Sasha had heard a few comments about the burly American, but for the most part his people listened to Scott's commands. "I'm expecting a few moments of confusion. After that, yes, they will open fire," Sergei growled. "Our training makes us fight each other, Air Force against Navy, Army against Army. I am used to their tactics. I know what to do." Jack and Ethan shared a long look, unreadable to Sasha. He chanced to glance at Sergei, hoping stupidly for a special look of his own. Instead, Sergei scowled and stormed out of the hangar. They all followed, and then it was time. Sasha slipped into his G-suit and shook Jack and Ethan's hands. Ethan held on for longer, and Sasha tried to smile at him. Ethan had been kind when he didn't have to be. Memories danced, but bitterness sat on the back of his tongue. Ethan had gotten his desire. Sasha never would. Scott nodded his goodbyes. Sasha searched for Sergei. He had moved far away, standing apart from the group and down the runway, far away from Sasha. Fine. Sasha nodded once to Sergei and headed for his jet. There weren't any ground crew to guide him out of his lane or send him into the lineup for takeoff. Everything was on him as he fired up the engines and lowered the glass canopy over the cockpit. He propped up his folded map and compass, tucked the sat phone into his chest pocket, and started to crawl down their cobbled runway. Spray paint warned him away from cracks and potholes. As he passed Sergei, he glanced out the cockpit window. One last look. Devastation clung to Sergei, rage and fury and desperate anguish twisting his features. Agony lanced through Sasha's heart. Slowly, Sergei lifted one hand in a sharp salute. Sasha saluted in return, staring at Sergei until he nearly passed him. At the last moment, he dropped the salute, pressing his gloved hand to the canopy and reaching for Sergei as grief tore through Sergei's expression. His engines rumbled, vibrating beneath him. He faced forward, white-knuckling the stick as he stared down the short runway and the nose of his fighter. Full burn, short-lived, soar high. The engines roared, throwing him back against the seat. The Svidanya. After Sasha's jet hurtled into the sky, Sergei stormed down the tarmac, his furious gaze fixed on Jack. "You!" he bellowed. "This is all your fault." Ethan limped in front of Jack, and Scott stepped in front of both, blocking Jack from Sergei. Jack pushed them both aside gently. "What are you talking about?" "They say it's not contagious, but who knows?" Sergei shouted. Spit flew from his lips. "Everything was fine until you." Ethan was slowly turning purple, his hands clenching into fists, and Scott watched Sergei like he was a rabid tiger. Jack frowned. "What the hell is wrong with you? What's not contagious? What did I do?" "You changed the world, Jack. You changed the whole world. And my world, and now—" He stopped talking, abruptly swallowing his words. Shuddering, he tried again. "Sasha." Jack's eyes found Ethan's. So he finally knew. "He loves you." Sergei shuddered again, curling in on himself and then flying apart, his hands raking through his thin blonde hair. "Why?" he hissed. "I've never been with a man. Only women." His gaze narrowed, and he turned on Jack. "Do you remember women, Jack? Big, beautiful breast bouncing in your face, soft curves, the heat god swallowing you." "That's enough." Scott shouldered Sergei, bumping him off his laser-focused course toward Jack. Ethan hovered at Jack's shoulder. "Yes, I do remember, but I'm not in love with a woman, Sergei. I'm in love with Ethan. And it's his body that I desire, his shoulders, his legs. I can't get enough of his thighs, his rock-solid chest, and yes, his chest hair, and his big, fat cock," Jack finished, staring Sergei down. "He's the one I love, and he's who I want." Sergei's face twisted, and for a moment Jack was certain he was going to puke. "Why did he not say anything? He said nothing this whole time." Silence. Until Scott's radio crackled in broken English and a whole lot of Russian came through. "Contact," Scott said. "Someone's coming to check out the launch."
"We have to leave. Now."
Sergei scrubbed his hands over his face. "Sasha's returned flight."
"Sasha is not coming back,"
Sergei snapped, whirling on Jack.
"He is not coming back,"
he repeated, softer, his voice trembling. "Sergei, we move out, now." Sergei headed for the hangar, sweeping their maps and charts, everything they'd put together for Sasha's flight, to the ground. He kicked it all into a pile and pulled out a lighter. In moments, the heap was burning to black ash, destroying all traces of what they'd done. Jack, Ethan, and Scott followed Sergei to the jeep. No one said a word. Sasha zoomed over the foothills of the Urals before snaking into the high elevations, keeping close to the mountains to hide his signature from any prying radar. As long as he stayed under the radar deck, he'd be in the clear. Snow-covered craggy peaks and carpets of evergreen blanketed the ground zipping by underneath him, Russia's spine, guiding his way north. Being behind the stick again felt amazing. His heart soared, and he tried to look everywhere all at once, taking everything in. He was back in the skies, soaring over his homeland, his blood singing as he sped faster than the speed of sound. It was perfection. It was everything he had imagined kissing Sergei would be like, coursing adrenaline, clinging to the edge of control, and a breathless exultation screaming through his bones. Their actual kiss hadn't gone that well. Still, it had happened. Sergei knew, and in the end, there was some comfort in that. He had no more secrets, no more dreams, just a vague numbness in the center of his heart where Sergei lived. The mountains turned harsher, rugged, and then turned to taiga, an untouched wilderness. Herds of reindeer ran across the permafrost, the muted gray and green landscape stretching in every direction. Finally, he reached the frigid waters of the Kara Sea, the Russian waters just south of the North Pole and the Arctic ice sheet covering the top of the world. Arctic ice plunged deep into Russian waters, and the endless stretch of white snow almost blinded him, almost sent him careening off course. Sasha turned back to his map, meticulously plotting his route through the white and gray smear the world had become, and then he spotted it. A submarine, the sail poking up through a gigantic ice sheet covering so much of the sea. Oil derricks dotted the ice around the sub, some destroyed, their metal bones scattered across the blinding landscape. Sasha zoomed closer, trying for a better look. Around the oil derricks, something shimmered out of the ice in the boreholes, rising into the sky. Ice caps for miles had been bored through, dozens of destroyed derricks, dozens of exploratory dig holes, and under the ice, Sasha saw blasts lighting up the sea, underground demolition sending lightning streaking through the dark waters. They are doing it on purpose. They are releasing the methane hydrate on purpose. He banked over the ice sheets, aiming low for the deck. The sub had spotted him, as had a ship standing guard with the sub. Gun batteries were set up on the ice, and soldiers ran toward them, sighting in on Sasha's jet. He hadn't been able to load the MiG with any weapons at the airbase. He was flying with nothing, and if he didn't get out of there, he'd be just another smoking hole in the ice. Still, he needed to see more. Sasha banked again, flying low enough to blast the soldiers on the ice with his jet wash. He craned his neck, trying to see just what it was they were doing under the ice. But a flash of light on his right made him yank back on the stick. He went straight vertical, spinning as his flares popped. A missile launched from the sub's protector ship slammed into his flares and burst apart, raining hot steel on the soldiers below. He banked hard, his fighter riding a tight arc like it was sliding down a greased track, and then dove to the deck again, just missing a burst of bullets fired from the gun batteries below. He dropped fast and buzzed the length of the sub right over the sail. Bullets pinged off the black metal. The men manning the gun batteries, overenthusiastic with their cyclic rate of fire. Wait, those people on the ice. Sasha had seen plenty of Russian soldiers and sailors in his time. He knew how they moved, how they acted, what they did under attack. Those were not Russians. Those were Madigan's men, his ragtag prison break army, using Russian ships and Russian technology. Another burst of light as a missile launched. Sasha cursed, yanking on the stick again. He climbed, but the missile had been fired closer this time, and it was gaining on him. Time to go. Flattening out, he pushed his engines hard, eyeballing the low fuel warning lights steadily blinking on the console. His alarm wailed, a constant tone screaming at him about the missile gaining on his jet wash. He had seconds. Seconds until the fuel ran out, and seconds until the missile reached him. No barrel rolls, brake turns, or wing-overs would save him now. He was out of fuel and out of time. One-handed, he grabbed the sat phone out of his flight suit and punched the speed dial, ripping his oxygen mask away from his helmet. He couldn't hear, but he could see on the display when Sergei answered. "Coordinates located." He read off the coordinates on his map, right where he had found the sub. "Madigan is purposely drilling into the Arctic ice," he hollered. "He's in the oil fields. He is releasing it all on purpose. One main sub engaged in underwater operations. Multiple explosions underwater. One ship on escort and protection. Entrenched defensive positions on the ice around the sub. Hostiles are not Russians. Repeat, not Russians. Fuel low. One of the ships launched a missile, and they have tone lock." His eyes watched the missile closing in on his jet. Closer. Closer. Was there anything else he needed to say? He'd done it. He'd found Madigan, and he'd seen what he was planning. Sergei would figure it out. He'd put it all together, find out what Madigan was doing, and he'd stop him. He'd save everyone. He'd save the world and Russia. Was there anything more he wanted to say? "Sergei, The missile closed. His computer wailed, and a roaring fireball burst around his jet, swallowing him whole. He flew forward, dropping the phone, and slammed against the restraints. Metal screamed like the jet was being torn in half. His body was pinned, but his fingers automatically reached for the ejection handle. Curving around the bright metal at the base of his seat, he yanked, pulling with all of his strength as he bellowed. The cockpit canopy blew off. He roared into the gray sky as his jet exploded, a blazing fireball against the snowy landscape reflecting off the black sunshield on his helmet. His body stayed pinned to the seat, even as the roaring Siberian winds slammed into him full force, punching the breath from his lungs. The drogue chute popped first. He jerked, seesawing back and forth as the ejection seat spun wildly through the air. He fumbled against the wind, trying to grab the seat release. Finally, the ejection seat fell away, ripping his personal chute open, and the soft folds of silk pillowed against the sky, slowing his wild descent. He gripped his harness and watched the craggy landscape come closer. How far had he traveled, speeding away from the Arctic? He had headed southeast into deep Siberia. Permafrost and desolation lay beneath him. Patches of trees careened toward the sky, trying to scrape him from his fall. He'd be dead in moments if he plunged into the branches, breaking all his bones or ending up stranded hundreds of feet above the ground. He'd starved to death, his eyeballs and his liver plucked out by birds for 100 days. No. He kicked, jerking, and forced his chute away from the trees. The ground came up at him hard and fast. He tucked, curling into a ball, but he hit hard, scraping over his left side. His helmet bounced on the frozen rocks. He kept sliding, dragged across the rugged landscape by his ballooning parachute. It took him a second, too long, to remember to strip free of his chute. Another jerk, his body sliding over the sharp ground, his full chute tugging him across Siberia's wasteland. His hands shook, but he got the clips loose, and the chute finally billowed free, flying into the air. He lay back on the frozen ground, arms and legs spread wide. He pushed off his helmet. It rolled away, clattering over ice and stone. He was alive. somehow, he was alive. Groaning, he closed his eyes, thunking his head on the frozen rock beneath him. Sergei's face flashed behind his eyelids. The first time he'd seen him, caught hovering in the doorway, eyes wide as a frightened deer. Sergei had held him that night when he had fallen to pieces, comforting a complete stranger. He had fallen in love a little bit right then, exposed and vulnerable and baring his soul. He had expected harshness, and had instead received affection, acceptance. And then he had watched Sergei deliver his address and saw his president stand up for him against the world. He hadn't known what to do or where to go after his life had been beaten to a pulp, but Sergei had helped him rebuild and had given him a place and a purpose at his side. So where did he go now? But he was alive, still breathing, on the other side of a one-way mission. Sergei. He had to get back to Sergei. The need was a magnet, a pull on his soul that had to be fulfilled. Slowly, his mind started to work again, pieces of panic and rationalization rubbing against each other. Of course he had to get back to Sergei. He had to tell them what he'd seen. What if Sergei hadn't been able to hear him? What if they still didn't know what was happening? Madigan was flooding the atmosphere on purpose. That couldn't be good. He hauled himself to his feet, his entire body screaming, begging him to just rest, just lie down and stop everything. He pushed his hand flat into the snow, palm down, fingers extended like he had pressed his hand to the canopy right before he had lost sight of Sergei. He had to get back. There was no future to his love, but maybe Sergei would let him stay around, wouldn't throw him out, would let him quietly serve from afar and keep his love buried deep down out of sight. He would never ask for anything, never hope for what he could never have. A survival pack had ejected with his seat, the 20-pound package buried in a patch of snow a short distance away. He stumbled to it, grabbing the rations, water packs, medical kit, compass, and map. An automatic beacon had turned on as soon as he ejected, announcing his location to every Russian military computer on the planet. He grabbed the pistol, also in the survival kit, and emptied one clip into the radio. It sputtered and died. Still, in minutes, Miroshkin's forces would be searching for him, zeroing in on the signal and hunting him down. Grabbing the rest of the clips, Sasha piled everything into the survival backpack and checked his map and compass. For the moment, he'd head east until he found cover, found time to make a plan, and then he'd head for Simashir Island and Sergei. Chapter 60. Russian Caucasus. The Forest. Ethan watched the blood drain from Sergei's face as the satellite connection broke, ending in a roar of flame and screaming steel and Sasha's last words. Sergei stayed still, not moving aside from the slow closing of his eyes and the thinning of his lips. Jack went to him, but Sergei shook his head and walked away, still clenching the sat phone as he covered his mouth with one hand. I can't believe Sergei had no idea, Jack breathed, heading back to Ethan's side. They sat on the hood of Sasha's Jeep, alone at the rear of the command bunker, and watched the gray sky through thick pine boughs. You had no idea about me. I rocked your world pretty hard when I kissed you. Jack stayed quiet, until he spoke again, whispering into the silent forest. Ethan, what do I do? What do I do to make this right? Ethan frowned at him. Gotta stop Madigan. No. Jack's hand slid into his own, their fingers carding together. It was the first time they had touched, really touched, since Ethan had gotten out of the cot, had shaken off the painkillers, and realized what the fuck was going on. Reality hadn't sunk in yet, or it had sunk in too much, hitting him face first like crashing into a brick wall. He was still dazed, still just trying to put the pieces together and get through it all. I'm so sorry, Jack breathed. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I wish I could take it all back. Everything. I wish... He bit his lip. I wish I'd grabbed onto you on Air Force One, and we'd faced this together. I wish I had never let you go. If anything had happened to you—" He shook his head. I'm such an idiot. Ethan stayed quiet. He stared at their hands, at their joined fingers. One thumb brushed over Jack's watch. He'd given it to Jack at Christmas. The face was cracked and water had seeped inside. It didn't work. Sochi. But I couldn't take it off. You gave this to me. Ethan's eyes closed. It was always you, Jack whispered. Always. I could never get you out of my mind. Every moment was agonizing because all I wanted was to run back to you. I missed you so much. And I felt so guilty for everything. Jack shook his head. I told her you were the one for me. That I wanted to grow old with you, that I loved you, and I wanted you back. Swallowing felt like he was swallowing sand and stone, his throat dry and clenched too tight. What do I do? Jack's burning eyes pierced Ethan's soul. I want to make us whole again. He brought Ethan's hand to his lips, pressing a long kiss to his knuckles. I love you. You are my whole world, Ethan. Jack had given everything up, everything, to sit on the hood of a dilapidated Jeep in the Russian forest and tell Ethan he loved him. Everything, his career, his presidency, the most powerful position in the world. He wasn't a soldier, but he'd risked his life just to find Ethan and hold his hand again. Ethan had no idea what he was feeling. Not anymore. He'd never been so hurt, never been so furiously wounded and achingly alone. He'd never loved someone so much, so deep, in a way that remade his entire world. Whatever lingering anguish he had had vanished, a singe against his soul that left him aching, desperately wanting to pull Jack close and hold him forever. Jack was here at his side, holding his hand and telling Ethan he loved him. That was what he wanted, what he would have given anything for. He would have lassoed the sun and pulled down the moon to prove his love to Jack, and now Jack was here, doing the same thing. They were meant to be together. Wasn't that what everyone who knew them said? It was a truth he knew, something fundamental that had remade his life when he and Jack had first committed to each other. Jack completed him, fit into his soul in a primal, perfect way. The world, as insane, as crazy, as horrible as it was, made sense with Jack. It spun right. All his edges were smoother, his dark spaces calmer. 2 rings rubbed together in his jacket pocket. He was wearing clothes taken from Sasha's things, combat fatigues and a long-sleeve Russian military pullover. He'd scrounged a jacket, and the rings lived in the inner pocket, right over his heart. He reached into his jacket, closed his fingers over the warm metal. Jack. Jack stared at him, and the muted gray light filtered through the forest above, catching on the angles and shadows of his face. God, he was breathtakingly beautiful. Hair mussed, dirt smudged on his bruised cheekbone, blonde and gray stubble grown long and prickly over his cheeks and chin, the edges of a bruise fading on his temple, green and mottled yellow. He wanted a life with Jack forever, wanted his love for the rest of their days, but Ethan bit his lip and let go of the rings. It wasn't the right moment, wasn't the right time. When he asked Jack, he wanted perfection. He wanted joy and love, and Jack saying yes because he wanted Ethan for forever, and not because he was apologizing and trying to make their hearts whole again. There were things he couldn't say, couldn't put into words, not now, but he could pour his love into his hands and into his touch, reach for Jack and caress his soul into Jack's skin. He cupped Jack's cheek, ran his hand through Jack's hair and down the side of his neck. He kissed him, leaning into Jack until they were pressed back against the Jeep's windshield. His stitches tugged, but he ignored the dull ache, stroking Jack's face and pressing kiss after kiss to his chapped lips. Jack beamed, but Ethan tasted salt beneath his gentle kisses. He pressed his forehead to Jack's. "I've been afraid," Jack murmured. "So afraid I'd lost you for good." "No," Ethan whispered, kissing the tears at the corners of Jack's eyes away. "I'm with you all the way." Jack smiled. He caressed Ethan's face, his thumb tracing Ethan's lips. "All the way. Forever." Sergei found them later, his eyes red-rimmed. He spat out Sasha's frantic last message. "Purposely drilling?" Ethan frowned. "Purposely releasing the methane hydrate. Why?" The reason slammed into Jack, cymbals crashing in his brain. This is the real attack. Canada is just a diversion. God damn it, he doesn't even want Canada or the U.S. What does he want? Sergei scowled. What was it Elizabeth had said? If enough methane hydrate entered the atmosphere, it could ignite? He's trying to burn it all down. Flood the atmosphere and light everything on fire. It's already in the jet stream. When he ignites it all, it will burn through the world, incinerate millions, billions. Scott's jaw dropped. Ethan stared at him, not blinking. Sergei grumbled under his breath, long curses in bitter Russian. He doesn't want to take over, Jack said, a dark laugh falling from his lips as he finally figured it all out. He wants to watch the world burn and sit on top of the ashes, inherit the wasteland at the end and call it his kingdom, anarchy and the apocalypse, all by his own hand. Ethan paled at Jack's words. It's exactly what Cook said. They want a world of their own, endless war. A new dawn is coming, a new sky awaits us all. I thought he was just being an asshole. I didn't think he was being literal. They mean it, Sergei growled. They mean to burn this world and take what is left for themselves. A new dawn? A new sky? Code words for the ignition. Jack frowned. This is all fucked up. Scott shook his head. He glared at the sky. What are we waiting for? Let's go get the bastard. I've got a family to protect. They moved quickly after that, Jack calling Elizabeth and giving her the intel, while Sergei, Ethan, and Scott packed up the bunker. Sergei spoke to the men and women he had placed in command of his insurgency, and they spread the word through the ranks. They were moving out, heading into the desolate Far East and waiting for their allies. Elizabeth promised subs from Hawaii in 1 week. We need to be careful, Jack. Ethan breathed into his ear, his words for Jack alone. We never did find the person who put the pictures in your duffel. And there were pictures of us, pictures only someone in our inner circle could have taken in that tanker. Someone in the White House is on Madigan's side. Jack's face turned to stone. Should we call Cooper? You trust him, right? Jack helped Ethan pack their Jeep. It had been Sasha's, but Sergei had been carefully avoiding it like a black hole. Do you think he could help? Ethan frowned. He's a good man. He's got a good team, and yes, I do trust him. I'll make the call. Ethan took his scrambled sal and dropped a kiss to Jack's cheek, trotting off into the forest. Chapter 61. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Cooper's whole team had descended on Faisal's villa. They'd arrived in 1s and 2s, and Cooper ferried them all from Jeddah's airport to the compound. Doc took over, giving them a grand tour and assigning bedrooms and beds. When everyone was settled in, Cooper called them all down to the main room for a briefing. Cooper stumbled, though, before he spoke, and his eyes fixed on the prince. All eyes turned to Faisal. Faisal looked away. Tension grew, everyone eyeballing each other left and right. Before they could speak, Faisal's phone rang. He and Cooper shared a long look and headed for the kitchen together to speak privately with the caller. Minutes passed. People started fucking around. No one was watching him. Perfect. He slipped outside to the massive deck overlooking the Red Sea. It was gorgeous, utterly breathtaking. He pulled out his own cell phone, dialed. Cook's voice answered on the second ring.
Is everyone there?
We are. The entire team is on the prince's villa.
Excellent. Exactly where we want you.
What are my orders?
Hold tight for now. The president and his lover are gone. Our decoy is making inroads in Canada. We'll send you something soon.
Cook paused.
You did well in Tampa. Good kill. And your intel on the Arab was spot on. Attacking him was the key to breaking it all open.
Thank you, sir.
He smiled, trying to smother it beneath his palm.
We're close, sir? Not much longer?
Not much longer. I know you can feel it. We all can. Our new dawn is rising. Our new sky awaits us all.
The door behind him slid open, and one of his teammates poked his head out.
Hey, you need to get in here. Serious intel coming in. We're on the move like yesterday.
He slid his phone down out of sight and ended the call.
What the hell are we waiting for? Let's move.
Chapter 62. Russian Caucasus. The Forest. Finally, the convoy was packed and ready to leave the forest. Simashir Island lay ahead, and beyond that, everything after. Where they'd make their stand, take their fight straight to Madigan, save the world from his madness. Sergei finalized the route. Every jeep had a highlighted map taped to the dash. Shooters rode shotgun with the drivers. Gear was stowed, equipment packed away. Sergei drove in the lead, Scott, unbelievably, as his side shooter. Behind them were Ethan and Jack holding a shotgun propped against the windowsill with a rifle between his legs. Ethan held out his hand over the center console and over their packed magazines and spare ammunition. Jack grasped his hand in return, and Ethan smiled down at their joined fingers. 2 rings burned over his heart. The world was still crazy, still dangerous and deadly, and they had to do something about that. But after, when they'd put Madigan down and righted the world, there'd be a perfect moment when he could drop down to one knee, take Jack's hand in his, and breathe his question. But right now, Jack was riding shotgun at his side, and they were about to head east, gearing up for the fight to save the world. Again. Together.
Ready?
He smiled at Jack, squeezing his hand once. Jack grinned. I'm with you all the way. This concludes Enemy of My Enemy by Tal Bauer. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2017, 2020 by Tal Bauer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tal Bauer and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.